Chapter 151, Breaking the Road 91. The legendary monster, Satoru, finally appeared. Two huge magic wings spread their wings, covering the sky and the sun. An evil breath hung over the sky like a dark cloud, and there was an abominable smell in the air. Moawu's body was 10 meters tall, in stark contrast to the tiny figure below. Every corner of its body is flowing with the dark power that contains evil, bringing us an army like heavy oppression to everyone. Satoru raised the hideous head, and his eyes locked on Izan and Ulquiorra standing in front of it. It raised the huge palm that was enough to shatter the boulder, and slapped it fiercely at Izan. Facing this deadly attack, Izan didn't panic at all, and didn't even mean to avoid it. He stood calmly and smiled slightly. The heart is too kind and pure, and in a world full of evil, it often becomes a sacrifice to evil. A person goes to evil, not because he yearns for evil, but mistakenly regards evil as the happiness he pursues. A boy whose heart is blinded by resentment can only fall into boundless darkness after all. From the beginning to the end, Izan looked at Momoga with only intense disdain. In Izan's eyes, the monsters that have lost their intelligence are the same as the always despicable Dexukirian, and they have no value at all. The sky covered by huge claws occupied all Izan's field of vision. Seeing the claws getting closer and closer, the rolling wind even blew the white robe on Izan's body with the wind. The prisoners and guards watching from a distance were stunned and stared at this astonishing scene. From their point of view, Izan's behavior is to kill, facing the monster's full-strength blow, even not to avoid it. Ulquiorra stood behind Izan expressionlessly, without any fluctuations in his eyes. He wasn't worried about Izan's safety, much less believed that Satoru's palm could touch Izan. There is no other reason for such thoughts, but pure trust in power. In Ulquiorra's eyes, Izan is the endorsement of power, the ruler of the throne of heaven. Just when the magic claws were less than 10 meters away from Izan, a chant finally came out of Izan's mouth. Heaven's favored son, a city wall built of iron. The dragon walks, the lion roars, the tiger roars, and the wolf runs, cutting off the world before it collapses. The 81 binding Tao, break the sky. His voice fell, and a transparent light curtain appeared out of thin air, like an impenetrable moat, wherein stood in front of Izan. Boom! Just 1 second later, Satoru's huge claws bombarded heavily on the light curtain created by Wangkong. Suddenly, a deafening voice sounded, like the roar of a beast in the mountains. Humility is based on strength, and arrogance is based on incompetence. A despicable monster, you who only have small power have no right to lift the arrogant claws. Izan pulled out Jingwashuayu and slashed down into the sky. Clang! A crescent-shaped slash slashed into the sky, unstoppable, slashing the black wings on Wu's body. A shocking crack appeared, and a strange black liquid fell from the wound. This scene made people feel disgusted and disgusted. After turning into a monster, the blood in Wu's body also turned a strange black. Roar! Monster Satoru cried out in pain, and two huge claws were constantly waving in the air. Although Izan's slash did not break down its wings, it gave it a fatal blow, causing Satoru's momentum to plummet. In the face of the monster Wu, who has completely lost his intelligence and human nature. Blue-dyed eyes always have only strong contempt. In his eyes, Satoru was just a slightly stronger ant. You must know that Izan dominated the virtual circle period. Under his command, there are countless great virtual Kirin. Each Kirin has the same power as monster Satoru. The same huge size, the same loss of mind. In Izan's eyes, Killian was inferior to an ant, let alone an alien monster Wu. Fate is something that is born to be stepped on. If you still know strength to resist it, just wait with courage. Izan raised Kyokusu Izuki and slashed towards the other black wing of the monster Satoru. Immediately, black blood splattered and fell on the ground like a downpour. In the face of Izan's slashing attack, the monster retreated, unable to do anything except roar of anger and howl of pain. The huge disparity in power has led to the outcome already doomed. It's terrifying. Who is he and why does he have such a powerful power? Countless eyes focused on Izan's body, and they all exclaimed in surprise. Some were shocked, some were amazed, some were suspicious, some were puzzled. They couldn't see through Izan's strength, so they could only guess out of thin air. It's just that Izan's identity is not important. As long as he has the strength that people can't help but admire, that's enough. Monster Wu's huge body was almost swaying. It roared, stabilized its retreating body, and waved its two huge magic palms, trying to counter-attack. However, its rude behavior made Izan frown slightly. There was a trace of unpleasantness in the heart of the former master of the virtual circle. The world is judged by strength. Strength can determine the quality of everything. You are too weak. That's why you lose. The voice of Ghost Art chanting sounded, and Izan performed the bondage again. The thunderous carriage, the gap in the spinning wheel, this thing is clustered with light and divided into 6. The 61 bound Tao, the 6 stand light prison. 6 light flakes appeared around the monster Wu, and they only bound its body, making Wu fearless. Next, Izan continued to chant. Only this time, Aokigahara, who had always been expressionless, had a shocked expression on his face. Aokigahara did not expect that he could see the legendary ghost art on No. 90. The journey of 1,000 hands cannot reach the venerable hand of Yin, and cannot reflect the archer of the sky. The road of brilliance is scattered, and the wind of fire is fanned. When we gather together, there is no need to be confused. Follow my instructions carefully. Light bullets, 8 body, 9 articles, heavenly scripture, Jibao, great wheel, and the great turret, draw their bows into the distance, and dissipate brightly. 91 ways to break the Tao, 1,000 hands and a sky to eliminate cannons. Chapter 152, Bennu awakens, fails to summon. 91 ways to break the Tao, 1,000 hands and a sky to eliminate cannons. As Izan's chants fell, the entire sky seemed to become dim. A mysterious force seemed to cross the boundaries of space, suddenly appearing in reality. The dim sky was occupied by a sudden burst of red light. The mighty spiritual power in Izan's body condenses into a cone of light. In just an instant, light cones made up around his body. The atmosphere fell into tranquility, like a prelude to the coming of the storm. This power turned out to be the No. 91 ghost art. Aokigahara's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. After following Izan for so many years, he has never seen the legendary ghost art of No. 90 or above. Now, just the fall of the chant has such a big momentum, and it even affects Aokigahara's heart. The crimson light cone streaked across the sky like a shooting star, and its traces spread all over the monster Wu. There are almost no dead ends, almost no flaws, and even the monster Wu has not reacted, and countless ice picks have bombarded it. Boom! All the light cones exploded at the same time, forming an energy storm that swept the sky. Except for Izan and Aokigahara who were close at hand, all the prisoners and guards who were watching were blown away. There were horrified expressions on their faces. The power displayed by the Kanzujai Ocean Cannon is beyond their imagination. I am afraid that even the shadows of the 5 major countries are only like this, right? Ow! The monster Wu cried out in pain, and the huge body dissipated inch by inch in the red light. The wings that covered the sky and the sun were devoured by the energy storm in an instant and vanished into ashes. Instinctively produced despair and gluttony, ironically, as a legendary monster, Satoru even felt fear. In front of Izan's overwhelming power, this monster that only made countless people desperate, dissipated like an ant. The reason why the world gives you such power is because you can control it, and you only deserve it. Izan put Kyokusuizuki into the scabbard. The body of the monster Wu in his indifferent eyes gradually dissipated, leaving only the original power. The eyes of all eyes saw a scene that made them unforgettable for eternity. The back of Izan's stalwart shore stands majestically like a towering mountain. In front of him, the black wings dissipated, turning into countless tiny awns, floating insignificant. The cold sea breeze blows, and everything disappears with the wind, leaving no trace. Almost no other means were used, just a 91 ghost technique, which easily killed the monster Wu. There was an urge in everyone's heart, and they couldn't help but kneel and worship. This kind of behavior is not impulsive, but comes from the instinct, deep in the soul. That is the instinct of human beings to pursue powerful forces, and it is also the essence of human beings to survive. It's finally resolved, and now it's time for Bennu to awaken again. Izan was in a collapsed jade from her arms. When he saw the pale blue light flickering on the collapsed jade, the clenched hand couldn't help but intensify its strength. There is no such thing as the sky-defying ability of the box of bliss, nor the fulfillment of wishes. Through the battle with the monster Satoru, Izan clearly realized that all this was a false lie. There is nothing in the box of bliss his wishes come true, and there is no such legendary power. There is only boundless darkness, and the greed that cannot satisfy the heart. At this moment, Izan just wants to absorb the dark origin of the monster, which is the essence of the power of the Ark of Bliss. It not only represents the boundless darkness, but also the huge chakra. Although this chakra is not as earth-shattering as the legendary nine-tailed beasts, it is still not to be underestimated. Iran's mind moved, and a mighty spiritual power poured out of her palm. Under the control of Izan, the spiritual force completely wrapped the entire collapsed jade, causing the collapsed jade to float in the air and slowly fly towards the dark source. Bang bang. Bang bang. As if feeling the existence of the source of darkness, the originally dull Bennu rarely flashed a few bright lights. The familiar heartbeat sounded again. Seeing this scene, Izan felt a little more confident in her heart. Every time Bennu awakens, there is something that can make him interested. This time, the sound of Bennu's heartbeat came out, which was a sign of awakening. What does that mean? It means that once Bennu successfully absorbs the energy of the dark source, he will be able to fully awaken. At that time, Bennu will satisfy Izan's request for another summon. But, as an equivalent, the original power of the monster will completely disappear. For Izan, this is a surefire deal. The power of monster Satoru seems to be powerful, but to Izan it's like a chicken rib. Izan, who has the power of the god of death, can even discard chakra, let alone a humble monster. Once he uses this opportunity to successfully summon a new ten ninja, Izan's power will grow by leaps and bounds. At that time, whether it is the legendary Sannin, or the fierce and well-known Zhao organization, there is nothing to fear. Bennu is completely integrated into the source of darkness, constantly absorbing pure energy. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the dark energy was completely absorbed by Bennu and completely disappeared in this world. At this moment, Bennu flashed bright blue light and returned to a fully awakened state. Izan stretched out her palm and immediately clenched it in vain. Bennu seemed to be controlled by a powerful force, and instantly returned to Izan's palm. Izan held Bennu, her eyes closed tightly, and she silently made a wish. Suddenly, Bennu burst out with a strong blue light. Langwen was about to explode and turned into a huge light curtain, shrouding the area in front of Izan. Huge big breasts, a perfect body that makes people bloody, soul-inspiring curves, crisp short hair, and white clothes. A perfect figure appeared. No matter who it is, as long as he sees this figure, the evil fire in his body is ready to stir. The perfect body 5.4 is covered with very little fabric, and even the cherries are clearly visible. The third tenin, Haribel. Izan's wish this time turned out to be to summon the third ninja, Haribel. Under the bath of blue light, Haribel's figure became clearer and clearer, almost condensing into substance. However, even Izan had an unexpected accident. Suddenly, the power in Bennu seemed to be exhausted. The blue light that was surging in the sky all disappeared, turning into a beam of light and returning to the collapsing jade. Haribel's figure also dimmed, and finally disappeared completely. This call seems to have failed. P.S. Today's 5th update, please subscribe. The surprise is behind, the next big wave girl will appear. Chapter 153, Orochimaru with a grudge, for subscription. Summoning, failed? Izan was stunned, even he did not expect the result of the summoning to turn around like this. On the mouth-watering mountain peak, the cherry-red 2 points are in sight. Haribel's perfect thing almost solidified. The curves that make countless people's blood flow, and the white rabbit that can't be held with one hand is about to come out. This heroic beauty is like a stunning landscape, which makes everyone feast for the eyes. Unfortunately, before her figure could stare, the blue light curtain dissipated, turning into pure energy and returning to the inside of Bennu. Looks like this call seems to have failed. Izan pondered in a low voice. There was neither disappointment nor regret in the words. With his wisdom, he can naturally think of the reason for the failure immediately. The key is energy. Although Bennu can awaken the summoning desire in the heart, it is based on the premise of having a huge chakra to see. Although 11 is an ancient monster with a large amount of chakra in his body, it is still one level lower than that of the nine-tailed beasts. The origin of the nine-tailed beast is the 10-tailed chakra, which is also a part of the world god tree, and naturally far surpasses the enlightenment from another world. If the chakra in the monster's body is like an endless river, then the chakra in the nine-tailed beast is like a turbulent sea. Between the two, there is a huge difference between heaven and earth. Fortunately, Satoru's dark energy did not disappear, but instead merged into the collapse and occupied more than half of the space. Black light and blue light flashed, and Bennu was in a semi-awakened state. Izan put Bennu in her palm and remained silent. He has already realized that the next goal is to capture another monster and completely fuse the chakras of the two to wake up the sleeping Bennu. Let's go, Orochimaru, there's no point in stopping here. The so-called box of bliss is just a funny gimmick. Izan drew his sword and swung out, and the slash contained the anger of a king. Crack. In the face of Izan's full-strength blow, the box of bliss, which was said to be indestructible, shattered. The meandering cracks continued to spread along the surface of the box of bliss, covering the entire black line in an instant. Broken like a mirror, dissipated like a cloud, evaporated like a drop of water. The box of bliss disintegrated into countless tiny fragments, floated in the air, and finally turned into a black mist that completely dissipated in this world. The legendary ancient weapons have made countless people's coveted dreams come true, and all of them have come to nothing. Izan turned around gracefully and indifferently, and walked towards the gate of Ghost Lantern City Prison. Orochimaru was like a loyal knight, guarding the king's side every step of the way. Wherever Izan went, all the prisoners watching gave way to a wide road. The eyes they cast towards Izan contained awe, horror, and envy. Just like the lions bowing their heads and looking up at the flamboyant Lion King. For the Emperor, they have no choice but to fear. It was not until the figures of Izan and Orochimaru disappeared that all the prisoners looked away from his back. Everything that happened tonight was destined to leave a lingering impression in their hearts. With a single sword, he slashed away, and the No. 91 Ghost Dao technique instantly killed the monster Wu, and shattered the box of bliss. Izan's various actions are beyond their imagination. I am afraid that only the shadow-level powerhouse who has never met before can have this kind of strength, right? The dark night shrouded in dark clouds, the the sky shrouded by thick fog, the icy and bleak autumn wind, there is a strange smell in the air. Izan and Ulquiorra disappeared into the night without a trace. The country of Tian, a hidden underground base far away from the village of Sound Ninjas. This is one of the many strongholds established by Orochimaru in the country of Tian, and it is difficult to find it on weekdays. As the saying goes, the cunning rabbit has 3 caves, and Orochimaru has already made a complete coping strategy. Long before the plan to destroy Konoha, he deliberately established a number of strongholds, just to prevent it from happening and prevent the plan from failing. Sure enough, it was wise for him to plan ahead. This time, the plan to destroy Konoha fell apart due to the appearance of Izan. Not only did many of his subordinates die, but even Orochimaru's hands were sealed by the third Hokage's ghoul seal, losing the ability to seal the seal. You must know that the reason why ninjas have high-end combat power beyond the reach of ordinary people is that they rely on ninjutsu. The key to performing ninjutsu is the knot. Although there are some ninjutsu that don't require a seal, they are only a very small number. The vast majority of ninjutsu can only be performed through knots. With both hands losing the ability to form seals, Orochimaru is like a crippled person. If it weren't for his body being a white snake and possessing an unparalleled healing system, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to survive this catastrophe. In a room of Noda, there are 2 figures. The room was dark, and there was a deadly silence in the air. Dim lights, icy walls that are airtight. If it weren't for the luxurious decoration, everyone would mistake it for a prison cell. Snapped. D997 Shiwan's head leaned heavily on the stone chair, breaking the silence of the secret room. Damn Sarubai. An extremely resentful voice sounded, which contained monstrous anger. Orochimaru's hands were wrapped in bandages, and what was hidden underneath was the scorching skin. After being sealed by the ghoul, his arms seemed to be cursed, and the pain of being burned by the flames lingered in his heart all the time. Orochimaru forcibly endured the pain, and even the bloodshot on the originally pale and colorless face completely disappeared. At this time, Orochimaru did not have the infinite scenery when it destroyed Konoha, but became dying, and even the action needed the assistance of the pharmacist. The huge contrast between the front and the back seems to be mocking Orochimaru's inflated ambitions. Not only Sarubai, but also the damned sinner, Izan Keimaku. The figure of Izan appeared in Orochimaru's mind. After escaping from Konoha and Ninja Village, Izan's figure always existed deep in Orochimaru's mind for many days and nights. The hatred of those 2 swords was like an unbreakable knot in Orochimaru's heart. In his dream, he also wanted to wash away the shame and kill the man who looked like a demon with his own hands. Chapter 154 Deep-Rooted Hatred, Nightmare Memories. Countless encounters in dreams, countless hatreds. Orochimaru's hatred for Izan has reached an outrageous level. The hatred that went deep into the bone marrow was like the heat of flames and boiling iron, and every cell in the body was filled with anxiety that they wanted to perish with the other party. They were crushed into slag, burned into ashes, screaming and smashed into black powder and blown into the world. Hatred is like the chill of the autumn wind in the long night, there is no maddened revenge, only indifferent disgust. Cold and unfamiliar, want to forget him, stay away from him, be ashamed to mention him, want to say goodbye to his world, and have nothing to do with him from now on. 2 contradictory feelings were entangled in Orochimaru's heart, each occupying half of the space. Avoidance comes from fear, and fear comes from oppression. The strength that Izan showed made Orochimaru fear 3 points. Although in the battle on the tower, the reason why Orochimaru was defeated was largely because of Izan's unexpected 2 swords. But without a strong strength, how could he do all this and easily end his life? If it wasn't for the magical shedding technique, Orochimaru would have died of his anger, turned into a dead bone, and would be cast aside by the Konoha ninja forever. It's not that simple. Your opponent is Hokage, who is known as the strongest ninja in the 5 kingdoms. The pharmacist stood respectfully in front of Orochimaru. He pushed up his eyes on the bridge of his nose, and seemed to be sincerely flattering. However, you are still really great. It even ended 2 of the 5 shadows. The pharmacist grinned lightly, his seemingly honest face only had a loyal expression on it. However, no matter how realistic Yakushido's acting skills were, and no matter how flattering his words sounded, he still couldn't move Orochimaru's cold heart. Orochimaru raised his palms and slapped the handles on both sides of the stone chair angrily. A cold voice came out of his mouth one after another. Don't say things like this to comfort me, or I will kill you. Orochimaru's eyes were like a sharp blade, stabbed into the heart of the pharmacist's pocket. The latter was silent, bowed his head calmly, and said nothing. The atmosphere was dignified, and murderous intent surged in the seemingly peaceful secret room. Even if the psychological quality of the pharmacist is huge, he is still afraid. Surviving in front of the moody Orochimaru, he must always be cautious in order to survive carefully. The two didn't say a word, only the silent anger. At this moment, Orochimaru was filled with monstrous anger. This kind of anger did not come from the comforting words of the pharmacist's pocket, but from the suffocation in the depths of his memory. The 2 swords were slashed by Izan and almost lost their lives. This kind of shameless humiliation would happen to him. This is something that the cunning Orochimaru never thought of anyway. Fate's arrangement created an invisible bond between Izan and Orochimaru. The iron rope connecting this fetter is the hatred that hides in the bottom of my heart. Hatred does not bring glory to anyone, hatred only brings pain, only destruction. Hatred is innate, resentment is acquired, hatred is passive, and resentment is active. There is no resentment between them, there is only hatred between them. It is just a kind of hatred that is inherent and inevitable, both wonderful and stupid, stupid and wonderful. Of course I don't mean that. Although you didn't take down the village, the other purpose of this operation is Sasuke Uchiha. Just as Yoshido's words fell, he raised his head and looked at the huge wall behind Orochimaru. On top, a huge regiment is inscribed. This pattern is different, but it has a kind of déjà vu. It is the mark of the curse of the heavens on Sasuke's neck. Ha ha. Orochimaru let out a pitiful sneer. He lowered his head weakly, looking at the palm resting on the handle of the stone chair, a helpless look written on his vicissitudes of life. If I can get Uchiha Itachi, then there will be no problem. However, this is an unfulfilled dream. Because he is better than me. Speaking of the man who once brought him the devil, Itachi Uchiha. Orochimaru's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his pupils. Back then, Orochimaru coveted Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, so he tried to take away Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. It's a pity that Itachi didn't do anything, just relying on one look to shatter Orochimaru's conspiracy. Since then, Orochimaru has thoroughly appreciated the power of Sharingan, and he wants to get these coveted eyes in a frenzy in his heart. Even if he couldn't get it from Itachi Uchiha, he turned his attention to Sasuke Uchiha. That's why I left that organization. Orochimaru's gaze turned to a stone sculpture by the corner of the room. This is a palm-shaped stone sculpture with 5 fingers standing like 5 beaks of Weran. The most notable thing is that the 5th tail finger was actually put on a ring. This ring is made of special material and has a void inscribed on it. This special ring is the unique symbol of the Akatsuki organization. Only those who own the ring are counted as members of Akatsuki's organization. Each member of Akatsuki has a different title. Just like Orochimaru's title is empty, Uchiha Itachi's title is Suzaku. The dispute that year forced Orochimaru to leave the kingdom of heaven like a lost dog. Here he is working hard and developing his power secretly. After years of unremitting efforts, Yannin village was finally established and became the supreme leader in the eyes of the people of Tianzhiguo. It's a pity that everything that seems prosperous still can't satisfy Orochimaru's inflated ambition. After years of painstaking planning, Orochimaru finally launched a plan to destroy Konoha, which ended in failure. This generation is unwilling to be reconciled, and his heart is trying to resist reality. Orochimaru has not yet stepped out of the shadow of failure, and is still haunted by the 3 generations of Hokage's life-threatening struggle and Izan's fatal blow. He swore that once he regained his strength, he would smash Izan to pieces. Chapter 155 Terrible Nightmare. Inescapable fate. People's moods can indeed be shaken by the actions of others, which can be completely changed. Even hatred can be eliminated, but human greed and desire for profit will not be eliminated. The hatred in Orochimaru's heart is actually the epitome of greed and profit. Plans that have been planned for many years have come to nothing because of the appearance of Izan. Greed is ruthlessly shattered, and in the end, only Izan can be pointed at. Perhaps only she can heal my hands. A beautiful figure appeared in Orochimaru's mind. Huge breasts, cleavage that can completely bury the head. A girl-like face like a flower and a jade, delicate skin, perfect curves, and 2 looming cherry red dots hidden under the clothes. If I had to describe this figure in one word, it would be childlike big breasts. She is the best candidate for the 5th Hokage mentioned by Jai, and she is also the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the legendary 3, Sanne. As the 3 famous ninjas, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Sanne, have different abilities. Orochimaru is good at forbidden arts, and there are many ways to make it hard to guard against. The most difficult point is the weird molting regeneration technique, which can preserve life when the 353 button is closed. Although Jiraiya is a Konoha ninja, he started to practice Momoshan ninjutsu 20 years ago, and he is even more exposed to the mysterious magic. Once the immortal mode is used, the combat power is amazing and unstoppable. Unlike the 2, Sanne is not good at all kinds of ninjutsu. She inherited some of the abilities of the original Naruto, and has the top medical skills that are famous in the ninja world. In the ninja world of New Oda, Orochimaru can no longer find anyone who can surpass Sanne in terms of medical attainments. This is also the only hope. If Sanne can't cure his hands, he can only regenerate by completely abandoning this body by relying on the body double after 3 years. I know a little bit about Sanne-sama. After all, I also stayed in the medical class. The pharmacist's eyes flickered, and the depths of his pupils contained the pursuit of power. During his days in the medical class, he had heard about Sanne countless times. This legendary Sannin has become an insurmountable mountain in the heart of Konoha medical ninjas. Humph! Orochimaru snorted disdainfully, not caring what Yakushida said. She seems to be the first person who came up with this proposal. It is now widely used in a 4-person team, and a medical expert must be deployed. Orochimaru said in agreement, this is very necessary. A team that can only fight without self-rescue ability. Everyone knows what will happen on the battlefield. He paused for a moment, the corners of his mouth drew a smile of Dousenran, and said indifferently, HMPH, it was a lot of experience gained from the war that gave birth to the birth of this plan. If it weren't for the loss of too many people, Sanne wouldn't want to implement this plan. Orochimaru is arrogant, and is not impressed that Yakushi's words are full of admiration for Sanne. He and Sanne are both disciples of the 3 generations of Hokage. After years of contact, Orochimaru has a clear understanding of Sanne's character. Sanne seems to be a hero with a bold personality, but she is actually full of loneliness. The death of his lover, and the untimely death of his younger brother, made Sanne shun everything, unwilling to accept this tragic memory. More importantly, although Snargui is a powerful Sannin, he has another fatal weakness, which is hypophobia. Once he sees blood, Sanne becomes a weak lamb and loses the courage to resist. At that time, even an ordinary Chunin can take advantage of the opportunity. People can see the essence of things clearly only after they are lost. It is precisely because of her sacrifice that she can become a so-called medical expert and the so-called Sannin in the legend. Orochimaru sneered disdainfully, and some kind of memory of that year always appeared in his mind. Whether it was Orochimaru or Yoshido, neither of them expected that the crisis would gradually approach. The night before, Izan and Ulquiorra disappeared from the darkness. The two left the country of grass and went to the country of sound. Since the distance between the two countries is not far away, Izan and Ulquiorra came to the territory of the land of fields in just one night with the help of the ultimate space movement technique. After setting foot on the land of Chienno country, Izan was not at all confused. The reason why he set his sights on this land was precisely because of the intelligence controlled by Danzo. As early as more than 10 years ago, Orochimaru had a close cooperation with Danzo. The two colluded in secret, working on an unknown dark plan. As one of the elders of Konoha, only Kanzo has powerful power. He shields Orochimaru and secretly supports Orochimaru to study forbidden techniques. This was also one of the fuses laid for the tragedy of Orochimaru's defection. On the contrary, the experimental results of Orochimaru also made Shimura Danzo's strength grow by leaps and bounds. After Danzo obtained the first-generation cells, he was able to carry out the evil plan and transplant all the writing wheels on his arm. It can be said that the two knew each other well and almost completely grasped each other's intelligence. During the days lurking in Konoha, Izan obtained a lot of information through various means. It not only records the secrets of major countries, but also records information about Orochimaru. According to the information recorded, the stronghold of Orochimaru is not in the village of Sound Ninja, but in the country of Tien. As cunning as Orochimaru, he understands the truth of the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit, and has established many secret strongholds just to hide people's eyes and ears. However, no matter how well Orochimaru prepared, there were still some mistakes. He didn't expect Danzang to secretly hide a hand, and through the powerful intelligence network of the Root organization, he found out the real stronghold of Orochimaru. At this moment, the purpose of Izan and Ulquiorra's advance is the secret room where Orochimaru and Yakushida talk to each other. An inescapable destiny, an inescapable destiny. In any case, Orochimaru did not expect that the figure he hated in his dream was gradually approaching him. Every step Izan took, it was like a life-threatening soul, shortening Orochimaru's life. Even if Orochimaru was aware of Izan's arrival, there was nothing he could do. Under the absolute hypnosis of Kyokushuayu, only the tragic end of Orochimaru was greeted. What should come, it will come eventually. Hatred is best buried in the dark, and then at a certain moment shows its unclean fangs. Chapter 156, Surrender, or Die. Izan approached step by step, like a deadly god of death, about to take away Orochimaru's soul. With accurate information, with the speed of Izan and Ulquiorra, it took almost no time to find it easily. This hidden area. As expected of Orochimaru, since he chose to hide in such a hidden place. If it wasn't for Shimura Danzo's information, we probably wouldn't be able to easily find this secret base. Izan's footsteps stopped, and she stared at the stone cave that appeared in front of him in awe. Through observation, Izan found that there was a long passage in the cave, which seemed to be the only way to the underground space. Almost without thinking, Izan guessed that there must be a secret room at the end of this passage. There, it will definitely be a place for Orochimaru to self-cultivate. Let's go. Ulquiorra, you must be interested in the so-called Konoha Sannin. Izan smiled slightly, and her figure disappeared completely in the quiet passage. Ulquiorra paused for a moment, and there was no movement in his eyes. Along the way, the legendary Sannin was like thunder, but it was unable to make any waves in Ulquiorra's heart. For him, no matter how powerful the enemy is, it is nothing to worry about. He only needs to try his best to eliminate those existences that threaten Izan-sama, and that's enough. In the secret room, Orochimaru leaned weakly on the stone chair, closing his eyes and resting. Not only was the hand sealed, but even this body was almost on the verge of collapse. Although Orochimaru mastered the technique of turning against the sky, this forbidden technique has another drawback. Each body only has a 3-year period. Once 3 years have passed, the body can no longer withstand the power of Orochimaru, gradually festering, and eventually falling apart. At this point, the 3-year deadline is less than 3 months away. Once these 3 months have passed, Orochimaru has not found a suitable substitute, so he can only choose an ordinary body as a container. This is also why Orochimaru is anxious to confuse Sasuke Uchiha. Because I missed this opportunity, I have to wait another 3 years. In the past 3 years, Orochimaru could only stay in an ordinary body. The pharmacist stood beside the stone chair, quietly adjusting the medicine. As a member of the medical class, he has shown amazing talent in medical ninjutsu since he was a child. Although the ghoul seal could not be broken, Yoshida still tried his best to relieve the pain for Orochimaru. While the two were doing their daily healing, suddenly, Orochimaru's tightly closed eyes opened in vain. In the depths of the wang-colored pupils, there is only endless fear. The moment Izan stepped into the underground passage, Orochimaru felt the spiritual pressure that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. How is it possible that he was able to find this stronghold? Orochimaru's expression was sluggish, the coldness and cruelty of the past disappeared, and there was only an unbelievable look of horror in his eyes. Not only him, but even Yoshida had a horrified expression on his face. If it is said that with his strong will, he can barely stay by Orochimaru's side and survive like a fish in water. Facing Izan, Yoshida could no longer remain calm. He clearly remembered the scene that happened that day. Izan only slashed twice, almost easily beheading the almost invincible Lord Orochimaru in his mind. Even if Jirai also summoned Tojin, he was instantly hit hard by the power of the No. 90 Dao Destruction Black Coffin and lost his combat power. In Yoshida's heart, Izan is far stronger than Orochimaru, almost invulnerable. The two were uneasy in their hearts, staring at the door of the secret room, waiting anxiously. Time passed quietly, the surroundings fell into tranquility, and the atmosphere became extremely dignified. Boom! A huge wave came out, and the closed door of the secret room burst open. Is it finally here? Orochimaru sat weakly on the stone chair, and a trace of madness flashed in his pupils. Sure enough, in Orochimaru's field of vision, the figures of Izan and Ulquiorra appeared. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, who was once admired by thousands of people, is actually hiding in this dark room like a lost dog. It's ironic. A sneering smile appeared on the corner of Izan's mouth. He clearly saw Orochimaru's bandaged Chanrao arms, and was unmoved. Orochimaru, who has lost the ability to seal the seal, is nothing to worry about. Damn guy. No matter how stable Orochimaru's mood was, he couldn't ignore Izan's provocation. He cast a malicious gaze towards Izan, and that gaze contained unparalleled killing intent. Jealousy is hatred of an inalienable superior quality that a person possesses. Therefore, hatred generated by jealousy is often more difficult to eliminate than ordinary hatred. Because hatred may be caused by misunderstanding, but jealousy there is no misunderstanding in it. Under Izan's cold and ruthless pupils, There was a hint of disdain. He looked at Orochimaru, as if a giant was looking at a tiny ant, and that inadvertent contempt was deeply imprinted on Orochimaru's heart. The reason why you hate me is also because of your extreme strength. Because of the huge gap between you and me that cannot be bridged, just like the difference between the day and the earth. Izan's words were like a sharp blade, cruelly severing Orochimaru's proud heart. The dripping blood sprayed like a spring, and the feeling of weakness filled my heart, making the limbs weak. I don't know why, just an ordinary look made Orochimaru completely defeated, and he didn't have the courage to resist at all. Do you still remember this knife? My mirror. Izan grabbed the hilt of the Zanpakuto and slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. The left hand firmly grasped the hilt of the sword, and the right hand stroked the body of the sword gracefully. Then vertically Jinyu Shuyu was placed horizontally in front of Zing, with the sharp blade facing the ground. You can choose to laugh at the arrogance of fate, or surrender to your own insignificance. Bow down to me, and I will lead you to experience a whole new world and a higher level of power. Surrender, or death. Chapter 157 The Cry of the Lion. The End of the King's Surrender, or Death. Silent question, like the scythe of the god of death hanging above his neck, sharp and sultry. The indifferent eyes, as if the whip of the soul is tied around the body, unable to struggle. Once again, Orochimaru stood at the crossroads of life and had no choice. With his hands abandoned, he lost the ability to seal, and he hardly had any chance to resist. Not to mention the huge gap that he couldn't make up with Izan. The more important point is that as early as in Konoha Ninja Village, Orochimaru had already fallen into the mirror and fell into absolute hypnosis. Izan didn't even need to use any means to end Orochimaru's life easily. As long as Izan is willing, he can let Orochimaru see the daunting horror scene. However, Izan didn't want to do this, let alone do it. No matter how many conspiracies and tricks Orochimaru hides in his heart, in the face of overwhelming power, there is absolutely nothing he can do. The reason why we think the flowers on the cliffs are beautiful is because we will stop at the cliffs, instead of taking a step to the sky like those fearless flowers. Izan raised Kyoka Suizuki and pointed her sharp blade at Orochimaru's body. He said indifferently, hiding in this dark underground secret room, how can you know the existence of the throne of heaven? Stop joking. Your appearance doesn't even look like an adult. Why does this childish body have that kind of indifference in the eyes? The long-buried anger in his heart erupted, and Orochimaru slapped the handles on both sides of the stone chair angrily regardless of the pain in his palm. You're wrong. The real naive? It's the people who are impatient and impatient. Izan ignored Orochimaru's weak provocation, and the contempt in his eyes became more intense. Whether Orochimaru's indifferent stare, an angry roar, or even a fearless struggle, it doesn't matter. His actions did not cause any fluctuations in Izan's mood. How can the eagle soaring in the sky care about the whine of the reptile? Everything in this world will not go as you wish. The longer you live, the more you can realize that reality is only full of helplessness, pain and emptiness. Izan ignored Orochimaru's killing intent, and said coldly, listen, everything in the world. Where there is light, there must be shadows. If there is a concept of winners, there must be losers at the same time. Up to now, you still want to use the so-called will to escape from that irresistible force? The indifferent eyes like sharp cones, the icy killing intent that pervades the air. Izan's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she was displeased with Orochimaru's behavior. Just like the pharaoh standing at the top of the pyramid, when he raised the sun scepter, he saw a civilian below throw a sharp iron spear at him. This kind of rebellious behavior is never allowed. As if feeling Izan's anger, even the space trembled slightly. Ulquiorra understood, and with a thought, he instantly came to the front of the pharmacist's pocket. He stretched out his iron-like arm, ruthlessly grabbed the neck of the pharmacist's pocket, and lifted him up into the air. Attempting to resist itself is a meaningless thing. You who are meaningless are still thinking about resisting, and you know that even if you know that this matter has no meaning in itself, it is meaningless. Ulquiorra's 5 fingers stood side by side, forming a steel hand knife, mercilessly stabbing into the belly of the pharmacist. Immediately, scarlet blood flowed, and a crack appeared in the abdomen of the pharmacist's pocket. What painful mourning sounded, like the bell of the dead soul, making people tremble all over. Yaoshido's body fell weakly to the ground. He covered the wound in his abdomen with both hands, and he cried out in a heart-piercing wailing. Facing the mighty Ulquiorra, Kao had no room for resistance at all. "I'm going to kill you." The pharmacist Duquesne resisted the pain, and a majestic chakra poured out of his palm, turning it into a chakra scalpel, and aggressively slashing towards Ulquiorra. Ding! A crisp collision sounded. There were no scars in the imagination, nor the blood that he expected, and the scalpel that the pharmacist put down with all his strength did not even leave any scars on Ulquiorra's body. Without too many words, Ulquiorra kicked out abruptly, kicking heavily on the stomach of the pharmacist. The latter was like a heavy cannonball. Its body quickly fell backwards, hitting the cold wall. The stone chips flew horizontally, and Yaoshido's body was deeply embedded in the gap of the strong support due to the huge impact force. He whimpered and spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell into a coma due to his severe injuries. All this happened in the Fire and Light Stone. Orochimaru's most reliant subordinate even held on for less than a minute in Ulquiorra's hands. There is an insurmountable chasm between the two. Because of Izan's gaze, Orochimaru sat aggrievedly on the stone chair, not daring to move at all. He clearly sensed the terrifying killing intent in Izan's eyes. Once he resisted, the opponent would suppress him with thunder. Izan stared at Orochimaru quietly, and never spoke again. He has given Orochimaru a chance to surrender. As for the result, it depends on Orochimaru's choice. Ask me to surrender to you? Fate is ironic. Orochimaru let out a stern sneer, his eyes were dull, and his heart was full of despair. The trajectory of fate is often unexpected, and even the scheming Orochimaru didn't expect that he would be reduced to a prisoner. Half a month ago, he was still the leader of the plan to destroy Konoha, the invincible leader in the hearts of countless sound ninjas. Orochimaru's hands were stretched out and stained with the blood of the third Hokage and the fourth gaze. Being able to kill these two people shows that Orochimaru has shadow-level strength. However, fate always gives a person a heavy blow of 0.1 when he climbs to the peak. Since the appearance of Izan, Orochimaru completely fell from the altar and became a prisoner. What, have you made a choice, Orochimaru? Izan stepped forward and kept approaching Orochimaru. In just 3 seconds, the sharp Jinyu Shuayu can easily cut off Orochimaru's head. 3, 2, 1. After 3 seconds, Izan finally came to Orochimaru. The sharp blade fell on the top of Orochimaru's head, showing a deadly killing intent. The unwillingness in Orochimaru's eyes disappeared, and he finally made a choice. Orochimaru lowered his head and remained silent. The legendary Sannin chose to surrender. Everyone, there are 5 updates every day recently, please subscribe. Chapter 158, Izan's True Ability. Orochimaru lowered his arrogant head, which means he chose to surrender. Even though he is as arrogant as Orochimaru, in the face of overwhelming strength, he still cannot escape his tragic fate. Looking at Jinyu Shuayu's sharp blade, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with coldness. Power is stronger than people. No matter how much he is unwilling in his heart, he has to make a choice. Once his actions did not conform to Izan's wishes, Kyokusu Izuki would cut off his neck, cut off his blood, and destroy his vitality. She didn't rely on absolute hypnosis, she didn't rely on brute force, she just had an indifferent look in her eyes, she just relied on invisible aura. Relying on that unique aura, Izan easily shocked Orochimaru. Just like in those days when he dominated the virtual circle, the reason why Izan was able to make 10 blades follow him resolutely was not only relying on his own powerful strength, but also relying on his own charm to a large extent. Does bowing your head mean that you had given up your senseless resistance and chose to surrender to fate? The Jingyu Shuayu in Izan's hands is like a deadly guillotine, hanging in Orochimaru's heart at all times. Or maybe you're just compromising temporarily, looking for an opportunity to kill 11 me? Izan sneered disdainfully. If that's the case, I advise you to give up. The reason why you feel that way is because you haven't yet recognized the cruelty of reality. Broken, Kyoka Shuayu. As Izan's liberating words fell, something unbelievable happened to Orochimaru. The surrounding space vibrated violently, and countless tiny cracks appeared. These cracks are densely covered like cobwebs, constantly spreading towards the entire space. Boom! It shattered like a mirror, and all the remaining scenes disappeared, replaced by broken ruins. I don't know when, that splendid wall turned into a black wall. Whereas towering pillars turned into broken walls. The entire secret room collapsed and became a rubble. All of this happened so suddenly that Ashwin and Yoshido were unexpected. Originally, they thought that Izan only relied on the crushing power to force themselves to surrender. This kind of fluke mentality disappeared with the beginning of the mirror. The power that can be seen on the surface is feared, and the most frightening thing is the danger that exists in the invisible. If it wasn't for Izan's liberating words, Orochimaru wouldn't even know that the entire secret room had been destroyed. There was no pre-movement, no warning, no feeling. The entire secret room collapsed suddenly. From the beginning to the end, Orochimaru didn't see Izan's other movements, because the sharps and Peacock was still hanging above his head. This kind of weird power is not inferior to Sharingan. No, I'm afraid even Uchiha Itachi's pair of Sharingan's eyes can't perform this level of illusion. A look of astonishment appeared in the depths of Orochimaru's pupils. Once confronted with Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru knows the terrifying power of Sharingan. However, the absolute hypnosis possessed by Jingyu Shuayu is invisible and colorless, making it hard to prevent. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly understood all causes and effects. With that keen perception, he recalled Izan's actions just now. Hold the hilt upside down, keeping the sharp blade perpendicular to the ground. Does this move seem familiar? Orochimaru tried hard to recall, and finally found the familiar scene in the memory bank. In the main contest of the Chunin exam, the two members who faced off in the first match were Izan and Gaara. In the face of me coming to Luo's self-inflicted pursuit, in front of everyone's eyes, Izan made the exact same action. Although Izan was then killed by Gaara's sand palm. When everyone thought that Izan had completely fallen, the genius who once carried the hope of Konoha Ninja Village unexpectedly appeared again. What happened after that entangled in Orochimaru's heart like a nightmare, making him unbearable to recall. So that's the case. The power he relies on is not only the unparalleled energy, but the most crucial point is the illusion that surpasses the writing wheel eye. Orochimaru's eyes burst into a burst of brilliance, relying only on clues, he from memory. He deduced Izan's energy. This kind of meticulous mind is indeed the man known as the legendary Sannin. Any illusion has a way to decipher it. As long as I can find a way to decipher it before he casts the illusion, I will definitely be able to defeat him. Orochimaru's castle is deep, and his fierce eyes flashed, which turned into surrendered eyes of complacency. It's just that behind this look, there is an unknown ferocity hidden. As a hero of a generation, the legendary Sannin, a former member of the Akatsuki organization, how could the ambitious Orochimaru easily succumb to others? Although Orochimaru was thoughtful and didn't reveal his inner thoughts, he still couldn't escape Izan's precise gaze. Izan stared at Orochimaru calmly and gratuitously. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, sketching a disdainful evil smile, and said coldly, "Have you seen Jingyu Shuayu's ability? But what can it change? Do you naively think that by seeing the power of Jingyu Shuayu, you can escape the invisible absolute hypnosis 117? To naive, Orochimaru. Like now, as long as I want, I can show you countless blades." As soon as Izan's voice fell, Orochimaru saw in horror that there were countless blades around him. Thousands of sharp blades were aimed at his heart, which made him feel like he was walking on a mountain of knives. How can that be? Orochimaru was stunned, and there was an uproar in his heart. "Have you seen through the power of Izan-sama and the ability of Kyokusu Izuki?" Orochimaru shook his head silently and said softly, "It's not good. You simply misestimate the strength of Izan-sama. The reason why Izan-sama is terrible is not because he can use the mirror. King Washuayu is indeed a very terrifying ability, but if you only have this trick, many people will not surrender even if they die. Although the 10 ninjas have their own plans, they are still united. Just because of one thing. That Izan-sama is strong enough. There is something wrong with the company today, so there is only one update. Oro apologizes to you. Continue to resume the 5th watch tomorrow. During the holidays, I will try to save as many manuscripts as possible to prevent such emergencies from happening. Sorry, dear readers. Chapter 159. The ability to control the 5 senses. The pommel horse family Izan-sama's full strength is much stronger than others. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, and he sneered, "The embankment is beautiful? No, this is not enough. To put aside all other abilities? No, it's still not enough." Orochimaru looked at Izan's back with hot eyes, and said, "I'm afraid the sky will collapse or the earth will crack. With your wisdom, even pay attention to all the accidents that will occur. Izan-sama's abilities will still be far beyond your imagination. Although the power of Kyokusui Jetsu is strong, Izan's own strength is even stronger. In the battle in Kakutsu Town that year, he did not use the absolute hypnosis of Kyokusu Izuki, and only relied on his own powerful spiritual power to easily destroy the Gote 13 team. If it wasn't for Izan's mercy back then, the 13th team of the Guardian would have been wiped out. This is the power that can make 10 blades surrender willingly, and it is the only power that leads to the throne of the day. I didn't expect that many years of plans would be in vain and all destroyed in the hands of you hateful demon." Orochimaru was unwilling, gritted his teeth and hatred, making his eyes full of resentment. "Really? What did you rely on to make this fallacy?" Lan Ran's face was expressionless, her eyes were indifferent, and there was no emotion or pornography. As if everything around him had nothing to do with him. At this moment, the only thing shrouded in Izan's side is the cold temperature, which keeps people from thousands of miles away. There is no absolute good and evil in the world. The difference is only between the strong and the weak who cannot distinguish the facts. Haven't you recognized the facts? Hearing Izan's words, Orochimaru lowered his head feebly and remained silent. As Izan said, the strong must rule the weak, and only the naturally weak would consider this cruel. In terms of strength, the skills are not as good as others. In the end, only by enduring the humiliating fate, bowing your head, and making compromises, can you carefully save your life. The moment Izan stared at Orochimaru, the ending was already doomed. Whether Orochimaru is struggling or not, the result cannot be changed. He is like a lion without his fangs, unable to defend his turf anymore. The situation in the secret room was completely controlled by Izan, and Orochimaru had become a prisoner. Orochimaru used the skin-shedding technique to escape before, but it doesn't mean that he can get away with it this time. because in addition to Izan, there was also Ulquiorra, who was staring at him. Compared with Izan, Ulquiorra is more indifferent, he doesn't even have a heart, and he doesn't have any emotional color at all. Once Ulquiorra discovered Orochimaru's strange mind, he would immediately take action to end his conspiracy. A loyal knight will always protect the safety of the king. Orochimaru, this time I came to the door, not just to make you surrender, but more importantly to find out some information. Izan took Kyokusu Izuki back into the scabbard, not at all worried about Orochimaru's resistance. He knew very well that after being shocked so many times before, Orochimaru no longer dared to resist. Even if you have that kind of mind, you can only bury it carefully in your heart. Inquiring about information? Do you still need to inquire about information from me with your ability? Orochimaru was originally a suspicious person. He looked at Izan in confusion, afraid that he would be trapped again. For some reason, every time Orochimaru looked at Izan's eyes, he could feel a kind of fear. No, when it comes to your ability to gather intelligence, you do excel. That's why I need you. Izan did not become arrogant because of her powerful strength, but kept her usual calm. This is the unique charm of Izan, and it is also a means for him to soothe the emotions of his subordinates. I wonder what kind of information you want to get? Orochimaru's eyes were dark and his voice was as cold as ice. An unwilling emotion could be clearly felt from his words. The secret of writing round eyes. The figure of Uchiha Itachi appeared in Izan's mind. In the Battle of Konoha that day, he used preemptive strikes to avoid the erosion of the moon-reading illusion. Although he was unscathed recently, the illusion of the kaleidoscope writing wheel left a deep impression on Izan. Izan vaguely felt that there was a more powerful force above the kaleidoscope writing wheel. By unlocking this power, the secrets of the world can be discovered. I'm sorry, but I only know a little about the power of Sharingan and the fate of the Uchiha clan. Only with stronger pupil power can the secrets of the Uchiha clan be revealed. Orochimaru shook his head regretfully, expressing his helplessness. Although he dreams of obtaining Sasuke Uchiha's body, it does not mean that Orochimaru has read the Uchiha steel. Even if there is a slight guess in his heart, it is only a personal deduction. What? You don't know the secret of Sharingan? Izan remained calm, but there was a hint of displeasure hidden under those calm eyes. Without getting the information she wanted, Izan naturally felt that Orochimaru was hiding something. Orochimaru lowered his head, ignoring Izan's anger. He said unhurriedly, "Don't be angry, Izan. Compared with Sharingan, I think there is a person who is more interesting to you." "Who is it?" Izan questioned. He could feel that Orochimaru's words were full of absolute confidence, and he was not worried that Izan would blame him. "Have you heard of the Pommel Horse family in the Land of Fire?" Speaking of this mysterious family, even the arrogant Orochimaru's pupils suddenly shrank. The Pommel Horse family? Izan shook her head, not knowing. This is an ancient family. Once in Konoha, its status was as prominent as the Uchiha family. The biggest characteristic of the people of the Pommel Horse family is illusion. They rely on vivid illusions to confuse the enemy. If that's the case, it's nothing to worry about. Orochimaru paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Every few generations, a terrifying person appears in the Pommel Horse family. Not only does she possess a terrifying talent for illusion, but the most important thing is the power to control the five senses." Hearing Orochimaru's words, Izan's eyes finally fluctuated. Controlling the five senses, isn't that the ability of the mirror? Chapter 160 Illusion Genius, Pommel Horse 8 Clouds. The Kurama family used to be a family in the Konoha ninja village. This family is good at using illusion, and was once a famous family in Konoha village. Possesses an equal power with the Uchiha clan. The Pommel Horse clan also has the boundary of blood, that is, the super illusion ability. In the history of Konoha, the Kurama family has sent a lot of high-level Shanin and Chunin to Konoha village. But later, because there were no ninjas who awakened the boundaries of blood, the family gradually declined and became one of the small families in Konoha village. This is also the reason why Izan once lurked in Konoha for 2 months, but did not know about the Kurama clan. Because this family is really too declining, it has almost fallen into an ordinary small family. As we all know, Konoha Ninja Village has many powerful families. In addition to the Uchiha family who are famous in the ninja world, there is also the Hyuga family who controls one of the 3 eyes. In addition, Konoha also has many families who are good at secret arts, such as the Nara family, the Inuzuka family, the Oil Girl family and so on. Every family is like a branch on the big tree Konoha, constantly emitting energy and guarding the 267 tree to thrive. In comparison, the pommel horses are like crumbling leaves, unobtrusive. When it comes to the illusions of the Kurama clan, even Yuika Kane, who is known as the strongest illusion ninja in Konoha, can't compare. Because the most powerful line of blood in the Kurama family is illusion, so members of this family are neither taijutsu nor ninjutsu. The only advantage is the use of powerful illusions. But the physical fitness of the people of the pommel horse family is not good, and they will become tired after practicing for a while. This is also the reason why most members of the pommel horse family cannot become a real ninja. Therefore, once the Xueji boundary cannot be awakened, the members of the Kurama family have almost no fighting power, and are no different from ordinary civilians. This is also the reason why the once brilliant pommel horse family fell so quickly. The pommel horse family? Izan frowned slightly, trying to find out from her memory, but she still couldn't find any clues about the pommel horse family. It's no wonder that Izan didn't have an impression, because the Kurama clan usually settled in a hidden plot on the outskirts of Konoha, and few people set foot on it on weekdays. In addition, the members of the pommel horse family are withered, and the family members are very low-key in their daily lives, so they have not attracted the attention of outsiders. It doesn't matter, Izan. If it hadn't been for years of secretly gathering information, I wouldn't have noticed the low-key pommel horses. Orochimaru's eyes are like poisonous snakes as cold as ice. He sat on the stone chair and looked up at Izan, his eyes flickering. Although Orochimaru was unwilling, he did not lie. The pommel horses indeed possess terrifying abilities that ordinary people cannot imagine. The most powerful ability of this family is to use illusion, which can confuse the human body and make people exist in the illusion space. The most important point is that people who are in illusion will suffer real damage, and this is the terrible part of the family's ability, illusion that manipulates the 5 senses. In other words, once you fall into the illusion of the pommel horse family, you will fall into the illusion without knowing it, and you will fall into a strange illusion space. Because the 5 senses are manipulated, the human brain will be confused. Everything, whether it is seen, heard, smelled, or touched, is transmitted to the brain and processed. The 5 senses were manipulated, and even the brain was deceived. So the brain will actively process these false information and make relative actions. This is a very terrifying event, once you fall into the illusion of the pommel horse family. Even if you fall into a false lava, your brain will be deceived into deciding that you are really being scorched by the lava. As a result, your body will react naturally, and your whole body will fester, just like being burned by molten lava. True and false, sometimes false, true, false and true, true and false. This is the terrifying ability of the pommel horse family. Give me the information about the Kurama clan, Orochimaru. With just a wave of fluctuations, Izan's mood returned to calm again. There was an irresistible command in his words. It's like an imperial decree issued by an unparalleled emperor, which all common people must respect. Also like the Christian emperor who launched the Holy War, every crusader must participate. Although Orochimaru was unwilling, he did not dare to resist Izan's order. He took out a black scroll from his arms and carefully handed it to Izan's hands. Izan calmly opened the scroll and read the information recorded on it. This black scroll means a high degree of confidentiality. The scroll not only records the history of the pommel horse family in detail, but also its current location. More about the ability of the blood to follow the limit. Among them, the words, manipulating the five senses, deeply attracted Izan's attention. He was sure that Orochimaru didn't lie, that such a family did exist in Konoha's history, which was extremely brilliant, but ended sadly. Go, in order to show your loyalty to me, go to the country of fire, and bring it back with the saddle horse Yakumo. Izan's eyes stared at Orochimaru and said indifferently, "You." Orochimaru was about to yell loudly, but he forcibly held back. He just experienced his hands being sealed, but Izan used it as his order. This situation is undoubtedly aggravating, causing Orochimaru to suffer a huge blow. I reject. Orochimaru shook his head in opposition and sighed. You also know that my hands are abolished, and I can't form a seal at all. Once I sneak into the territory of the Fire Nation, I am afraid that even the elite Chunin can't deal with it. How can I arrest Yakumo Kurama? I see, that's ironic, Orochimaru. I didn't expect that the legendary Sannin would be powerless to even arrest an unarmed girl. Izan smiled slightly, and said coldly, it seems that I still need to go there myself. As it happens, I also want to see the so-called manipulation of the five senses, how mysterious the power is. After changing her voice, Izan stared at Orochimaru and said, however, do you have a way to heal your hands? Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to fight under your command. Izan's words contained cold killing intent. Chapter 161 The legendary Sannin, Orihime. The cold words caused the temperature in the secret room to drop in vain. The atmosphere was dignified. Orochimaru and Izan looked at each other and remained silent. On the one hand, there is the frosty chill, and on the other hand, there is unwilling surrender. Two different emotions intertwined in midair, colliding with intense sparks. Can you heal my hands? Maybe only she can heal my hands. Orochimaru helplessly laughed at himself, feeling heartache for his tragic experience. Indeed, looking at the entire ninja world, except Sanne, no one else could heal his hands. More importantly, maybe even Sanne is not completely sure, everything is just Orochimaru's personal inference. The she in your mouth refers to the Sanne you have never met before? I am afraid that the only person who can convince you to believe and have high hopes is this person who is respected in the Konoha medical department. Izan smiled slightly, unexpectedly agreeing with Orochimaru's idea, and said, go, I will give you the freedom to find Sanne. Find her and heal your hands. Only then will you be qualified to fight under my command. Izan's actions were completely beyond Orochimaru's expectations. He didn't expect Izan to be so supportive and let him leave. You know, once he can regain his hands, it means returning to his peak strength. To be able to become the legendary three ninjas in the ninja world, Orochimaru's strength is naturally superior, otherwise it would not be able to kill for generations of Kazekage. Bring him back to strength, like a tiger out of the cage, it will be unstoppable. However, none of this mattered in Izan's eyes. This is the unique confidence of a strong person, and it is also a state of mind that must be possessed by an emperor, that is, absolute confidence in one's own strength. From Izan's point of view, even if Orochimaru returns to the top, it is still just a larger ant. No matter how much the size of an ant expands, it cannot change the fact that the given level of life is. Ant's always an ant, always shivering under the gaze of the strong. Orochimaru was silent, looking at Izan in surprise. At this moment, not only was he not happy at all, but he felt an indescribable loss. This invisible contempt is more chilling than the positive disdain. At this moment, Orochimaru's bloodshot face turned even paler. The fatigue of the mind is 1,000 times stronger than the torment of the body. Especially Izan's eyes made him feel the pain. "Do you know Sanne's location?" Izan asked again coldly. If the information provided by Tu is correct, then Sanne is likely to be in Tantan Street. Orochimaru's pale and feeble response. "Let's go, Ulquiorra, let's rush to Shattering Hill Villa in the Land of Fire. The purpose of this operation is to bring back Yakumo Kurama." Izan turned around slowly, ignoring Orochimaru. He only needs to confirm the purpose of Orochimaru's whereabouts, which is enough. Izan believes that after experiencing multiple psychological blows, even if Orochimaru's heart is arrogant, that psychological defense line will collapse. Shunbu. Izan took a step, and her figure disappeared instantly. Ulquiorra glanced at Orochimaru coldly, and then the figure disappeared. Suddenly, in Noda's secret room, only Orochimaru and the unconscious pharmacist's pocket were left. Come and go without a trace, Izan's whereabouts are like a mystery, making Orochimaru uncertain. It was more like the lingering nightmare, just entangled in his heart. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, most of the day passed. After a short period of treatment, the injured pharmacist finally recovered. At the moment of waking up, he couldn't even accept this suddenness. The previous experience was like a nightmare, and it was tormenting him. It's just that Orochimaru didn't say anything, just left the stronghold with the pharmacist's pocket in silence, and rushed to Shortbook Street. It wasn't that he wanted to follow Izan's orders, but that he had to go to the ancient city of Danzo. Once the seal cannot be formed, it means that the power is lost. Only by finding Sanne can there be hope for healing his hands. In the ninja world where the strong eat the weak, once the power is lost, it means death. Especially people like Orochimaru who have many enemies, they cannot do without the protection of power. The ancient city of Danzo is a famous tourist spot in the ninja continent. Here is a vast area with many majestic buildings. The entire Shortbook ancient city is like a popular town, prosperous, and people are in an endless stream. For ordinary people, this is a paradise suitable for self-cultivation of body and mind. Stay away from the disputes between the 5 great powers, stay away from the torment of war, stay away from the ravages of violence. The ancient city of the short volume is like a beacon in the troubled times, illuminating the hearts of ordinary people. However, no one could have imagined that the danger was gradually approaching. This quiet afternoon was covered with a strange atmosphere. Looking up from below like this, the ancient city of the Shortbook is so spectacular. It is indeed a famous ancient city in the ninja world. A young girl covered one hand in front of her forehead, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Everywhere she looked, there were majestic buildings. This girl has bright black hair and big transparent eyes. At a slim age, he already has a perfect figure that cannot be ignored. The pair of towering peaks and ridges add another scenery to the beautiful Shortbook ancient city. If the beauty of a young girl makes people fall in love, then the woman standing beside her is fascinated. Perfect temperament, a girl-like face, delicate skin, and a perfect body. That coveted body is eclipsed by the sky and the earth. It seems that there is only such a perfect figure. She is the legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of the 5th Hokage, Orihime. Don't be so leisurely, let's go. Sanne complained of dissatisfaction, but in fact, his eyes swept across the majestic building, and his heart was filled with emotion. Suddenly, her complexion changed. In the building in front, there was a sudden wave of fluctuations. Enemy attack. Chapter 160 To the Kingdom of Fire, Shattering Hill Villa boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, a shocking smoke filled the bustling ancient city of Danzo. This is Orochimaru. Sanne and Mute were stunned, and Orochimaru appeared in their eyes. At the end of their field of vision, a giant snake with a size of more than 10 meters appeared. The ferocious face, the cold and ruthless eyes, the big snake revealed the snake letter, and looked down at the two of them eagerly. Orochimaru and Yoshida stood calmly on the huge head, with a strange smile on the corner of their mouths. "I finally found you, Sanne." Orochimaru's long black hair fell on his shoulders, his face was pale, and his face was covered in cold sweat. Although his appearance seems to be very cool, he is actually very weak. The scorching heat from his hands made Orochimaru suffer. Not only the physical torture, but also the mental suffering. There are too many emotions in Orochimaru's eyes. There is unwillingness, there is resentment, there is resentment. The first two emotions were for the humiliation that Izan brought him, and the latter was the excitement after seeing Sanne. 11 At this time, Orochimaru is like grabbing the last straw, and the ecstatic mood is undisguised. Every time the giant snake moves, it will make a loud bang. It moved its huge body and kept approaching Sanne. Boom! When the giant snake, Sanne and Mute were close at hand, the giant snake's the figures suddenly disappeared. The figures of Orochimaru and Yoshida fell from the sky and landed steadily on the ground. Eyes met, silent. The two legendary Sannin met in the ancient city of short books. It's been a long time, Orochimaru. Sanne, who is as beautiful as flowers and jade, always has a solemn look on that beautiful face. 20 years of impressions have made Orochimaru an extremely dangerous figure in her heart. Whenever he faced Orochimaru, Sanne would feel a chilly aura coming towards him. Orochimaru is like a poisonous snake dormant in the dark, always waiting for the perfect moment to expose its fangs. You made me find it so hard, Sanne. Orochimaru's face was pale, and there were always a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. This painful appearance is naturally unable to escape Sanne's gaze. As a medical ninja, she has an extraordinary sense of injury. What's the matter? You don't want to catch up with me, do you? Sanne took a step back with no expression, and pulled away from Orochimaru. Facing the famous Orochimaru, even if she is also a Sannin, she has to be afraid of 3 points. Come on, I have something to ask you. Orochimaru's drooping palms trembled slightly, and cold sweat broke out constantly. Sanne fixed his eyes and watched Orochimaru's injury secretly. The heart rate is not good, and it looks like he has a high fever all the time, and his hands are shaking violently. The pharmacist said, "Lord Sanne, you must be very clear." Tsunade shook his head, refused indifferently, and said, "Go find someone else, I don't care about this kind of thing anymore. That can't be done. You should know how serious the injury is, and everyone is helpless. Only you, a famous medical expert and one of the legendary princesses of the three ninjas, can do it." The pharmacist pushed the frame of the spectacle lightly, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes hidden behind the lenses. This shouldn't be an ordinary trauma, it's like some kind of curse. "What did you do, Orochimaru?" Facing Sanne's questioning, Orochimaru's pale face outlined a strange sneer, and said, "It's nothing, but when I killed the third-generation Hokage, I accidentally received some injuries." "What? Could it be true what you said?" Whether it was Sanne or Mute, the expressions of the two of them changed at the same time, and their hearts shook violently. Orochimaru is not talking about a trivial matter, but a major event related to the turmoil of ninjas. As the spiritual leader of the Fire Nation, the 3 generations of Hokage have always played the role of Ding Hai Shen. If, as Orochimaru said, the 3 generations of Hokage were killed by his own hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sanne's eyes are like sharp blades, staring at Orochimaru. She can't wait to see through Orochimaru's mind. Hee hee. Don't look at me with such a terrible expression. Orochimaru grinned and said disdainfully, "All tangible things will eventually wither, and people are no exception. You should know this best. After all, the two people you love most were killed by yourself." Orochimaru's words immediately made Sanne's fists clench tightly. Her eyes became angry and resentful. The atmosphere became solemn, and the battle between the two sides was about to break out. The confrontation between the two legendary Sannin exudes a strong aura that even cracks the surrounding walls. On the other side, in the Land of Fire, a suburb that deviates from Konoha. It is surrounded by mountains and towering trees. Looking around, the mountains and plains are green. On weekdays, there are few people here, and only a few people pass by. Although they wear ninja costumes, they do not have special Konoha ninja forehead guards. Strictly speaking, none of these people is a real ninja. They are all members of the Pommel Horse family. The phenomenon of these few people reflects the downfall of the entire Pommel Horse family. Within the border of Fire Nation 743, once any family loses its force, its status will plummet. Even the once glorious Pommel Horse family is no exception. Satami Hill Villa. The most outstanding genius of the Kurama family in the past decade, the place where Kurama Yakumo lives. In this villa, the birds and flowers are fragrant, and the breath of nature is revealed, which adds a bit of a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. In front of the gate of the villa, a girl in white was leaning on a boulder. In front of her was a tall painter. The girl waved her jade hand, softly grabbed a paintbrush, and sketched lightly on the huge canvas. Under the girl's skillful painting techniques, a lifelike portrait appeared. However, if someone saw this portrait, they would definitely have doubts. Because the content of the portrait is the dense forest in front of the girl. Different from reality, the forest in the portrait is shrouded in dark clouds. Brush. The girl suddenly swung the pen, turning it into a violent lightning bolt. At this time, something unbelievable happened. A dark cloud suddenly condensed in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. With a loud bang, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and slashed fiercely in the forest. This seemingly weak girl actually has the ability to achieve what she wants. Chapter 163 Same ability, Fateful Encounter, 5th more. With the girl's swipe, a thunderstorm unexpectedly fell in the sky, splitting a towering tree in an instant. This girl who looks sick and pale is the most dazzling genius of the Pommel Horse family in recent years, Pommel Horse Yakumo. Kurama Yakumo was originally a gifted girl, with an astonishing talent that even Hong-ui was amazed. She is the head of the Pommel Horse family grew up carefree since childhood. If all goes well, Kurama Yakumo's future will be limitless. However, something happened when she was a child. This accident cast a shadow over Kurama Yakumo's mind. Yakumo has been in poor physical condition since he was a child. As long as he practiced for a while, he would be exhausted. So, her parents no longer let her study at the ninja school, but took her home and invited Yuika to be her tutor. In the process of teaching every day, Hong-ui gradually discovered the potential of Yakumo. The day and night teaching made Yakumo's grasp of the boundaries of blood more and more proficient. However, after long-term contact, Yuika discovered that Kurama Yakumo's physical condition was getting worse. Also because she was worried about her physical condition, after some hesitation, Hong-ui finally made up her mind to persuade Yakumo Kurama to give up her goal of becoming a ninja and live a normal life. On the other hand, as the patriarch of the Kurama family, Yakumo Kurama's parents did not want the child's health to deteriorate further due to excessive efforts. For this reason, after some negotiation, they agreed with Hong's approach. It's a pity that the young and ignorant Kurama Yakumo didn't understand this practice, but he planted resentment because of it, which eventually led to the growth of desire and revenge monsters in his heart. Finally one day, after asking his parents to become an ninja again but failed, The alter ego in Yakumo completely broke free from the shackles of the spirit and burned down the family house. Kurama Yakumo's parents perished in a sea of fire, and eventually died in Huangquan. The young and ignorant Yakumo completely forgot this history due to the self-protection mechanism of the brain. For a long time, Kurama Yakumo had mistakenly believed that the 3 generations of Hokage who were in office at the time assassinated his parents, and he wanted to assassinate himself. This thought is like an unbreakable knot, entangled in Kurama Yakumo's heart for a long time, making her feel the pain of losing her parents all the time. Over time, Kurama Yakumo's character became silent, and the hatred for Konoha in his heart also increased. The original lively and optimistic heart is also locked up, refusing to contact the outside world. Because Kurama Yakumo's ability is too terrifying, she was isolated in Satami Hill Villa by Konoha Fang, and she was not allowed to stay away from this area without authorization. Such an encounter seemed to make things worse, causing Kurama Yakumo to hate Konoha in his heart. The devil is born from resentment, and resentment is born from the heart. With the accumulation of time, the resentment in Kurama Yakumo's heart grows day by day. She can only pin her emotions on painting. It's just that every step of her work is full of dark tones. Dark style, low tones, hideous face. In the portrait, there is no joy and liveliness that a girl should have, only endless darkness. After so many years of growth, Kurama Yakumo's hatred for Konoha has reached an intolerable level, and it can even become hatred. It was precisely this kind of hatred that caused the seal on Yakumo Kurama's body to gradually lose its effect. Her amazing bloodline limit, which had been silent for a long time, actually revived. In fact, the reason why Kurama Yakumo hated Konoha in his heart is largely because the negative emotions in his heart have turned into a monster. Ido has a hideous face, with 2 long horns on his head, and looks fierce. It can spray poisonous gas and flames from its mouth, which is powerful. It was the flames that spewed out of its mouth that led to the tragic death of Kurama Yakumo's parents in the fire. Due to the weakness of Yakumo Kurama, it gradually took control of her heart and continued to breed resentment. If left alone, one day, Ido will completely occupy Kurama Yakumo's heart and completely replace her. However, no one realizes all this. In fact, only Hokage and Kanui know the truth. It is a pity that the 3 generations of Hokage were lost in the turmoil in half a month, resulting in the headless Konoha group. Another insider, Hiroshi Ui, had to go to the rescue due to an accident in the Land of Ghosts. Hate Kakashi and Meteorite were almost killed by Izan because they were in the country of Swamp. As a result, Konoha and his party had to temporarily stop in the country of Ghosts to cultivate their body and mind under the care of Shin. This led to the situation that no one paid attention to Kurama Yakumo, and let her inner resentment condense frantically. Everyone did not expect that a demonic claw was reaching out to the saddle horse Yakumo. A strange encounter is about to happen, and the fate of Kurama Yakumo will change. Not far from Satomiki Villa, 2 figures appeared silently. Izan, Ulquiorra. It only took them half a day, relying on the information provided by Orochimaru, to easily find this desolate area. Izan and Ulquiorra were uninhabited as the surrounding area was rare. Almost without any obstruction, they easily came to the vicinity of Satami Hill Villa. It's no wonder that Konoha, who is in an emergency situation, wastes the extra manpower to monitor a small family with no evidence. What's more, the 2 parties who knew about this matter, one has died, and the other is far away from the country of fire. Presumably she is the illusion genius named by Orochimaru, Yakumo Kurama, right? Almost without thinking, Izan's eyes stayed on the Kurama Yakumo not far away. The girl had a unique aura that made Izan's eyes firmly locked. That feeling is like a blend of water and milk, with the same essence, but not the same. Gyokoshuayu's ability is to control the five senses and completely hypnotize. The blood following the pommel horse family also controls the five senses. Both have the same essence. Izan's face was calm. Stepping out one step, the figure instantly came to Yakumo Kurama. When Izan's figure appeared, Yakumo, who was painting the saddle horse, was touched. She slowly raised her head, but saw a handsome face with a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth. "You are Yakumo Kurama, right? I'm looking for a partner. Are you willing to follow me?" The fifth update, please subscribe. Chapter 164, The Illusion of Konoha After Destruction, subscribe. "You are Yakumo Kurama, right? I'm looking for a partner. Are you willing to follow me?" Izan stretched out her generous palm to Yakumo Kurama, and the gentle smile outlined at the corner of her mouth was like the warm sunlight that dispelled the haze, making the pale-faced Yakumo of Kurama stunned. Kurama Yakumo put down the paintbrush in his hand, feeling at a loss for the two unexpected guests who suddenly appeared. Who is he? There is no ninja costume, no Konoha's forehead guard, no hatred and hostility, only that smile that can warm the heart. The moment Kurama Yakumo saw Izan, the latter left a deep impression on her heart. "Will you be wary of me?" "It's okay, Kurama Yakumo, why don't you talk to me?" Izan retracted her arms, and she always had a gentle smile on her face. There seemed to be some kind of magic behind that smile, which made outsiders couldn't help but feel good in their hearts. Just like in the days when Konoha was lurking, Izan's words and deeds showed a kind of kindness. It was this kind of action that blinded everyone's eyes and deceived everyone's feelings. "Are you a ninja sent by Konoha?" The pommel horse hurriedly packed up the brushes, and 907 put them into the painting box. Her character has become introverted because of long-term self-isolation. The sudden appearance of two strange men made Kurama Yakumo even more chaotic. However, when she looked into Izan's eyes, she couldn't help but stop. There is an inexplicable impulse in his heart, which drives Yakumo Kurama to listen carefully to Izan's voice. "No, like you, we are all people who want to stay away from Konoha." When he mentioned Konoha, there was only strong disdain in Izan's eyes. Having played against Konoha Ninja many times, he clearly understood the strength of Konoha Ninja Village. Just as Orochimaru said, Konoha, the rotten giant tree, has reached the point where it is about to fall. "Why did you find me?" Kurama Yakumo didn't believe Izan's words. The long-term self-isolation caused her to build an invisible wall in her heart, preventing her from contacting the outside world at all times. "Because you have unparalleled potential and the potential to grow into an excellent ninja, that's enough." Izan smiled and said softly, "Becoming a good ninja. Can I really?" Kurama Yakumo's eyes were dim, she lowered her head in disappointment, and those unbearable memories appeared in her mind. When she was a child, she showed unparalleled talent and was the only one in the pommel horse family who had awakened the boundaries of blood. His parents placed high hopes on him, and he was regarded by all clansmen as a genius who could restore the family's former glory. Kurama Yakumo has been carrying a heavy burden since he was a child. Growing up in this environment made Kurama Yakumo have a strong heart. She put in more effort than ordinary people, she was firm in her heart, and she moved forward step by step. Unfortunately, fate is ever changing. Due to his physique, Yakumo Kurama was not only unable to practice ninjutsu and taijutsu, but he was not even deprived of his qualifications to practice illusion. Because her body was already overwhelmed and could not bear the trauma caused by years of cultivation. The illusion of becoming a ninja is shattered, making Kurama Yakumo feel guilty. She felt ashamed of her family's expectations and her parents' expectations. After the fire broke out, this guilt has penetrated deep into the bones and directly into the depths of the soul. "Of course, if you want you to be willing to follow me, I can satisfy your wishes and help you become an excellent ninja." There was a radiance on Izan's handsome face, and his indifferent appearance exuded a noble temperament. Seeing the ecstasy, Kurama Yakumo had a feeling in his heart: as long as he agrees to Izan's invitation, his dream will surely come true. The call from the bottom of his heart made Yakumo Kurama's heart shake. She was uncertain, and finally refused Izan's invitation. "Why should I believe your words? Stay away from the family and betray Konoha." Kurama Yakumo was in a low mood, recalling the good memories of that year. He couldn't help but feel sad. Although she resents Konoha, the Kurama family has been a member of Konoha since ancient times. Although the family is declining, all the clansmen still have absolute loyalty to Konoha and Ninja Village. Yakumo Kurama, making up lies to deceive one's heart is a meaningless thing. Izan shook her head regretfully and said, "Ask yourself, do you really have a trace of nostalgia for Konoha? No, you don't. From beginning to end, you only have hatred for Konoha." Hate. Kurama Yakumo's face was dull and speechless. Izan's words had already brought back the evil side that was sleeping deep in her heart. Years of repressed life, coupled with the occurrence of the tragedy that year, made Kurama Yakumo think that Konoha was the culprit for all the tragedies, and the 3 generations of Hokage were the leaders of this conspiracy. Half a month ago, when she heard that the 3 generations of Hokage had died, Yakumo Kurama was not only not sad, but had an indescribable joy in her heart. The sinner who killed his parents is finally dead. Yes, I am indeed full of hatred for Konoha. But so what? Why should I be with Konoha? You left. The saddled horse Yakumo yelled loudly, blood dripping from the originally pale and colorless face. The oppression for a long time finally broke out at this moment. As long as you mean that your heart is full of hatred, that's enough. Now I'll show you what you want to see in your heart. Izan stretched out her hand from her sleeve robe and pulled out Jingwashuayu. Holding the hilt in the backhand, the sharp blade shone dazzlingly under the blazing sun. Have you seen it? Kurama Yakumo, this is my Zanpaikuto. Kyoka Suizuki. Kurama Yakumo was attracted by Izan's movements, and his eyes were fixed on Kyoka Suizuki's blade. For some reason, she always felt that this long sword contained this familiar fluctuation. Next, I'll show you the destruction of Konoha and Ninja Village. Broken, Kyoka Shuayu. As Zanpaikuto's liberating words fell, the surrounding scene shattered like a mirror. It's just that this strange scene only existed for a moment, and the surroundings returned to calm. Look over there, pommel horse Yakumo. Kurama Yakumo looked in the direction of Izan's fingers, but saw a scene that made her unbelievable. A huge fall that covered the sky suddenly appeared from the sky and fell below. Below the meteorite, turned out to be the bustling Konoha and Ninja Village. Chapter 165 The Monster Condensed by Hatred, Idu. In the sky, a fall that is enough to destroy the world fell from the sky. The momentum was huge, covering the sky and the sun. The meteorite fell rapidly, and after friction with the air, a violent flame was produced. Even with such a long distance, Kurama Yakumo could still feel the scorching wave coming towards him. This scene has deeply shocked Yakumo Kurama's heart, making her expression completely dull. Izan just said a word, and the meteorite appeared out of thin air. Impossible. This is definitely not a power that humans can control. It must be an illusion. He must have performed an illusion. All of this is fake. As long as I keep my heart as calm as water, all illusions will disappear. The voice of broken thoughts came from Kurama Yakumo's mouth. She tried to close her eyes and keep her mind calm. Kurama Yakumo did not believe that Izan had such a powerful power, which was beyond the scope of a ninja, and could even be called the power of a god. She tried to close her eyes and deliberately kept her mind steady. However, when she opened her eyes again, the meteorite not only did not disappear, but instead landed heavily on Konoha Ninja Village. Boom! A deafening loud sound rang out, and the moment the meteorite touched the ground, a violent whirlwind was set off. The prosperous Konoha Ninja Village suffered a disaster. The splendid buildings fell in pieces, and the streets full of traffic appeared shocking faults. There were countless clamors in the distance, some panicked shouts, some heart-piercing mourning, and even more embarrassing screams of fleeing. All kinds of voices sounded so real that Yakumo Kurama went deep into it. The real scene, the real feeling, made Yakumo Kurama even more flustered. She can't distinguish the real from the unreal, because everything looks too realistic. Not only the five senses, but even the brain is deceived. Yakumo Kurama, I'm afraid that destroying Konoha is what you really want in your heart. Otherwise, why would I see a schadenfreude in your eyes? The corners of Izan's mouth twitched, as if everything was under control. Impossible, our Kurama family has been a member of Konoha for generations. How could I betray Konoha? Despite Kurama Yakumo's vehement opposition, the look in the depths of her pupils has sold her soul. In fact, Kurama Yakumo just wanted to destroy Konoha and avenge his bloody revenge. Since the mastermind of the 3 generations of Hokage has died, this hatred has to be vented on Konoha. How did you do all this? Is what happened all true? Kurama Yakumo was stunned, full of doubts in his heart. If Izan can really do all this with just her will, it would be terrifying. Looking at the entire ninja world, even the 5 shadows cannot summon meteorites. You don't have to panic, you don't have to be shocked, and you don't have to be amazed. You can control this power as long as you want. Izan's face was calm, and she continued, the blood-based limit of your pommel horses is to control the 5 senses and perform realistic illusions, which is essentially the same as my mirror. From the moment you look at my blade, your 5 senses have been controlled by me. As long as I want, I can let you see anything. Izan's voice fell, and an old figure appeared in front of Kurama Yakumo. With a hunched body, desperate eyes, pale hair, and scarlet blood, this figure is the 3rd Hokage who died in Izan's hands. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage did not have the aura of the past, only the embarrassed appearance before death. The moment Kurama Yakumo saw the 3rd Hokage, the expression on his face immediately became hideous. Her clear and transparent eyes contained endless anger. Kurama Yakumo was stunned by the anger. She raised the paintbrush in her hand, and stabbed the upper body of the 3rd Hokage fiercely. Stab it! The shocking blood flowed, and the 3rd Hokage's mouth overflowed with blood, and then lost all vitality and fell to the ground in despair. Kurama Yakumo held the paintbrush in both hands and collapsed to the ground weakly. Her mind was blank, and she did not have the pleasure of revenge. Unconsciously, the negative emotions in her heart became more and more concentrated, gradually brewing in the heart. By this time, Kurama Yakumo completely believed what Izan said. Being able to summon 3 generations of Hokage with his own consciousness, it can be seen that Izan must have amazing power. Kurama Yakumo looked at Izan quietly and said hesitantly, "Follow you, can I really grow into a qualified ninja? As long as you are willing, I will give you a higher level of power." Izan just glanced at it, and the body of the 3rd Hokage disappeared out of thin air. This unpredictable method made Kurama Yakumo feel a kind of adoration for Izan. But before you compare, you still have to destroy those negative emotions in your heart. Izan's eyes focused on Kurama Yakumo, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Through closer contact, Izan could already feel the anger in Yakumo Kurama's heart. It was precisely this opportunity that made Kurama Yakumo gradually trust him. Izan pointed out, and a spiritual force shot out of Kurama Yakumo's heart. Suddenly, something unexpected happened to her. The saddled horse Yakumo had a grim face, and fell to the ground in a state of embarrassment. White fluid spewed out of her mouth. The liquids were thick, cloudy, and had a hint of evil. When these white liquids dripped onto the ground, they did not disappear immediately, but instead converged into a single figure. Grumbling. The sound of surging liquid sounded, and in the blink of an eye, the monster enclosed in Kurama finally appeared. Ido? This is a hideous monster. It has two long horns on its head that are as sharp as knives. As soon as Ido appeared, he roared angrily. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed purple poisonous gas from its mouth. The poisonous gas was filled with the wind, rapidly spreading in every corner of the air, surrounding Izan's surroundings. Suddenly, all the poisonous mist seemed to be ignited, turning into a raging fire. Hiding the monster in Kurama's heart, he even took the lead, trying to kill Izan. Chapter 166 Follow Ido. The monster that was locked in Kurama's heart finally showed a hideous face. Originally, it would not be broken out, but when Kurama saw the image of the third Hokage, the hatred in his heart condensed to the extreme, prompting the appearance of Ido. Why are you closing in on yourself? Damn people are the ones who put you under great pressure and finally figured out me. Ido's voice was indifferent and ruthless, with only the most intense killing intent. Its empty and silent eyes looked at Izan, and scolded coldly, anyone who wants to eradicate me will die. Facing Ido's provocation, Izan turned a blind eye and ignored it. No matter how violent the flames around him were, it couldn't cause Izan's mood to fluctuate. You. Who are you? Kurama was horrified and kept backing away, trying to stay away from Ido. I grew up in the depths of your heart. My name is self-consciousness. Ido opened his teeth and danced his claws, and his two sharp fangs flashed coldly. Its eyes were fixed on Izan, its body leaned forward, and it was about to explode. It's finally out. Izan said calmly, Haruka, you are the demon that exists in Kurama's heart. It's a pity, your power is weaker than I thought. I inherited your will, I will avenge you, and I will fulfill your wish to destroy Konoha for you. Ido's two demon claws opened, and Yakon held Izan's hand, as if to vent the mad killing intent in his heart. Everyone has an ugly negative energy in their hearts. This energy is usually hidden in the depths of the heart, and sometimes appears suddenly. The negative energy that suddenly appears will exert a powerful force outside of consciousness, so it will hurt the people around you. Izan stood indifferently and said coldly, the difference between the strong and the weak lies in being able to control this negative emotion and turn it into one's own use. Kurama, if you want to become a real powerhouse, then stand up bravely and end this monster with your own hands. Hearing Izan's voice, Kurama just wanted to stand up, but was interrupted by Ido's angry roar. Shit guy, I'm going to kill you. Ido stretched out 5 sharp claws, jumped high, and stabbed towards Izan's body. Seeing Ido's figure getting bigger and bigger in her eyes, Izan was still unmoved. This arrogant attitude angered Ido. When you're about to die, you're still pretending, go die. Ido swung hard, followed by a crisp tearing sound. Stab. There was no blood on Izan's body, nor any scars. He didn't even move his footsteps, he still stood there calmly. On the contrary, Ido's plundering figure stagnated in the air, and its face was filled with an unbelievable expression. A steel-like arm penetrated its chest, forcing Ido's figure to stagnate in midair. Ulquiorra, who had been silent for a while, took action. Ulquiorra still had the usual indifferent expression. His arm penetrated the position below Ido's neck, poking a hole in the same position as his own. Ido roared unwillingly, waving his hands constantly, struggling desperately. However, all this was of no use. Ulquiorra's right arm was as hard to shake as a needle. He slowly raised the other palm. His 2 fingers stood side by side, and green energy surged from the fingertips. Flicker. The green beam of light burst out, destroying Idu's body in an instant. Body. The monster that had been hidden in Yakumo Kuruma's heart for many years was finally eradicated, turning into a mass of black energy and vanishing. This scene once again shocked Kuruma Yakumo. Not only because of Ulquiorra's strength, but also because of Izan's calmness. No matter who it is, facing the fierce and mighty Idu, will show fear. However, Izan not only didn't move, but even his expression didn't change. It seemed that Idu was just an insignificant ant in his eyes, nothing to worry about. Izan's confidence lies not only in her own strength, but also in the subordinates she follows with determination. He is confident that even if he doesn't take action, Ulquiorra will eliminate all threats and eliminate potential prey for him. This is the so-called loyalty. Get up, Kuruma Yakumo. The nightmares of the past have dissipated. Let's face the new life bravely. Izan stepped forward, her cold expression disappeared, and a gentle smile appeared on her face again. He came to Yakumo Kuruma and extended a kind palm to him. Kuruma Yakumo was hesitant and complicated. There is some anticipation and some resistance. He saw Izan's formidable strength, which completely made her dormant. She is also afraid that Izan is a stranger, and out of self-protection, she resists contact with strangers. It's okay, Kuruma Yakumo. The days before made you feel wronged. From now on, you will no longer be lonely or diffuse. You will gain all the power and the trust of your companions. Izan made a rare movement. He slightly bent his body and stroked Yakumo Kuruma's head with the broad palm. Feeling the warmth emanating from Izan's palm, Kuruma Yakumo didn't resist, but instead leaned on his arm. In close contact with Izan, Kuruma Yakumo has a warm and down-to-earth feeling in his heart. Although she didn't know the identity of the strange man in front of her, the gentle smile on Izan's mouth, 1.1, and the confidence to control everything, and the temperament of the dust, all deeply attracted Kuruma Yakumo's attention. Staying by Izan's side, Kuruma Yakumo felt all the previous satisfaction. In the past, there were only black and white tones, but new colors appeared. The appearance of Izan is like the warm sunshine, sweeping away all the haze, nourishing the growth of all things, and restoring hope in Kuruma Yakumo's heart. Izan did not stop Kuruma Yakumo from leaning on his arms, but gently stroked her hair. But there was a sinister smile on his mouth. The pommel horse Yakumo has nothing else to do, quietly leaning on Izan's embrace. From now on, she will follow with all her heart and serve this man who gave her a new life. Chapter 167 The Pursuit of the Root Organization. Following with all his heart, Kuruma Yakumo firmly followed Izan's footsteps and left Satami Hill Villa. When she looked back, when she saw the vast plain and the lush forest, there was no reluctance in her eyes, but a sense of relief. Years of expulsion and self-isolation over the years have made Kuruma Yakumo build a wall in his heart. She is like a grass growing under a towering giant tree, unable to enjoy the warm sunlight at all, and can only live in the shadow of darkness all year round. For the rest of the restless life, it's better to follow Izan's footsteps and explore the wider sky. Yakumo Kuruma, let's go and return to the country of Tien. I think Orochimaru has returned in triumph. Izan tilted her head and showed a gentle smile at Kuruma Yakumo. Strictly speaking, Kuruma Yakumo was the first subordinate he gathered on the ninja continent. Although Izan was beside him, there was already a powerful presence like Ulquiorra who did not harm the shadow-level ninja in the slightest. However, the potential of the Kuruma Yakumo is astonishing, with infinite form mobility. This is also the reason why Izan put down his posture and took the initiative to win over Yakumo Kuruma. Just because she has the same five-sense hypnosis as herself. Over time, as long as he is carefully cultivated, Kuruma Yakumo will surely grow into a master of illusion that makes the ninja world tremble. Wait. I don't know your name yet. Kurama Yakumo's voice was as soft as mosquitoes, and she bowed her head shyly, not daring to look directly into Izan's eyes. The previous face-to-face contact was only because the two sides were strangers who met by chance. But now the situation is different. Kurama Yakumo has lost both parents, has no dependence on the family, and hates Konoha Ninja Village even more. She has made up her mind to follow in Izan's footsteps, and she will never give up. Izan plus medical fern. Izan smiled slightly, but didn't say much. Yes, I understand, Izan-sama. Kurama Yakumo bowed her head respectfully. She always felt that there were too many mysteries in Izan, and there was a sense of mystery that fascinated people. The young Kurama Yakumo can't help but yearn to get closer to Izan. However, when Pomahachi turned his attention to Ulquiorra, he was puzzled. She didn't understand why this man, who had the appearance that all girls dream of, always put on such a cold and ruthless appearance. Especially Ulquiorra's eyes made Yakumo Kurama feel terrified. No emotion, no mood swings, Ulquiorra is like a cold-blooded animal. Kurama Yakumo carefully observed that Ulquiorra did not like to talk, but just silently followed Izan's side, like a loyal knight, guarding the king's side every step of the way. It is the cold temperament of Ulquiorra that is repelling thousands of miles away, so that Yakumo felt helpless when he got the pommel horse. She couldn't get close to each other at all. The two closely followed Izan's footsteps and quickly walked out of Satami Hill Villa. This is a vast forest, surrounded by deserted people, and even the ground is dark. Countless towering giant books stand on the ground, and the open branches cover the earth, forming a huge shadow covering the bottom. When Izan took a step forward, his brows frowned slightly. With her keen perception, Izan easily sensed that there were many figures in ambush in the forest. The root organization? I didn't expect your actions to be so fast. It's really as expected of Konoha's underground organization. Izan's words were bland and unpredictable, and there was no joy or sorrow at all. His voice fell, and the surroundings were still silent, and there was no movement in the dense forest. The wind is still blowing, the leaves are still falling, and everything is flat. However, even the weakest Kurama Yakumo felt an uneasy feeling in the air. Don't you want to show up? It's a pity. Izan raised her two fingers and pointed it out in the air. The fourth one, a white thunder with sturdy arms bombarded one of the giant trees with lightning speed. Boom! The towering giant tree, which seemed indestructible, fell so fragile that it shook the sky. Sure enough, at the moment when the giant tree was about to fall, a dark shadow hidden in the canopy flashed out. He made a seal on his hands, and suddenly a large group of flames spit out from his mouth. Fire escape, the technique of a big fireball. A huge fireball fell from the sky with a mighty momentum. Izan Muku, Danzo-sama has been searching for your traces during this time. I didn't expect you to dare to return to the country of fire. The man in black wears a mask inscribed with animal patterns, which perfectly hides his face. This kind of dress is undoubtedly a unique symbol of the members of the root organization. He jumped into the air and landed firmly on a big tree. Come out, he's already caught in our net, and it's hard to fly. The root organization member clapped his hands rhythmically, as if to convey some kind of message. Brush brush brush. As his palm spread throughout the forest, in an instant, a dozen figures appeared from the depths of the forest, all around him. Their tacit positions formed a circle that surrounded the three of Izan. Izan Keimuku gave up resistance, and come back with us to see Danzo-sama. Don't think about resistance. As a member of the root organization, you must be aware of the fate of betraying the organization. Among the dozen or so men in black, two of them took a step forward and took off their masks to reveal their true faces. The two of them were the two men in black who stopped Izan on the way that night a month ago. At that time, They were also shocked by the terrifying coercion emanating from Izan, and they broke out in a cold sweat. With the passage of time, with the destruction of Konoha's plan, Izan successfully defected from Konoha and also betrayed the root organization. Although Jiraiya did not leave Izan on that day, Shimura Danzo, one of the elders of Konoha, was not reconciled. This high-ranking leader hated traitors the most in his life. He launched the intelligence network of the root organization to capture Izan. Facing the crowd of men in black, Izan remained expressionless. He shook his head and said, "Yakumo, without further ado, show your mysterious power." Chapter 168 Domination of the Five Senses, Ruthless Killing. Yakumo Kurama, it's up to you to deal with them. Izan didn't plan to do it, but instead left the problem to Kurama Yakumo. The reason for doing this is that Izan has his own plans. On the one hand, it is to see the demeanor of the Kurama clan's bloodline, and on the other hand, to see the loyalty of the Kurama Yakumo. Kurama Yakumo, who has awakened the boundaries of blood, can be called a genius of illusion. Her potential is unparalleled. Even if she is the only bloodline of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha is eclipsed in front of her. Today's Sasuke has only awakened the Tegu Jade Writing Wheel Eye, and has never even possessed the complete Three-ga Jade, let alone cast a realistic illusion. In comparison, after the seal of Yuika was broken, Kurama Yakumo has been able to initially use his innate abilities, far leaving Sasuke at this stage. Yes, Izan-sama. Kurama Yakumo nodded respectfully and took the initiative to follow Izan's order. She took out the canvas from the painting box. The slender hand held a paintbrush and quickly painted on the canvas. The sound of brushing sounded, and with the skillful painting skills of Kurama Yakumo, a vivid picture scroll was born. The scene on the canvas is very special, not only the dense forest in front of you, but also the figures of the dozen or so men in black. A mysterious wave came out, and the dozen or so members of the root organization felt dizzy. They closed their eyes tightly, restraining themselves to stay awake. When they opened their eyes again, they found a scene that stunned them. The original lush forest disappeared, and even the blue sky disappeared. The earth, sky, clouds, birds and beasts all disappeared. Only the ethereal darkness. Distorted space, dark blue space ripples, dark cracks. The surrounding scene changed without warning, but it was so real that it made people feel like they were there. Is this an illusion? One of the root organization members swallowed heavily, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. If it is really illusion, then Saddle Marbayon's strength is too terrifying. If you just rely on feeling, it is impossible to find the flaws in this illusion space. That's right, they all fell into an illusion space created by Yakumo Kurama. Due to the manipulation of the five senses, whether it is the vision of the naked eye, the hearing of the ear, the smell of the nose, the taste of the mouth, or the touch of the hands, all deceive the brain. Their brains have been deceived by wrong information, because people have a kind of inertia. They will subconsciously believe and accept the information obtained by the brain. Once this misinformation is believed, the body will react instinctively. Gradually, you will be blinded by illusions and completely fall into the point of no redemption. Don't panic everyone, it's just an illusion. As long as we kill the caster, we can easily break the illusion. The people of the root organization are indeed ninjas who have been carefully trained by Shimura Danzo, and they still remain in danger at the moment of life and death. They spread out their formations, stood in tacit agreement, and formed a thorn with each other. As one of them shouted angrily, everyone rushed out, pointing their finger at Kurama Yakumo. Angry killing intent, agile skills. In just an instant, their figures reached mid-air, only one step away from Kurama Yakumo. If they took a step forward, the sharp shuriken in their hands would penetrate through Kurama Yakumo's body, killing this weak girl. At this imminent moment, Kurama Yakumo not only did not panic, but raised his brush to paint a net of heaven and earth on the canvas. At this time, something unbelievable happened to all the members of the root organization. When the paintbrush in Kurama's hand stopped, a large net made of steel rope trapped them. Everyone looked horrified and struggled desperately, but the giant net became more and more closed. No matter how much force they use or cut with a shuriken, they can't cut the giant net. The dozen or so members of the root organization are like birds trapped in a cage, unable to fly at all. It's fake, all of this is fake. Since it's an illusion, there must be a way to solve it. Don't panic, keep your mind stable. Although everyone struggled desperately, more than half of the ninja remained sane. As members of the root organization, they have already entrusted their lives to the safety of Konoha, and they are not afraid of death at all. They calmly analyzed, trying to find the flaws in this illusion space. It's a pity that no matter how sharp their eyes are, they can't see through the flaws. There is only one way to get rid of illusion, and that is to block one's five senses, and the most effective way is to fall into a short coma. This is the only weakness of Kurama illusion, and it is also the reason why it is not as good as the mirror. Kyokushuayu's absolute hypnosis is effective for life. As long as you have seen Zanpakuto's first solution, you will be hit forever. There is only one way to break the absolute hypnosis of Jinwashuayu. That is to touch the blade of Zanpakuto in advance before Kyokusuizuki is liberated. Unfortunately, no one knows this method. Even back then, it took Orochimaru 100 years to get this secret from Izan's mouth. Don't panic, don't believe everything that's happening in front of you. Over time, many of the root group members were exhausted. Although they kept looking for a way, they were still unable to break through the iron net. The original firm belief has gradually shaken. They begin to suspect that everything is not an illusion, but real. Just when they were lost, Kurama waved the pen in his hand and used bright red dye to paint a vivid flame on the canvas. In an instant, hot flames rose in midair. Feeling the high temperature so close at hand, the dozen or so members of the root organization could no longer remain calm. Their faces were ashen, and they struggled desperately. There is a strong crisis of life and death in my heart. The flames gradually approached, and in the eyes of everyone's fear, they were mercilessly swallowed up. The belief in their hearts completely collapsed, they let out fierce screams, and finally, surrounded by raging fire, they turned into ashes. Everyone, I have finally received my first girl. Everyday 5, please subscribe. Chapter 169, Danzo's Ambition, for subscription. The flames dissipated, leaving only the ashes all over the ground. The life trajectory of these dozen or so unfortunate members of the root organization came to an end at Satami Hill Villa. They are like flowers that wither halfway, only that short-lived flower disappears into the sky and the earth. It's not that these dozen or so members of the root organization are weak, but that they rely too much on their five senses. When the scorching flames approached, their inner beliefs were shaken, and their hearts were overshadowed by panic. No matter how comforting they are in their hearts, they can't escape the direct visual feeling. It is also because of the visual deception that the brain makes wrong information and judges that these are real flames. The body responded according to the judgment of the brain, and it produced a burning pain of its own accord. This feeling is real, making the root group members experience a real fire. This is the horror of the pommel horse family's bloodline limit. Once the five senses are controlled, the body will make corresponding judgments, and in the end, it can only be killed. It's true that the three generations of Hokage and Orochimaru are afraid of the ability of 3 points. If they are carefully cultivated, they will help me in the future. The blue dye flashed slightly at 340, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. From his perspective, being able to appreciate a person's ability rarely is enough to see how great potential this ability has. Sure enough, you are the one chosen by Izan-sama. You are qualified to fight under Izan-sama's command. Even Ulquiorra, who had always been silent, showed admiration to Yakumo Kurama. This kind of manipulation of the five senses, the ability to kill people invisibly, is indeed powerful, and it is often hard to guard against. Without knowing the solution, I am afraid that only the power of Jingwashuayu can resist. However, in front of Izan, Kurama Yakumo had no chance at all. When Yakumo Kurama saw the liberation of Kyoka Suizuki, her fate was firmly in Izan's hands. Let's go, return to the Kingdom of Heaven and rebuild the Xui Palace. Izan's feet landed on the pile of ashes, and the ashes were scattered by the heavy and powerful footsteps. These ninjas who have been loyal to the root organization for a lifetime, even after death, the ashes will dissipate with the wind, and they must not be loyal. BBBF, just like the meaning of root tissue, it turns into fertile soil, allowing the big tree Konoha to take root and grow vigorously. Perhaps, this is the best home for the members of the root organization. The three figures disappeared in the vast forest, coming and going without a trace. Not even one of the Kurama clan found the disappearance of Kurama Yakumo. Time passed slowly, and 3 days later, the original Konoha Hokage office. In this spacious and bright office, there are 3 old figures sitting at this time. Since the death of the 3 generations of Hokage, this place has become a forbidden place, and it is not allowed to set foot on it on weekdays. Only those with the highest status are eligible to walk into this office. The seniority is on an equal footing with the 3 generations of Hokage, and he holds the rights to the Konoha and Ninja village. Looking at the entire Konoha, only 3 Konoha veterans have this qualification. Shimura Danzo, transferred to Koharu, Maidam and Yan. The 3 of them are all disciples of the second Hokage and advisors to Konoha. On weekdays, when the 3 generations of Hokage deal with the affairs of the Konoha and Ninja village, they often need to discuss with the 3 Konoha elders. Now, the 3rd Hokage has died, and the 5th Hokage's place is vacant. In the entire Konoha, only the 3 of them can make decisions. In Nao's big room, it was silent. The seemingly silent atmosphere hides a silent confrontation. There seems to be a dispute between the 3 Konoha elders. The 3 were silent, making the atmosphere awkward. They are all cunning old foxes who would not easily lose face before. Cough cough. In the end, Shimura Danzo coughed lightly, breaking the silence. You must have also received information about Satomiju Villa. Yakumo, the genius of the Kurama clan, disappeared for no apparent reason, and even the dozen of my subordinates were destroyed? Shimura Danzo stood dignifiedly and held a high position for a long time, which made him flow with an aura that was not angry and arrogant. When the 3 generations of Hokage were still alive, Shimura Danzo restrained his sharpness and hid behind his back to control all dark actions. His methods are fierce and ruthless, like a double-edged sword. After the death of the 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo intensified and made no secret of his ambitions. Not only did he pay his fair share, he even interfered in Konoha's government affairs, trying to cover the sky with one hand. Although he is the same senior Konoha, but Koharu and Mito Yan are gentle, and they are not greedy for power. They took a laissez-faire attitude towards Shimura Danzo's behavior, turning a blind eye. It is this kind of laissez-faire that fuels Shimura Danzo's ambition. He had a crazy idea in his heart, that is, coveting the throne of the 5th Hokage. As early as that year, Shimura Danzo coveted 3 points on the throne of the 4th Hokage. It's a pity that his competitors are strong, not only the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, but also Namikaze Minato, known as Yellow Flash. Regardless of potential or strength, Shimura Danzo was completely defeated by the 2 men, and he could only regretfully withdraw from the competition. This time, the death of the 3rd Hokage led to a resurgence of Danzo's ambitions. He longed to be on the throne of the 5th Hokage, eager to pacify the five kingdoms like the first Hokage, and make his name go down in history. Unfortunately, Danzo's ambition was opposed by two advisors. They didn't agree with Danzo's strong hand, which would only make Konoha's situation worse. Konoha, who has just experienced a war, can no longer bear another disaster. For all Konoha ninjas, self-cultivation is the top priority. According to the information provided by my subordinates, the intruder this time is likely to be Izan Nezuke. Shimura Danzo's eyes filled with murderous intent, wishing to slash the traitor Izan with 1,000 swords. It's your wrong decisions and your concessions again and again that fuel Izan's arrogance. Shimura Danzo yelled loudly, his voice booming like normal thunder. Only by placing me in the position of the fifth Hokage, can the weakness of Konoha be ended, and the country of fire can return to the top of the five kingdoms. Chapter 170 Sanne returns. Only by making me the fifth Hokage can we turn the tide and bring Konoha back to the top. Shimura Danzo's voice was loud and broad, and he made no secret of his ambitions. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Yan's expressions changed in shock, and at the same time they turned their heads to stare at Danzo. The thing they were most worried about finally happened. Danzo exposed his wolf ambitions and attempted to occupy the throne of the fifth Hokage. Although Danzo's strength is not weak, but because of his advanced age, he has no potential to tap, and will only go downhill gradually until the end of the evening. What's more, there is a more suitable candidate for Konoha today. Regardless of age, or in terms of power, he is better than Shimura Danzo, and he is also the best candidate in the hearts of the two consultants. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Jiraiya's strength is undeniable to be able to become the Sannin who is well known in the ninja world. He not only practiced Konoha's ninjutsu, but also practiced Momoshan's Toad ninjutsu, as well as that powerful immortal art. The superposition of all kinds of ninjutsu makes Jiraiya's combat power astonishing, like Konoha's needle. In addition, he is only nearly 50 years old, and he is in his peak state, and his strength has a tendency to go further. In terms of reputation, Jiraiya is also highly respected and trusted by the deep Konoha ninja. If it wasn't for the disaster half a month ago, if he hadn't come forward, no one would be able to stop Izan's footsteps. If it weren't for Toad Bunter's delay, I'm afraid Ichizuguru would have already destroyed Konoha. The final end of the disaster was also because Jiraiya turned on the immortal mode, forcing Uchiha Itachi, Kazuki Onishi, and Izan to escape from Konoha. It can be said that Jiraiya is also a hero of Konoha, and he used his own strength to keep the Konoha ninja village on the verge of collapse. In terms of strength, prestige, and potential, Jiraiya completely outperformed Shimura Danzo, and is the best candidate for the fifth Hokage. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Yan both had the same thoughts, and both hoped that Jiraiya would also be able to take on the heavy responsibility and support Konoha's sky again. Unfortunately, this proposal was rejected by Jiraiya. He declined the request of the two elders on the pretext that his character was not suitable for being a Hokage. In desperation, the two elders could only find another way to get rid of Jiraiya and bring Sanade back to Konoha Ninja Village. Only Sanade with the pure blood of Konoha is qualified for the throne of Hokage. It was this gap period that gave Shimura Danzo an opportunity. I object. I'm against it too. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Yan both spoke at the same time, opposing Danzo's idea. You guys. Damn it. Why are you obstructing me again and again? Shimura Danzo was furious, and angrily slapped his palm on the coffee table beside him. Immediately, the wooden coffee table shattered and turned into sawdust all over the floor. Shimura Danzo's wrinkled old face was like a withered chrysanthemum. Because of the flushed face, it added a bit of color to the chrysanthemum. Since the Konoha Advisory Group uses a voting system, This system has always existed during the past 3 generations of Hokage in power. When the 3 generations of Hokage died, there were only 3 elders left. With 2 votes in favor and 1 against, Shimura Danzo's wish to become the 5th Hokage naturally fell through again. In terms of strength, seniority, and seniority, can you find someone more suitable than me from the village? Shimura Danzo asked angrily, not as calm as before. If the members of the root group see this scene, they will be shocked. Danzo-sama, who is usually dignified and indifferent on weekdays, actually has times when he goes to war. Take Kakashi. Have you forgotten how he kneeled in humiliation at Izan J. Mitke? With his well-developed limbs and simple mind, he is simply overwhelmed. Shimura Danzo talked about all the possible candidates, and finally roared angrily, let them become the 5th Hokage, it will only make things worse than failures. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mitoge-chan looked at each other and sighed heavily. Yes, Danzo was right. Apart from Jiraiya, Konoha could no longer find a suitable candidate. Although Kakashi's strength is good, he is brave and resourceful, but he is still a notch lower than the shadows of the other 4 major countries. Not to mention others, it will only get worse. Unfortunately, Jiraiya also rejected the proposal and left the village. More than half a month passed, and there was no news from Xili. If it wasn't for a glimmer of hope in their hearts, both Koharu and Mitoge-chan would feel that Jiraiya would never look back just like back then. Shimura Danzo was scheming, calculated the right time, and turned the tide at the most critical moment, intending to ascend the throne of the 5th Hokage in one fell swoop. It's a pity that even Danzo didn't expect that the 2 elders of Konoha were so firm that they never gave him any chance. First came the disaster of Konoha, and then the change in the land of ghosts. Now even the members of my root organization have been murdered, and Yakumo Okurama has disappeared. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists and roared, don't you understand? Konoha is already rotten and needs a reform. Only then can we return to the top of the 5 kingdoms. Your weakness will only fuel the arrogance of the enemy. Your incompetence will only make the Konoha ninja village go from bad to worse, and you will never be able to reach the heights of the original Hokage. Leave it to me, only by handing Konoha village into my hands, can the former glory be restored. Shimura Danzo stood up abruptly and stared at the sky outside the window with ambition. His dream is very simple, to pacify the war like the 1st Hokage, and become an unshakable faith in the heart of the country of fire. Your methods are too brutal. If Konoha is handed over to you, it will only drag the village into the quagmire of war. In that case, the 3 of us are all Konoha's sinners. The 2 Konoha elders shook their heads and refused, disapproving of the idea of gay village Danzo. Just when the 3 of them were about to quarrel again, there was a movement outside the window. The 3 of them looked at the same time, but found a pigeon flying into Hokage's office. The moment they saw the pigeon, the 2 elders of Konoha looked overjoyed, which meant that Sanade was going to return. Chapter 171 Ninja Wanted Order, subscribe. It seems that Konoha has also changed a lot. Under the Hokage mountain where the portraits of Hokage of all dynasties are engraved, Sanade stood gracefully and indifferently, with a stunning smile on his desperate face. The pale green robe fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of glamour to her flawless image. From tonight, I am the one who will rule this village. The 5th Hokage. In the center of Konoha Ninja Village, Naruto office. The dispute between the 3 Konoha advisors also ended with the return of Sanade and Jiraiya. The 3 of them have different mentalities. Mightyman Yan and Shun Koharu were pleasantly surprised and finally caught a life-saving straw. Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy, his fists clenched angrily, making a rattling sound. His eyes have been blinded by anger, leaving only a strong hatred. If it wasn't for Sanade's timely return, he would have the confidence to use his power to force the two Konoha advisors to agree with him. It's a pity that it fell short at the most critical moment. I didn't expect you to be able to invite her, it's really not easy, Zilai. Mitogate Yan rarely give a compliment to Jiraiya. As one of Konoha's elders, he watched Sanade grow up when he was a child, and knew Sanade's character well. To make Sanade change his mind, I am afraid that Jiraiya has also put in a lot of effort. It's nothing. How could he refuse a handsome guy like me, ha ha ha. Jiraiya scratched his head smugly, taking all the credit on himself. If Naruto Uzumaki was present, he would definitely sigh helplessly. There are such shameless people in the world. Since Sanade has returned to Konoha, back to his hometown, then the vacant 5th generation Hokage seat has also been settled. Are you okay with it, Shimura Danzo? Turning to bed, Zyoshun looked at Danzo meaningfully and said in a condensed voice, HMPH, since you both agree with Sanade, this old man will naturally not object. Shimura Danzo sneered and said, however, I would like to see how the newly appointed 5th generation Hokage will deal with Izan and Palm Neon. Who the hell is Izan and Peacock? Sanade questioned. Along the way, she heard this name more than once from Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto. Whenever Jiraiya mentions this person, there is always a deep-rooted hatred on his face. Even if he mentioned Orochimaru, he didn't have such hatred. Could it be that this man named Izan and Medical Palm did something to destroy the foundation of Konoha? Sinner, Konoha's sinner, even Orochimaru was executed by him. The voice of the killing intent came out of Jiraiya's mouth, word by word. He once fought Izan head-to-head and knew the horror of this man. Even Tojin, known as one of the 3 great toads in Momu Mountain, was instantly killed by one move, which shows how terrifying Izan's strength is. Even Orochimaru is not his opponent? Sanade asked in shock. When she was in the ancient city of Dante, she and her subordinates, men, once fought against Orochimaru and the pharmacist, and they knew the horror of each other. Even with his hands sealed, Orochimaru's strength should not be underestimated. Such a powerful enemy is not Izan's opponent. Tsunade took a deep breath, and the white rabbit jumped violently. She didn't dare to think further. What would happen if she met Izan? You know about the Chunin exam, right? That tragedy happened in the main draw of the Chunin exam. Izan relied on unpredictable methods to perform a realistic show in front of everyone. Izan's resurrection from the dead that day appeared in Jiraiya's mind, and he said solemnly, he must have mastered some kind of illusion, so he can deceive everyone's eyes. The 2 swords almost smashed Orochimaru, released the Sanshui sealed in Gaara's body, defeated Kakashi and Meteorite strongly, and killed Toadken in one blow. Can you imagine that this was done by someone who just graduated from ninja school? Sanade was speechless, unable to speak. How is it possible? Even we can't do it. Ugh. Jiraiya sighed heavily and said, in fact, not only did he do everything, he even fought against Uchiha Itachi without being defeated. Uchiha Itachi, the most dazzling genius of the Uchiha family back then? I have heard about his deeds. The massacre of the Uchiha family was what he did. Sanade's heart turned upside down, but it couldn't calm down for a long time. He finally understood why Jiraiya desperately wanted her to return to the village. Today's Konoha is facing a major crisis. Not only has it just rebuilt after the disaster, but also faces the covetousness of other ninja nations. There is also a potential opponent of Orochimaru. It is true that there are wolves in front and tigers behind. Unfortunately, they never thought that Orochimaru had already been subdued by Izan and became a member of Izan's command. HMPH, it's not that simple. You must have heard about ghosts and ghosts in the kingdom of ghosts some time ago, right? Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, not arrogant. A day ago, Kakashi, Meteorite, and the two who were sent to the country of ghosts to rescue were seriously injured, and they have not recovered until now. At the same time, at the Satomiji villa on the outskirts of Konoha, Kurama Yakumo disappeared inexplicably, and a dozen of the old man's subordinates also died unexpectedly. Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "The mastermind behind these two items is still Blue 1.7 Rangia Medical Muku." What? Whether it's Elder Konoha or the two Sannin, they can no longer keep their composure. Accidents occur again and again, and the blame is all directed at Izan. If you sit back and watch otherwise, Konoha will suffer a huge crisis. It seems that this blue dye plus medical treatment and the mother of the bream hooked up. Sanne pondered in a low voice, his eyebrows furrowed. She walked to the exclusive chair once owned by the third Hokage, slammed the table hard, and shouted, "Anyway, Konoha will usher in a new chapter. After I become the fifth Hokage, I will definitely make Konoha to restore the prosperity of the past. The most important thing is that I'm going to issue a warrant for Izan and Palm Natao." Chapter 170 To the Kingdom of Bears, Zinging Village, Subscription. The Kingdom of Tien, a hidden underground palace. Although this place is hidden under the surface, it is not as desolate and dark as imagined. The lights in the spacious underground palace were bright, and the luxurious walls shone with a dazzling luster due to the light. In the center of the underground palace, there is a throne made of countless iron swords. Izan sat on the throne with one hand on either side of the iron throne. He tilted his head and leaned on his arm, looking down lazily. He just sits and stands so gracefully, but with a noble aura. Beside the iron throne, Ulquiorra stood respectfully. He was still his indifferent face, and there was no emotion in his eyes. On the other side of the iron throne, Yakumo Kurama stood tall and straight, serving Izan with reverence. Only after seeing the power of Izan, she made up her mind to follow Izan with determination, determined to become the most loyal subordinate of Izan. Izan saw the potential of Kurama Yakumo and valued the infinite plasticity. As long as Kurama Yakumo can overcome his own weaknesses and devote himself to the practice of illusion, he will definitely become a master of 11 illusions. Below the iron throne, Orochimaru stood with a blank face. If his life was going well before the plan to destroy Konoha happened, so today's life is a dark place. Facing the bottomless Izan, Orochimaru has no strength to resist. When Orochimaru saw Izan bringing back Kurama Yakumo, he was stunned. He holds the secrets of Konoha and understands how much potential Kurama Yakumo has. If you want this genius with illusion talent to follow him sincerely, it shows that Izan's illusion has reached the pinnacle. This invisible illusion is even more frightening. It's a pity, Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin couldn't heal your hands. Izan looked down at Orochimaru from a high position, and the aura of the superior was undoubtedly revealed. The power of the ghoul seal is beyond my imagination. If I want to heal my hands, I am afraid I have to wait for the time limit of the reincarnation technique to arrive, and then change my body. Orochimaru's face was gloomy, and he felt helpless in his heart. When he was in the ancient city of Danzo, he found the whereabouts of Sanne. Unfortunately, another strong opponent also appeared. As a result, the Sannin war broke out. In the end, the three of them did not take advantage of each other. Peaceful surgery. Orochimaru did not lose the rice by stealing chickens. Not only did it fail to heal his hands, but instead it helped Sanne overcome his fear of blood. In the underground palace, Orochimaru clenched his fists angrily, and the strong chakra in his body spread uncontrollably in all directions. Behind him, the four of Yinren stood tremblingly, not daring to catch a breath. The reason why they felt fear was not because of Orochimaru's anger, but the fear from the heart when facing Izan. The four of them didn't even dare to look up, and were even more afraid to meet Izan's eyes. Whenever they saw Izan's eyes, they would remember what happened that day at the watchtower in the middle of Konoha. Izan just relied on Reiatsu, and easily overwhelmed the four. They were forced to bend their spines helplessly and kneel in front of Izan. What surprised the four of them was that even their leader, Orochimaru, became Izan's subordinate. This earth-shaking change made the four unacceptable for a while. Orochimaru, if I said there is a way to heal your hands, would you believe it? Izan smiled slightly, indifferently and gracefully. Looking at Izan's eyes, Orochimaru frowned. He didn't believe Izan's words, because once his hands were cured, he would undoubtedly return the tiger to the mountain. Of course, Izan-sama. Orochimaru clenched his fist unwillingly, and said falsely. It seems that you are still wary of me. It doesn't matter, Orochimaru, you just need to tell me about the chakra energy. With Izan's eyes, you can naturally see the anger in Orochimaru's heart. He also understood that Orochimaru didn't really submit to him. For Izan, though, it didn't matter. Whether Orochimaru is loyal to surrender, or temporarily resigned, his fate is already doomed, and he will never be able to escape from Izan's palm. Izan even wanted to see how Orochimaru would attack, just as he tolerated Orochimaru lurking beside him for 100 years. The source of energy? Are you referring to an object with a large amount of chakra? I do know one. Orochimaru pondered in a low voice, lost in thought. Soon, he found a place that met Izan's requirements from his memory. Kingdom of Bears, Star Ninja Village. Star Ninja Village, located in the country of the bear. There is a meteorite in the village that fell 200 years ago, so the village is called Star Ninja Village. In the ninja continent, only the leaders of the ninja villages of the 5 major countries are qualified to be called shadows. However, due to the mysterious meteorite in Star Ninja Village, they have the potential to become the 6th ninja village to be born with the title of Shadow. Every leader of Star Ninja Village calls himself Star Shadow, although not recognized by other countries 123, but has a strength that should not be underestimated. Lord Izan, the Star Ninja Village in the Land of Bears may have something you are interested in. Orochimaru smiled respectfully. The reason why he provided information so simply, on the one hand, was to attract Izan to snatch the meteorite with the purpose of causing trouble. That would attract the attention of Konoha. At that time, the 2 tigers will definitely lose both. He can sit back and reap the profits without any worries and become the final winner. Izan asked suspiciously, Star Ninja Village? In Zinging Village, a meteorite containing a huge chakra landed in this village 200 years ago. The villagers there rely on absorbing the chakra in the meteorite to practice. Orochimaru also had an idea about meteorites back then, but unfortunately he gave up the idea after learning about the side effects of relying on meteorites to cultivate. His purpose of attracting Izan to snatch it is also to hope that Izan can absorb the energy in the meteorite and cause him to have side effects. In that case, Orochimaru would have the confidence to kill Izan. It's a pity that Orochimaru's idea was very wrong. Izan didn't need to absorb the energy in the meteorite. He just wanted to use Bennu to absorb that energy and release the woman with the power of God. Enu Orihime. Chapter 173 Uchiha Obito, the 5th update for subscription. The Kingdom of Bears is not far from Konoha, and is sheltered by Konoha on weekdays. Once there is a change in Zinging Village, they will ask Konoha for help. So over the years, under the protection of Konoha, Zinging Village has developed steadily and its strength has gradually increased. The villagers living in Zinging Village always practice around the meteorite. Their ultimate goal is to become a powerful ninja, to help the village improve its military power, and finally to be on an equal footing with the 5 major ninja villages. Their wish is very simple, that is, let the title of Zinging resound throughout the ninja world and gain everyone's approval. The meteorite that can provide energy is very attractive to the outside world. It can activate the chakra in the practitioner's body and burst out more powerful energy. In the history of ninjas, there have been countless strengths who coveted this mysterious meteorite, but unfortunately they were not able to succeed in the end. Now, a strong man who does not belong to this world has once again set his sights on the meteorite. The star ninjas far away in the country of bears did not know that Izan had already set their sights on them. Cultivation through a meteorite? But don't think about it. It can continuously provide energy for decades. It seems that the meteorite is really unusual. Izan smiled with satisfaction. She had already made up her mind. He does not need to absorb the energy in the meteorite, nor does he need to rely on the meteorite to cultivate. Izan just wanted Bennu to absorb the entire meteorite and achieve the second awakening state. Lord Izan, it's easy to get that meteorite with your ability. I wonder when you choose to leave? An unknown cold light flashed in the depths of Orochimaru's pupils. He desperately wants Izan to leave, preferably trapped in the land of bears. In that case, Orochimaru would have plenty of time to execute his plan. The 3-year deadline for the art of turning around is approaching, and Orochimaru doesn't want to occupy a body at will. He longed for Sasuke Uchiha's body. Writing round eyes, the power that Orochimaru dreams of. How many years of hard work, how many years of research, just to get these eyes with unlimited potential. The reason why he planted a brand on Sasuke Uchiha's neck was to lay a foreshadowing that Sasuke defected to Konoha and went to Orochimaru. As soon as Izan left, Sasuke went to join him. Orochimaru will occupy all favorable advantages. After expiration, Orochimaru, who occupies Sasuke's body, not only recovers his hands, but also makes up for his weakness in illusion. Impeccable. When Izan returns, Orochimaru will have the capital to compete with him. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's wishful thinking could not be realized immediately. He had to wait for Izan to leave before he could send the 4 of them to sneak into Konoha and take Sasuke away. Oh? Do you just want me to leave? Izan smiled, but there was an inexplicable chill in that smile. Facing Izan's gaze, Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat. He smiled awkwardly. No, Izan-sama. The meteorite in Zinging village is undoubtedly a treasure. This kind of heaven and earth treasure is undoubtedly the best to have as soon as possible. I'm very glad that you have this idea. It's not too late, let's go. Alquiora, Yakumo saddle horse. Immediately leave for the land of bears? Izan sneered disdainfully. He didn't care what conspiracy and tricks Orochimaru was planning in his mind. Even if Orochimaru had a different opinion, Alquiora alone would be enough to settle the threat without him. Yes, Izan-sama. Alquiora and Kurama Yakumo both responded at the same time. Izan stood up slowly, ignoring Orochimaru who lowered his head, walked straight to the gate, and left the palace. His figure sank into the darkness and disappeared completely. Alquiora and Kurama Yakumo followed and also left the underground palace. After the 3 left, the palace was silent. Orochimaru's face was gloomy, and he lowered his head and remained silent. Behind him, the 4 of Yinren shivered, not daring to touch Orochimaru's moldy head. Although they remained silent the whole time, they could still clearly see the rivalry between Izan and Orochimaru. Obviously, Orochimaru is at an absolute disadvantage. No matter when, Izan always maintains a light-hearted appearance, exuding a noble and elegant temperament when talking and laughing, as if encountering anything nothing could affect his mood. But Orochimaru is different. Although he has a deep sense of wealth and tries his best to hide his true thoughts, he still cannot be calm. Just by this point, Orochimaru is 108,000 miles away from Izan. You 4, sneak into Konoha. Be sure to bring Sasuke Uchiha back, it's time to wake him up. Orochimaru's eyes flashed madly, and he would do anything to achieve his goal. In any case, he just wants to regain his strength as soon as possible, get the Shattering as soon as possible, and kill Izan Jamiuku as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Dayuya, Kidumaru, Sakne, and Jirafang responded respectfully. Although Orochimaru was hit hard, it is still their belief. As Orochimaru's fanatical subordinates, the four of them believed that Orochimaru would return to peak strength. A place far away from the country of Tien, Yuan village. It rains heavily all year round and is in a humid environment. Unlike the outside world, the streets of Yuan village are not like ordinary land, but intersect with rivers formed by rainwater. At the highest point of Yuan village, on the tower that means power, a figure in a black robe stood calmly. He looked down calmly and had a panoramic view of the entire Yuan village. If anyone was here, they would be surprised to find that the man in black was wearing a swirling mask that completely covered his face. If you look closely at his mask, you will find that the right eye of the man in black actually has a three-hooked jade writing wheel eye. The identity of this man in black is very special. He is the manipulator behind the Akatsuki organization, a former Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito, Orochimaru and the plan to destroy Konoha were all destroyed in the hands of one person. They can repel the ghost shark head-on and avoid Uchiha Itachi's Tsukiyomi. What kind of real identity do you have, Izan Jamiuku? Chapter 174 Invasion of Zinging Village. Please subscribe. Early the next morning, a warm breeze blew the earth. Blowing through the forests that are full of mountains and plains, blowing through the flowers in full bloom. In the land of bears, in a dense forest. Izan, Ulquiorra, and Kurama arrive as scheduled. It only took them half a day to reach the territory of the bear country. The kingdom of bears has the common problem of all small countries, that is, it is sparsely populated. Looking around, apart from the green forest, there is almost no trace of outsiders. It's not that the big name of Jinchiguo doesn't want to rejuvenate the country and Anbang, but the conditions simply do not allow it. As a small country, they can only survive in fear under the shadow of the 5 major countries. Among the 3 major wars in the history of the ninja world, the small country was the most intense battlefield. The geographical location between the great powers makes them unable to avoid the intrusion of war. Every ninja war, countless residents are displaced. The once happy family was broken, the lovers who once loved each other were separated, and the comrade-in-arms who used to be brothers died. Small countries are the biggest victims of war. This time, Izan didn't want to bring Kurama 067 Yakumo. Because the seal in Yakumo Kurama's body has just been released, and the potential has not yet been converted into strength, not only will it not be of any help, but it will also become a soy sauce bottle. It's just that the presence of Orochimaru caused Izan to change her mind. Izan is very fond of the pommel horse Yakumo with unlimited potential, and naturally does not want her to die in the process of growing up. What's more, Kurama Yakumo is an unarmed girl. Once persecuted by Orochimaru, she has almost no ability to resist. For the sake of safety, Izan took Kurama Yakumo by his side, guarding this weak girl with every step. Izan not only regards Kurama Yakumo as her subordinate, but also wants to do her best to train her. On the one hand, it is to explore the potential of Kurama Yakumo. After all, the ability to control the 5 senses is too terrifying and has unlimited potential. On the other hand, it is to cultivate a loyal subordinate, a female bodyguard who belongs only to Izan. After defecting from Konoha, Izan realized that relying solely on her own abilities was not enough to achieve her greater ambitions. So in the land of ghosts, he relied on the briefly awakened Bennu to greet his once most loyal subordinate, Ulquiorra. Not only does Ulquiorra possess great strength, but she is also absolutely loyal. Therefore, for Izan, Ulquiorra is an indispensable subordinate and the most loyal pawn. The Kurama Yakumo is also cultivated for this purpose. After all, it is too difficult to awaken Bennu again. When Izan defeated the Bliss Box, the monster Wu released only satisfied half of Bennu's energy. In order to awaken Bennu again, it is necessary to capture a more powerful chakra energy body. However, the energy body is not Chinese cabbage, and each body has a powerful combat power. Nine-tailed beasts? No, the time is not ripe. The 10-Blade Legion under his command has not yet been established. With the strength of Izan alone, not to mention the capture of the nine-tailed beasts, even the Akatsuki organization cannot deal with it. Only by cultivating new 10 blades, will Izan show his strength openly and fight against the Akatsuki organization head-on. Lord Izan, according to Orochimaru's information, Hoshinin village is just ahead. It seems that guy didn't dare to reveal his wildness and still provided accurate information. Ulquiorra said expressionlessly. Even when Orochimaru was mentioned, Ulquiorra's expression remained unchanged. Ulquiorra didn't care about those who were positioned as prey. No matter how hard the prey struggles to escape hunters. I can already feel the signs of chakra fluctuations in a basin ahead. It must be the meteorite in the mouth of Orochimaru, or the heart in the mouth of the common people of the country of bears. Izan smiled lightly, determined to win this mysterious meteorite. Lord Izan, do you want to rely on this meteorite to cultivate? Kurama Yakumo asked inexplicably. She didn't understand why Izan's strength would care about a meteorite. In her heart, Izan's strength is as bottomless as the ocean, even surpassing the 3 generations of Hokage. Izan stroked Yakumo Kurama's hair and smiled. It's not that I want to rely on meteorites to cultivate, but I need this meteorite to heal your body. Wait, Kurama Yakumo. Soon you will see what the true power of God is. In Izan's mind, the figure of Inu Orihime appeared. The power of the gods he mentioned is worth the unique ability of Orihime Inu. Rejection of Vientiane is to limit all the things that have happened, to reject and deny, and everything can be restored to the state of things that happened. Izan once rated this ability as the ability to infringe upon the realm of the gods, which shows how unbelievable Orihime Inu's ability is. One of the most common abilities is healing. Its healing technique is not limited to traumatic injuries, and it is even a pity to restore burnt arms. Back then, Grimjo's arm was cut off by Izan and burned, and it was thanks to Orihime Inu's ability that he finally recovered. So in the underground palace of Tashiguo, Izan asked Orochimaru if he believed in himself. As long as Inu Orihime appeared, all problems would be solved, and any injuries would not be a problem. Let's go, grab the meteorite as soon as possible to avoid extravagant branches. With Izan's order, the 3 figures disappeared into the vast forest. Zinging village, located in the Kingdom of Bears, is a steep terrain. It does not border the plain, and is surrounded by a valley surging with poisonous mist, forming a natural barrier. To reach Zinging village, you must cross that valley. However, it is not easy to get to Zinging village smoothly. Due to the existence of meteorites, Zinging village rarely has contact with the outside world, and they are always vigilant to prevent outsiders from invading. The strict defense has become the second natural barrier. Brush. The 3 figures of Izan appeared in the forest in front of the valley. A brutal invasion has begun. Chapter 175, Peacock Magic, for subscription. The 3 of Izan walked out of the forest and walked towards the valley filled with poisonous mist. When they walked to the edge of the valley, they looked down and saw the ravine that was like an abyss. There is no end to the darkness, no end to the coldness. The yellow mist filled the air, exuding a pungent smell. As recorded in the intelligence, this precipitous valley is like an insurmountable moat, blocking the footsteps of any outsiders. Just as Izan and the others were slackening their spirits, several rumblings rang out. The sharp cloud-piercing arrow pierced through the air, stabbing Izan at their vital point like a streamer. Through the tricky and poisonous arrows, one can see the skill of the manipulator at a glance. Ha! Seeing the cloud-piercing arrow getting closer and closer, Izan didn't panic at all. As soon as he pointed it out, he didn't sing. The next moment, a white thunder burst out of the sky, piercing the sharp cloud-piercing arrow, easily dispelling its power. It's naive to want to succeed with this level of offensive. Not only did you expose your position, but you also let yourself fall into a trap. Izan pointed out, and Bile quickly blasted towards a boulder on the other side. Boom! The white thunder exploded and the boulder shattered. A figure appeared embarrassed. In order to avoid Bile's attack, he did not hesitate to reveal his whereabouts. Who are you, and what are your intentions in trying to get close to Zinging village? This figure is a man in his 30s. He was fat, but he was quite agile. Although Bile's attack was fast, he was still barely dodged by him. You are from Zinging village. It seems that the meteorite does have a wonderful effect. Izan's face was calm, and she didn't respond to the burly man's question. If you don't answer my question, you will never cross the valley. The burly man roared loudly, put up a cloud-piercing arrow and drew the bow again. Ha! 3 bursts. 3 cloud-piercing arrows shot out in a row, and the steel-cast arrows flickered with cold light. No amount of bows and arrows are futile. As long as I am willing, I can cross this valley in an instant. Izan said disdainfully. Before his voice fell, the whole person disappeared instantly. When the figure reappeared, it actually appeared in front of the star shinobi. As it is now, as long as I want, I can penetrate your chest. The next moment, the burly Zingren lowered his head in horror, only to find that Izan's palm was already close to his chest. As Izan said, as long as he wants to, he can instantly open his chest. How is this possible? When did he appear? The burly Zingren trembled in his heart, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. He didn't even blink his eyes when Izan's figure appeared in front of him. This unpredictable speed is beyond his cognition. Ha! The burly Zingren wouldn't sit still, he immediately retreated and pulled away from Izan. What's the matter? Why do you deliberately keep your distance from me? If you want to kill me, just now is the best chance. Izan stepped forward and kept approaching the star ninja. He was like a death-killing god, every step was like a death knell, beating that Zingnin's heart ferociously. Panic, fearful, horrified. For some reason, facing Izan's approach, the burly Zingren felt a feeling of powerless resistance. Just a glance from the other party made him feel that he was in a 10,000-year ice cave, standing upside down with all the hair on his body. Presumably you are here for the star. Killing the invaders is the responsibility of every star ninja. The burly Zingren made a seal on his hands and shouted angrily. The peacock trick. In an instant, purple chakra condensed on his back. These chakras are activated and turn into several thick animal tails behind him. This is the special ninjutsu of the star ninja village, and it is also the only ninjutsu, the peacock magic method. After performing the peacock technique, the burly Zingnin's aura rose steadily, and his clothes fluttered without wind. This is the unique ninjutsu of Orihime village. It really is different. There was a rare glimmer of admiration in Izan's eyes. Indeed, the ninjutsu of Zinging village does not require seals, and there is no difference in the attributes of the 5 elements. They relied on the chakra produced by absorbing the radioactive energy of meteorites in their bodies to condense behind them into the appearance of a peacock opening its screen. Those thick tails are like peacock feathers. Go to hell, intruder! The burly Zingnin folded his hands together, and those purple chakras turned into countless sharp arms, stabbing at Izan from all directions. The burly Zingren's mind was blank, and there was only a strong murderous intent. It was fear rather than anger. Because of the fear of facing Izan, the burly Hoshinan panicked. He desperately wanted to get rid of the threat of Izan and soothe his fluctuating emotions. Izan's footsteps didn't move, letting chakra tentacles approach. His actions touched the heart of the burly Zingnin, making the latter angry. Only a person with complete disdain would make such a big move. This shows that the seemingly ferocious actions of the burly Zingnin are nothing more than the behavior of a clown jumping in the eyes of Izan. I finally understand why there is a huge gap between you and the 5 great ninja villages. You have brute force, but you are full of flaws. The so-called Peacock magic is just that. Izan put her palm on Kyokushuayu's sword hilt, stepped out in one step, and her figure disappeared instantly. Brush. An eat slash, an attack that stabbed to the point. Izan's figure appeared behind the burly Zingnin, and the sharp blade of Kyokushuayu was filled with thorn-red blood. Boom. After a loud bang, the burly man's body fell to the ground weakly. From beginning to end, the expression on his face stagnated, leaving only endless panic. There was no pain, because Izan's slash surpassed the reaction of the nerves. When burly Zingnin, Izan put away Jingwashuayu. On the other side of the valley, Ulquiorra's palm rested on Yakumo's shoulder. Ring it. The figures of the two disappeared and instantly appeared beside Izan. Almost effortlessly, they broke through the natural barrier and marched towards Zinging village. Chapter 176 Summer Star, subscribe. The 3 of Izan felt like they were in a no man's land, easily killed Zinging and crossed the valley line of defense. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Because the area of Zinging village is not large, the fluctuations that broke out in the previous battle have been noticed by the villagers of the village. They sounded the alarm and rushed out. Brush brush brush. Countless figures appeared like locusts, and they tacitly spread round, forming an encirclement that surrounded the 4 of Izan. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Konoha if you dare to invade Zinging village in an open and honest way? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in his late 30s. His breath was steady and he had the aura of a superior. From the analysis of his position, Izan can clearly judge that this man has a superb status in Zinging village. Master Hunksing, why bother talking to them and kill them directly? Yes, Lord Hunksing. The unauthorized invasion of Zinging village must be to steal Zinxing. Kill them, slaughter chickens and fear monkeys, and let ninjas from other countries taste the power of our Zinging village. Dozens of Zingrans shouted in unison, and their emotions were high. Unconsciously, a strong killing intent filled the air. Since Izan and Ulquiorra did not have chakra in their bodies, these star ninjas couldn't detect the aura of chakra at all. Among the 3, Kurama Yakumo has a weak chakra in his body. This strange situation caused the star ninjas to have an illusion. It wasn't Izan and Ulquiorra who killed the burly Hoshinan, but Yakumo, the pommel horse who looked the weakest. But what puzzled all Zingran was that the one they thought was the murderer was the one who showed the most panic. Whether it was Izan or Ulquiorra, the 2 of them were calm, with indifferent expressions on their faces. No matter how many star ninjas there are, they can't cause any fluctuations in the mood of the 2. Especially the contempt that flickered in Izan's eyes, made the Zing ninjas grit their teeth. This look. Damn. How dare you despise us? Do it, kill them, and let them see the consequences of despising Zingren. Following an angry roar, everyone moved in unison, and their figures swept away towards the blue dye in the center of the encirclement. The peacock's wonderful method, the bird-feathered beast. Neat movements, strong chakra. At the same moment, purple chakra surged out from behind all Zingnin. The floating of these chakra rules gradually condenses into the appearance of a peacock opening its screen. The wings behind Hoshinan turned into tail beast tails swaying in the wind. The secret technique of Star Ninja Village. Go, kill it. All Zingnan put their hands together, and the chakra tails behind them turned into big, sturdy hands, rushing towards Izan like a black cloud over the city. Is it only to this extent? I'm so disappointed. Izan sneered disdainfully, and chants fell from her mouth. Heaven's favored son, a city wall built of iron. The dragon walks, the lion roars, the tiger roars, and the wolf runs, cutting off the world before it collapses. The 81 binding Tao, break the sky. 4 transparent light curtains appeared out of thin air, like 4 towering city walls, standing around Izan, perfectly protecting the 3 of them. Bang bang bang. Shortly after the light curtain appeared, all the chakra-shaped animal tails rolled and hit the light curtain with a strong wind. Apart from making a huge collision sound, it was unable to shake the light curtain or even leave a trace on it. Beast bones, spires, red crystals, and steel wheels scattered all over the place. Moving is wind, stopping is empty, and the sound of spears hitting each other fills the virtual city. The 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. As Izan's chant fell, 4 blasting bombs flashing with lightning suddenly blasted out, hitting the crowd surrounded by lightning fast. Boom! The earth shook, the hills shook, and the ground cracked countless tiny cracks. Those Zinging could only watch the thunder roar cannons cut through the air and bombard them. Intense yellow light flickered in his eyes, and those Zinging almost died in the bursting energy storm before they could even scream. You, who are you? As the current Zinging agent of Zinging village, Hong Xing was shocked and panicked after seeing Izan's strength. He no longer had the arrogance he had before, nor was he calm and heavy in front of Zinging. Appearance. Izan's figure in his eyes kept expanding, approaching him step by step. Due to excessive fear, Hong Xing's feet trembled, and he wanted to escape backwards, but found that his feet seemed to be shackled. Heavy and deadly. Hong Xing's face flushed red, and her eyes flashed with crazy light. He doesn't want to die here. He has not yet completed the highest level of star cultivation, he has not yet become the coveted star shadow, and he has not yet achieved the dream of being equal to the 5 shadows. Can't die, can't die. Once dead, all those years of hard work will be in vain. Facing the fear of death, Red Star burst out with amazing energy. He jumped up and landed steadily. Hong Xing folded his hands together and shouted, "Peacock magic, demon bear." The purple chakra condensed behind him, turning into a ferocious devil bear with open teeth and claws. The devil bear seemed to have spirituality, roaring up to the sky, and rushing towards Izan with a majestic gallop. Izan sneered, and when he was about to shoot, Ulquiorra's figure appeared in front of him. The unbelievable thing happened to Hong Crossing. Ulquiorra held the demon bear with one hand and squeezed it hard. The green spiritual energy surged out, destroying the entire demon bear in an instant. How can that be? Hong Xing was speechless. 2.3. He had never seen anyone squeeze a demon bear with one hand. Even Zinging, who was at the peak of the year, couldn't do it. He felt more and more fear in his heart, giving birth to a sense of powerlessness. Ulquiorra stepped forward, his steel-like arm grabbed Red Star's head, and the green chakra in his palm slowly condensed. Ulquiorra wanted to end Red Star's life with a fictitious flash. Hong Xing closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. He didn't expect his fate to end like this. At this moment, above the valley, there was a sudden wave of fluctuations. A demon bear that was 100 times bigger than before fell from the sky and swooped at Ulquiorra fiercely. The person who once completed the trial of the stars appeared, Summer Star. Chapter 177 The Truth of the Year. Please subscribe. The sudden attack took everyone by surprise. Although Ulquiorra was unexpected, he did not panic at all. He stretched out his steel-like palm to resist the gigantic devil bear that was more than 10 meters tall. The huge impact force caused Ulquiorra's body to continuously retreat, rubbing a ravine on the ground. Summer Star? Hong Xing's eyes were sluggish, and a storm surged in his heart. He did not expect that the only genius who completed the cultivation of Xingzi, Zingran village's elite Shangjian, Xia Xingxing, was still alive and saved his life at the most critical moment. Xingxia Xing, Hing Ninja Murakami Shinobu, has a pair of clear and transparent eyes, black and smooth black hair, perfect curves, and an enviable and proud figure. She used to be the most dazzling pearl in Xingnin village, the perfect goddess in the eyes of all Xingnin. Not only has a beautiful face, but also has amazing talents, combining beauty and wisdom. In the accident 10 years ago, Xia Xing was ruthlessly expelled from Xingnin village by 3 generations of Xingying, and was displaced. 11 After so many years, almost everyone thinks that the goddess of the past has become the yellow flower of yesterday, turned into a pink skull and died. Destiny made people. Xia Xing not only did not die, but saved the life of Hong Crossing. Huh? Unscathed? Xia Xing stood firmly on a boulder, with an unbelievable look flashing in her beautiful unmoving eyes. When she took back the magic bear, she was surprised to find that Ulquiorra was unscathed. That seemingly ferocious offensive only damaged his white robe. I'm really surprised. You can barely get the crotch with just one hand. It seems that your strength is vastly different from theirs. Ulquiorra's eyes were cold, and his eyes, which had always been waveless, finally began to fluctuate. Only after being resurrected. He has always killed his opponents with the sharpest means and cleared the way for Izan. Only Peacock, who opened the 6th door, could barely make Ulquiorra serious. Now, there is one more person. Xia Xing relied on the complete Peacock technique to repel Ulquiorra head-on. Why are you here? Aren't you already dead? Hong Xing was ecstatic in her heart, as if she had found a life-saving straw. When he saw Xia Xing's strength that was far stronger than before, his inner emotions were complicated, not only containing jealousy, but also a bit of hatred. If Xia Xing hadn't tried to steal Xing back then, the 3 generations of Zinging would not have ordered the training of the Still Star. It is precisely because of this ban that Hong Xing finally went to a point of no return. On a dark and windy night for a month, Hong Xing and his 2 loyal subordinates secretly approached Sandai Zinging. Since then, Red Star has replaced the position of the 3 generations of Zinging, and has become the Zinging agent of Xingnin village, controlling the supreme power. It's a pity that his cultivation talent is not outstanding. In the past 10 years, he has only made slight progress. There must be an irreparable gap between Hong Xing and Xia Xing, who has completed the cultivation of stars, just like the firefly and the light of the bright moon. For the past 10 years, I have been alive, just silently guarding the Star Ninja village. Xia Xing looked at Hong Xing hesitantly and sighed heavily. 10 years ago, she abandoned her young son, N, and left her hometown with her husband, Yingxing, and left the village of Xingnin. The purpose of the star this toll is to prevent the people of Xingnin village from continuing to suffer that kind of pain and keep them away from death. Unfortunately, their painstaking efforts were not recognized by the clan. Only Sandai Zinging can understand them and issue a ban. In order to silently guard the village, Xia Xing relied on the 3 generations of Zinging cruelly and told his youngest son N that he had died. The reason why Summer Star appeared this time is to protect the village and the beliefs of the past 10 years. What? Then why did the 3 generations of Zinging say that you were dead? Hong Xing was speechless, unable to accept this shocking news for a while. Because he, like me, knows the dangers of cultivating the secret method of stars. The reason why we stole the stars back then was for the sake of the villagers and to prevent them from going into the quagmire of death. Xia Xing's voice just fell, her eyes were sharp in vain, and she said coldly, It's just that not long after the 3 generations of Zinging issued the ban, he suddenly died suddenly. Instead, you became Zinging's agent, mastered the rights of the village, and issued another award. Order, restore the cultivation of stars. Could it be that the death of the 3 generations of Zinging was a conspiracy that you led behind the scenes? Zingmei's eyes flickered with cold light, like two sharp knives piercing into Hong Xing's heart. A wave of unresolved shocks caused Hong Xing to panic. His face was sluggish, he kept pacing backwards, and cold sweat kept falling on his slightly vicissitudes face. Obviously, this is the performance that only occurs when the heart is guilty. Zingxing looked sad. When she saw the appearance of Hong Xing, she already understood that her guess was inseparable. It is very possible that the death of the 3 generations of Zinging was what Hong Xing did. Zing, what do you know? What does that pedantic old guy from Sandai Zinging know? Hong Xing couldn't control his inner emotions, and roared angrily, without Xing, our Xing 9th village is like a mess of scattered sand, and there is no room for improvement. You who have completed the cultivation of stars must know very well how powerful the completed Peacock magic method has. Given time, as long as we continue to rely on Xing to cultivate, we only need to give birth to 10 more powerful people like you. What do the 5 great kingdoms count? It will be the moment when our Xingnan monarch will come to the world. With a crazy look in Hong Xing's eyes, she said coldly, do you think I didn't prevent you from appearing? I have been planning for so many years, just for today's situation. Your Sannin has been controlled by me and is trapped in the back mountain of Xingnan village. As long as I issue an order, my subordinates will end his life in an instant. It's too late to regret it now. Help me to get rid of these people who are in the way. Let's make Xingran reach the peak of the ninja world together. Hong Xing's eyes are full of madness, and a trace of admiration for the beautiful summer star. Chapter 178 Absorb Meteorites, Collapse Jade Awakens. Please subscribe. Hong Xing exposed his wolf ambitions and confessed to the conspiracy back then. Like Orochimaru, he is an ambitious person. However, he does not have the amazing talent like Orochimaru, and the strength that surpasses most ninjas. In desperation, Hong Xing could only persecute 3 generations of Zinging through conspiracy and tricks to gain the rights of Xingnan village. For his own selfish desires, he blindly ordered the villagers to practice the secret technique of the stars, in an attempt to conquer the world of ninjas by paying the price of their lives to have the increasingly powerful star ninjas. 3 generations of Zinging had high hopes for you back then, but I didn't expect you to be a mad person. The summer stars have lost their color, and they can no longer keep their elegance. Because the life of the Sannin, whom she cared about most, was threatened. The source of hatred has shifted, and Xing no longer pays attention to the blue ram, the 3 of them, but instead stared at the red star angrily. After learning the truth of that year, Xia was heartbroken. She never imagined that the real sinners have been wearing the mask of hypocrisy, pretending to rule Xingnan village with justice, forcing the young and ignorant teenagers to practice the secret method of the planet. If it weren't for Izan's appearance, this bloody truth would continue to be hidden until Hong Xing achieved his goal. Let go then, the grievances between us don't have to involve an innocent teenager. Zingxing rebuked. At this moment, her heart was complicated. Zingxing is eager to protect his son's safety, but also does not want to see his son again. Over the years, she has shouldered the righteousness of protecting the village in her heart, hiding in a dark corner, that is, to fulfill the secret of the 3 generations of Zinging. Since the death of her husband, Ying Mozing, Xing has lived a lonely life. Only the concern for her son in her heart made her have the determination to keep talking. Now, Red Star uses N to threaten Xing, which undoubtedly violated her bottom line. Dragons have reverse scales, and they will be angry if they touch them. Izan and Ulquiorra watched quietly, not planning to do anything. through the conversation between the two, he already understood the ins and outs of Zingnin village. The purpose of Zinging is to take away the mysterious meteorite and prevent the villagers of Zingnin village from being persecuted. The purpose of Zinging is to use the mysterious meteorite to make a comeback, making Zingnin village the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. The two have completely opposite philosophies, like ice and fire that cannot mix. However, Izan found a chance for cooperation. Although with his strength, wanting to take away the mysterious meteorite from the two of them can be said to be effortless. But Izan didn't want to rely on brute force to snatch it. On the one hand, he shares a position with Summer Star. That is to hope to obtain the mysterious meteorite from Zingnin village. On the other hand, Izan sees the strength of Summer Star. After all, being able to repel Ulquiorra head-on was a strength that should not be underestimated. Summer Star, why don't we cooperate? Izan took the initiative to speak rarely, and said, since your purpose is to take away that so-called star, you basically figure it out with me. I just need to get that star, and I'll leave Orihime village immediately. If that's the case, why don't we cooperate? Zinging didn't expect it, and asked cautiously, cooperation? You devil with blood on your hands, why should I cooperate with you? I wish the stars fall into my hands, and I won't let you, a ninja of an enemy country, succeed. Almost without thinking, Summer Star rejected Izan's proposal. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. How can you make sure your son is safe and sound? Izan pointed out, and a white thunder stormed towards the red star. Ha! Fire bombarded Zing's arm, causing the arm to explode. Ah! Kill him. Zing, hurry up and kill him for me. As long as you are willing to do it, I will let go of N immediately. Zing cried out in pain, and the pain from the broken arm almost made him fall to the ground in pain. Zing struggled to support her, and a crazy killing intent arose in her heart towards Izan. If it wasn't for the appearance of this demon, perhaps at this time he was still sitting in the exclusive seat of Zinging, chatting and laughing. Zing did not act, she looked at Zing hesitantly, hesitating in her heart. She doesn't want to help Zing, nor does she want to cooperate with Izan. It was her hesitant appearance that caused Zing's inner anger to climb to its peak. Using his remaining arm, he took out a cloud-piercing arrow from his arms. Boom! The cloud-piercing arrow rose rapidly, causing a huge fluctuation. Soon, two figures appeared. They are all Red Star's most loyal subordinates. The two men also held a comatose teenager in their arms. This boy is the son that Zinging cares about day and night, N. Seeing the son he missed in the dream, Zing's beautiful face left tears of missing. I have been dreaming about for many years, just to see you. Zing, since you're obsessed with it, don't blame yourself for being cruel. Even if you die, I'll make you pay the price. The crazy cold light flashed in Zing's eyes, he gave an order, and the two subordinates performed the Peacock magic. The huge chakra tail turned into two strong arms, crushing N's arms fiercely. What? Even in a coma, N still felt heart-wrenching pain. He cried out in pain, completely fainted. No, you dehumanizing demon. Looking at his son's tragic state, Zing's heart was cut like a knife, and the killing intent surged. Her angry gaze, Peacock's magic method, that huge force killed Zing and his two subordinates in an instant. Izan watched quietly, not intervening in this internal fight. His figure disappeared instantly and came to the interior of Zingnin village. There is a huge deep crater there, and it is obvious that it is the trace of a meteorite impact. Inside the pit, a spacious cross-shaped house stands. It is called the dojo by the villagers of Zingnin village, and it is also the place where the mysterious meteorite is placed. When Izan walked into the room, his eyes were immediately attracted by a cloud of purple light. A dark black meteorite floated in the air, surrounded by purple energy. Almost without thinking, Izan concluded that this was the star in Hong Xing's mouth. Izan took out the collapsible jade from her bosom and approached the star step by step. As long as he absorbs the stars, Bennu can awaken again. Chapter 179 Inu Orihime, for subscription. Bang bang. Bang bang. As Izan got closer and closer to the mysterious meteorite, Bennu gradually regained his awakening, sending out the familiar sound of heart beating. In fact, Bennu already contains the energy of monster enlightenment, but although this energy is huge, it is not enough to support Bennu's complete awakening. So this creates a pity. Izan was unable to summon the second person through Bennu. Now, just getting close to the mysterious meteorite, Bennu produced such a movement. This shows that there are majestic chakras in the mysterious meteorite. Orochimaru's information is indeed correct. The energy contained in this meteorite is stronger than expected. As long as it absorbs the energy perfectly, Bennu can awaken again. Izan's eyes finally fluctuated. After many rushes, Bennu finally had hope of awakening again, and he could also release the right person in his heart, Orihime. Not because of Orihime's beauty, nor because of her combat power, but because of her healing ability that violated the understanding of God. Inu Orihime's return to the shield from the two heavens can transcend the obstacles of time and space, so that any injury can return to its pre-injury state. Broken arms can be regenerated, and flesh and blood can be restored. It can be said that Orihime can heal almost any trauma. Even Sanne, who can be called a Konoha medical expert, can't compare to Inu Orihime. Wake up, Bennu. Izan held the Bennu tightly in his hand and held it up high. In an instant, Bennu emitted a dazzling blue light, turned into a hazy dew, and shrouded the surface of the mysterious meteorite. There was hardly any resistance, and the purple chakra covering the surface of the meteorite was instantly eroded by the blue light of the collapsing jade. Losing its purple luster, the mysterious meteorite becomes dull. Even the terrifying energy contained in it seems to be under a huge pressure, being suppressed by the stubbornness, unable to move. Gradually, the power of Bennu completely penetrated the inside of the mysterious meteorite, replacing and leading the internal control. The purple light dissipated, and it all turned into blue light and returned to the interior of the Bennu. The energy in the mysterious meteorite disintegrated, was gradually greedy, and finally disappeared completely. Card wipe. With a crisp sound, the entire meteorite shattered, and the energy inside was completely absorbed by collapsing jade. In an instant, the blue light in the Bennu flickered violently, like a bright sun shining through the audience. Bennu briefly awakened again. Izan clenched Bennu in her left hand, feeling the ecstatic power, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but draw an expectant smile. He closed his eyes, and the figure of Inu Orihime appeared in his heart. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The blue light floats like fine water, gradually forming a blue light curtain in front of Izan. The light curtain is transparent and hazy, making it impossible to see the situation inside carefully. With the blazing blue light, a figure appeared in the light curtain. Through the gap in the light curtain, Izan could vaguely see this hazy figure. The skin like suet jade, the complexion like snow, the two towering peaks, the little cherries that people can't put it down. Although the jet black hair covered most of the body, it still couldn't stop the spring color. The beautiful woman in the light curtain not only has an angel-like face, but also has a devil-like figure, which can be called a masterpiece of God and a perfect fairy. Inu Orihime. This innocent and kind girl, because of Izan's call, actually appeared in the ninja continent. At this moment, Inu Orihime was unable to catch an inch of her body, and the perfect body that countless people longed for was exposed to Izan's gaze without any concealment. Izan witnessed the spring that countless people dreamed of. but her heart was still calm. The reason why he summoned Orihime was not because of the beauty of the other party, but because of his shocking ability. When Orihime stared at him completely, all the blue light disappeared instantly, and the blue light curtain also disappeared. Orihime opened her beautiful eyes like autumn water and looked around in a daze. She stood up slowly, completely exposing that body, which could be called a masterpiece of heaven, to Izan's eyes. If it wasn't for Izan's concentration, it wouldn't be affected. If it were another man, I would have been unable to hold it in anymore, and the evil fire would arouse in my heart, and I would have rushed towards him like a hungry wolf. Where is this place? Orihime's voice is sweet, sweet and tactful, just like the sound of that day. She looked around in puzzlement, and when she realized that she was naked, her beautiful face was covered with a blush. Orihime swept her gaze to the floor to the side and found a female kimono. Without any hesitation, Orihime approved the kimono and hid her perfect body. When she raised her head, her expression froze and she became stunned. Because Orihime saw a familiar figure, Izan. You are Izan. Aren't you imprisoned in the infernal hell? Why did you escape again? Could it be that the soul world has been captured by the Invisible Empire? Orihime exclaimed loudly, where is this place? Am I still in the soul realm? Don't panic, Orihime. You are not in the soul realm, nor in the virtual circle, nor in reality. This is not where we used to be. Izan smiled slightly, and a gentle smile formed on the corner of his mouth. This is the ninja world continent. There is no death god, and there is no Gzu, only ninjas. Ninja? Orihime was silent. Her mind was a mess, and she couldn't tell what was going on at all. Her memory is still at the moment of the soul world, when the war had spread throughout the soul world, and the invasion of the Invisible Empire made the soul world in a precarious state. Impossible, you must be lying to me. The so-called ninja continent is a fake excuse. Orihime shook her head desperately, refusing to believe this fact. Just like Izan's inexplicable time travel, it took a while to get used to it. Let's go, I'll show you the real ninja continent. Izan stepped forward and put her palm on Orihime's shoulder. The next moment, the figures of the two disappeared instantly and appeared on the flat ground outside the village. Chapter 180, The Summer Star Follows. Subscribe. Brush. Izan and Orihime disappeared instantly and appeared on the edge of the valley. Zinging was still holding the pain of who fell into a coma, and that poignant appearance made people feel distressed. When the figure of Orihime appeared, Ulquiorra's eyes finally wavered. He looked at this beautiful figure in amazement, and a storm surged in his heart. At the moment when Ulquiorra was dying in the virtual circle, the person who appeared in his eyes was Orihime. Unexpectedly, Izan summoned Orihime through Bennu's awakening. Woman. Ulquiorra. The two of them spoke out at the same time, their hearts shaking. Izan smiled slightly and turned her gaze to N. The bloody broken arms revealed the white bones. Even in Sanne's presence, he couldn't revive the broken arm. It was precisely because Zinging knew that she was powerless, so she hugged her son and cried. The reason why Izan brought Orihime back was to show her the existence of Ulquiorra. In this way, her surprised heart will also become calm. Even Ulquiorra, who she saw with her own eyes, died, so what was her transmigration? On the other hand, Izan hopes that Orihime can use that powerful ability to restore N's arms. In this way, the knot in Summer Star's heart can be unraveled. Destroy the mysterious meteorite and restore the broken arm. Everything Izan does has been carefully considered, step by step, in order to win over Zia Crossing. This powerful star ninja has a complete Peacock technique and can protect the safety of Kurama Yakumo, which is also the ultimate goal of Izan. Did you see it, Orihime? There is no soul world, nor the 13th team of the goat, nor the god of death. The past grievances have vanished, and our position is not hostile. Izan pointed at Natsumi, who was holding En in pain, and said, "Go, Orihime, heal his arms and show your strength." Orihime hesitated, her heart still immersed in a huge shock. Even though he saw Ulquiorra resurrected from the dead, Orihime still couldn't believe the truth. But her heart is kind. Ennu walked in front of Zinging. His eyes darkened, and he felt sad for this great mother. Xuanxian returns to the shield. "I refuse." Two golden streams of light flew out of her hairpin, slowly revolving around Den. "What is this?" Before Zing's words could fall, her expression froze in vain. En's two broken arms actually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whenever the brilliance shines, En's flesh and blood gathers again. How can that be? Now, whether it is Summer Star or Kurama, both were stunned. They hadn't yet reacted to the appearance of Orihime. En's arms had fully grown, just like they were at the beginning. This magical power is beyond the scope of their understanding. If the broken arm can be reborn with blood and flesh, if it is spread, it will cause an uproar. The treatment of Xuanxian is not the same as the recovery ability of primary cells. It is not simply restoring strength, but transcending the barriers of time and space and restoring the state of things to the state before something happened. Under Xuanxian's cure, En's arms recovered, and his pale face regained blood. All injuries disappeared, as if it had never happened. This kind of power is terrifying. Even Kurama couldn't help but marvel. "That's great, En." Zing hugged En tightly, tears dripping from her beautiful eyes. The innocent son was implicated, and Zing's heart was full of guilt. The appearance of Orihime unexpectedly healed En's hands and saved a boy's future. "The star was taken away by you?" There are complex emotions in the Summer Star's eyes. She appeared to protect the village. "It wasn't taken away by us. From now on, the stars will cease to exist." Izan smiled lightly and said coldly, "Doesn't it exist anymore? Such an ending may be the best relief for Hoshinen village." Zinging looked sluggish, and countless fragments appeared in his mind. "Deep in my memory, one villager after another died for the cruel star cultivation. Even her husband died because of side effects on his body. Although the star brought strength to the villagers, it also put them in a life and death crisis. Everyone knows how long their body can carry, and no one knows when the star's backlash will come. Once you can't persist in your cultivation, you will die. The disappearance of Zinging is the best ending, and it is also the most hopeful ending for Zing and the 3 generations of Zinging. Summer Star, are you willing to follow me?" Izan extended a kind olive branch to Summer Star. "Follow you?" Zinging was silent, neither rejecting nor accepting. Because En fell into a coma, he never saw his mother at all. His memory still remained in 10 years, the mother who cared for him day and night, has been dead for 10 years. The disappearance of the star relieves the worries. Summer Star didn't want to break En's life. She was afraid that she would die suddenly due to her physical condition after she appeared. Such a blow would be even heavier and would cast a shadow on En's heart forever. You must be well aware of the pros and cons of it. Since you died in his heart 10 years ago, why should you reappear? Izan said calmly, "If you lose the star, his body will not be eroded. Following me, you can not only gain more powerful strength, but also protect the Summer Star." Zing was silent, and a hesitant expression appeared on her beautiful face. Of course she understood that what Izan said was the truth. Perhaps silent protection is the embodiment of love. "I promise to follow you. However, you also have to promise me one condition." Zing said with a dignified expression, "Do your best to protect Zingnin village." Izan nodded indifferently and agreed to Summer Star's request. In the end, Zinging reluctantly looked at En, who was asleep, left a hickey on his forehead, and followed Izan away. In her own way, she will always guard the Star Ninja Village. Received another girl and asked to subscribe. Chapter 181, Wirange Uli, for subscription. Absorbing the energy of the star, Bennu perfectly awakened. This trip to Zinging village not only attracted Zinging, a superb ninja, but also earned Orihime. With Jiraiya's perfect healing ability, Izan's inner worries are also reduced by most. More importantly, Himiyori's ability can protect Kurama-Yakumo's fragile body from disease. Once Kurama-Yakumo's body is on the verge of collapse, the energy of Shuangshan returning shield can restore her to the most perfect state. The group left Zinging village and returned to the stronghold in the Kingdom of Heaven. During the journey from the country of the bear to the country of the field, one has to pass through a large forest. This journey crossed many small countries. These small countries are desolate and remote, and at the same time they are also buffer points for the wars of the major powers. Izan and his party returned along the same route, and it took only half a day to reach the country of Aizen. The country of Aizen, the only neutral country in the ninja world. The ninjas agreed not to attack this country a long time ago, so they avoided several ninja wars. Because it was not affected by the war, the country of Aizen was prosperous and peaceful. After decades of development, people live in paradise. It's just that this country is different from other countries. There are no ninjas in the Aizen country, but a group of fighting groups called samurai guards. It is a neutral country with independent culture, independent authority, and independent combat power. The reason why Izan chose to go back from the Aizen country to the Tian country is because of the independence of the Aizen country. Even if he was issued a ninja wanted order, he could still act above and beyond the Aizen country to avoid conflicts. Travel through the vast towns and experience the unique style of the Aizen country. Izan and his party roamed more than half of the Aizen country, and came to the border between the Aizen country and the Tian country. The geographical location here is special. In addition to two small foreign countries nearby, there is also one of the 5 major countries, the Land of Thunder. On weekdays, there are often a large number of Thunder Ninja teams performing tasks nearby to maintain the stability of the Land of Thunder. Usually, the strength of these small teams is not strong, most of them are budding Leren, going out to experience. Unfortunately, something unfortunate happened. Izan and his party encountered a powerful Thunder Ninja team on a vast plain. The reason why this Thunder Ninja team is daunting is not only because their members are strong, almost all of them are from the Kingdom of Thunder, but more importantly, the leader of the team, the woman who claims to be the second master of Unayan village. The two tails are Yuli, and the two are Yumu. Two-tailed Juri is a ninja woman who is arrogant and brave. She is powerful and is the famous Shangjin in Unayan village. Because it is sealed in the body. She is a tailed beast weapon belonging to Unayan village. Perhaps it was fate's arrangement that Izan and his party met the two Yuki people head-on. When the two Yuma people saw Izan, a burst of brilliance suddenly erupted in their eyes. Just 3 days ago, the Konoha Ninja village issued an urgent ninja wanted notice. There is not only the fiercely famous Orochimaru on it, but also a face that has never been seen before. Izan plus medical star the 5th generation Hokage Sanne took office, and almost all the big names in the country attended Sanad's inauguration ceremony. At this grand ceremony, Konoha did not hide anything, but instead announced the deeds of Izan to the public. After being recognized by the great names of various countries, Izan's danger level is not inferior to Orochimaru. As a result, this ninja wanted order fixed Izan's danger level as S level, the same as the members of the legendary Akatsuki organization. Once this classified information was spread, it was immediately known to the high-level officials of various countries. The two Yuma people, as the masters in Unayan village, naturally learned about Izan's information. When she found Izan's figure, a strong fighting spirit emerged in her heart. She not only wanted to capture Izan, but also negotiated with Konoha on this condition. Izan Kamiuka will meet you at the junction of the two countries. It seems that one step later will let you escape to the territory of Tianzi. Although the two Yuki people have calm personalities, they are still arrogant in their hearts. She didn't see Izan's strength with her own eyes, so she didn't look at Izan with the same fear as Konoha ninja. You are the tailed beast weapon of Union village, the two-tailed man you lie, and the two Yuma people? Izan blurted out that he used to be in Orochimaru and Danzo. I have seen the same information in my hand, that is, about the appearance of the nine-tailed beasts and their current person, you lie. After all, for a village, the tailed beast weapon plays a key role in determining the outcome of the war. Therefore, all major countries will record in detail the information about the weapons of the enemy's tailed beasts. In the face of the aggressive two-tailed person you lie, Izan not only did not panic at all, but the corner of his mouth drew a sinister arc. Only after he got Bennu, he searched everywhere for a huge energy body. As one of the 9 big-tailed beasts, the two-tailed cat it happened to be Izan's capture target. Izan was not in a hurry to set off for Shattering village because Ichio Morizu was in the distant land of wind. He originally planned to return to Tashiguo to rebuild the Xui Palace, but he did not expect to encounter Uiren Yulai by accident. Even the ninjas in the Land of Thunder have recognized my identity. It seems that Konoha has already taken action. Almost without thinking, Izan guessed that the Konoha ninja village must have issued a ninja wanted order, and designated him as the most dangerous S rank. Only this possibility will lead to the fact that Union village far away from 4.0 Konoha has information on Izan. Just like the murderer of the Uchiha clan massacre, Uchiha Itachi. Because Konoha issued a ninja wanted order, Uchiha Itachi became famous and eventually joined the evil Akatsuki organization. Izan said calmly and impermanently, "But it doesn't matter, tailed Jerry. You shouldn't have this kind of expression on your face at this moment. You should regret, cry, and despair. You didn't choose me, but I chose you." Taito Yulai was stunned for a moment, then he laughed, and said gloomily, "You chose me? Don't be kidding. Since you're an S-rank traitor set by Konoha, don't even think about running away. I bet on the name of Uiren, the second master of Union, and swear to kill you all." Chapter 182 Two Tails, The Cat Again, for subscription. Kill us. Be quiet. Don't yell like that. Izan was indifferent and ruthless, and cold words came out of her mouth. Don't speak wild words easily, that will only reveal your weakness. HMPH, you traitor of Konoha, what qualifications do you have to speak in front of me? Yukito ignored Izan's provocation, and a hot breath gradually brewed in her body. Feeling this breath, Zing's face changed dramatically. This hot chakra is different from the docile and calm chakra of human beings, and the interior is full of violent killing. Tail beast chakra. It seems that the rumors from the outside world are not false. You have been able to control the chakra of the two-tailed cat with ease. Zingli frowned, and a look of astonishment filled her heart. You know, the 9/11-tailed beasts have always been a symbol of natural and man-made disasters. Even the 5 major countries couldn't tame them, so the human pillar power was born. Only by sealing the tailed beast in Ren Yulai's body, can he barely control the power of the tailed beast. There has always been a rumor in the ninja world. That is, the two-tailed beasts, the 8-tailed bull ghost, and the 2-tailed cat that were controlled by the Land of Thunder have all been tamed by Union village. Both of them can use the power of the tailed beast freely. Execute tactics and surround them. It is not just the energy of Uwe that Uiren can become the master of Union. More importantly, she has a cool head. While confronting Izan, Yugi gave tactical orders in an orderly manner. The 5 Unin Murakami forbearance were resolute, and they appeared on the surrounding small hills with a teleportation technique, completely locking in the aura of Izan and his group. Including the wooden man, the 6 formed a hexagram standing, like an inescapable net. Ledun, Thunder Fang. The 5 Jonin took out the sharp ninja swords from behind and crossed the swords in front of them to charge up. The thunder attribute chakra in the body gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The next moment, they unfolded their double knives and launched a large-scale lightning attack. Countless thunders were densely intertwined, converging into an indestructible net of thunder that fell from the sky. "I've caught you, Izanji Dr. Mukune Jipu Village's Ledun Ninjutsu. Don't even think about escaping." A smile emerged from the corner of the wooden man's mouth, determined to win this attack. She confidently gathered the offensive of the 6 Jnin chakras, and she would definitely be able to capture Izan and his party. It's a good thing to have confidence, but it's not good to be too confident. If you are too confident, you will have a great failure waiting. Izan took out Jinghua Shuayu from her waist and waved it in the air. The moon-like slash slammed out, slicing the thunder net with ease. How is this possible? Whether it was Umaren or the 5 Shangren, they were all shocked. The Kingdom of Thunder is also popular in the practice of swordsmanship, which is why they carry double swords on their backs. However, Izan was just an ordinary slash, breaking through the thunder net with ease, leaving them speechless. It's hard to master the strength if you want to step over the ant without breaking it. It's better to capture it with your hands and take the initiative to follow us. Izan holds the mirror flower and water moon in her hand, and the long white coat rises without wind. In the face of the siege of the 5 Jonin, Iran's face did not change, and he was still the same calm look. "You are dreaming." The wooden man's feet were bent, and the hairband that bound the yellow hair was loosened. Her feet were bent like a cat ready to go. 2-tailed chakra burst out, forming streaks of blue flames covering the long fluttering hair. The temperature of the air rose sharply, and the blue flames continued to spread, forming flames one after another. "I didn't expect that such a provocation would make you angry." Blue, his long dyed hair fluttered, and his eyes were full of blue flames. Facing the constantly recovering Rawei, Izan showed no sign of moving, but took a step forward unexpectedly. His arrogant behavior further stimulated Yukito. Roar. The sky-shattering roar caused the wooden man's volume to expand rapidly, and that perfect body was completely covered by flames. Black texture, hot blue flame. 2 tails condensed from flames swayed in the air. A huge cat demon covered by blue flames appeared in everyone's sight. The completely beast-shaped Rawei, the cat again. Is this the power of the 2-tailed cat? It's really extraordinary. There were fluctuations in Izan Shuang 950's eyes. After beheading monsters in a row, Izan clearly felt the huge gap between monsters and 9-tailed beasts after the monsters realized. Only the power of the 9-tailed beasts is enough to awaken Bennu and make Bennu fully awaken. To be able to control the complete Rawei, her will is really terrifying. Zinging had a solemn expression on her face, and she made a seal on her hands and performed the Peacock magic. The purple chakra out-tailed beast screen protects Kurama Yakumo and Inu Orihime from the heat wave. The 2-tailed cat raised the huge palm again and patted the Izan 5 people below. The cat's claws wrapped in blue flames cover the sky, like a sun emitting a fiery flame. Every inch they got closer, everyone felt the coming of purgatory. At this critical moment, Aokuyara bears the brunt. His figure flashed in front of everyone, and his steel-like palm was raised in the air. The blue energy condensed and gathered into an energy light group. The 6 energy ties floated up and down, causing the space to be distorted. Wang Zu's Flash. Chapter 183, Feduan, Jodu, subscribe. Wang Zu's flash is only used by 10 blades, and it is the exclusive flash of 10 blades. Because its power is too strong, it can distort time and space, so Izan stipulates that it is forbidden to use it in the Void Knight Palace. At this moment, Ulquiorra relied on Wang Zu's flash to smash her tailed cat's claws. Boom! The blazing blue light crisscrossed, turning into a violent energy storm that swept the 4 directions. Even though the 5 Unayan Murakami shinobi were already prepared, their bodies still retreated uncontrollably. The clothes on Ulquiorra's arms kept shattering, and his body quickly retreated, rubbing a ravine on the ground. The sparks from the energy impact left white marks on the surface of his steel-like skin. Ulquiorra withstood the pressure and waved backhand, unexpectedly blasting out Roy's huge body. Roar! The two-tailed cat roared angrily again, and its body fell into the sky, smashing a big hole into the ground. By blowing Roy off with one hand, is he still a human? The 5 members of Unayan village were stunned, and their hearts turned violent. Having lived in Unayan village for a long time, they are very clear about the strength of Yuma Ren. Not only is she powerful, but she is also able to completely transform into a tailed beast and control the two-tailed cat. In the face of the runaway second tail, even Raikage has to deal with it carefully. It's really rare to be able to maintain a sensible mind after being completely transformed into a tailed beast. Ulquiorra said expressionlessly, "It's just, what is the mind? As long as I tear your chest, can I see everything in your heart? As long as I smash your head, can I see everything in your mind?" Ulquiorra pulled out his Zanpakuto. His eyes completely changed, and he became indifferent, leaving only the purest killing. Brush. His figure disappeared instantly, and an indescribable terrifying speed erupted. When it resurfaced, it had already appeared above the two-tailed cat. A slash with all his strength, the mighty spiritual energy condensed into a green slash, and it slashed fiercely on Roy's head. Boom! The huge force made the two-tailed cat lower its head again, and its eyes contained angry killing intent. Ulquiorra's slash completely split the blue flames on its head, ripping apart the flesh, straight into the marrow. The heart-piercing pain caused Roy to raise 2 huge palms and pat them on the top of the head. However, its movements were so slow that even Ulquiorra's shadow could not touch it. Virtual flash. Another flicker hit, but this time the two-tailed cat responded in time. It mobilized the flames of the whole body and condensed into a huge fireball above the body. The two fiercely collided in mid-air, forming a huge sea of flames. Izan stood calmly and watched quietly, not planning to take action. He believed that with Ulquiorra's own power, the second tail could be easily dealt with. It's terrifying to be able to suppress Roy. Judging from his appearance, he can even handle it with ease. He doesn't look like a human being, but a killing machine that annihilates humanity. The 5 Genin looked at Ulquiorra's figure and sighed from the bottom of their hearts. Only at this time did they realize how terrifying Izan was, and how powerful was Izan to be able to make a strong man like Ulquiorra follow him with all his heart. No one knows the answer, because no one can force Izan to exert all his strength. Even for something as earth-shattering as the capture of Roy, Izan didn't need a shot. The battle was fierce, and Ulquiorra easily evaded Roy's attack by taking advantage of the sound. He calmly launched a counterattack, blasting out one after another, making the flames on Katyu's body even more dim. The scale of victory is gradually tilted towards Ulquiorra, although the power of the two-tailed cat is strong, but the action is slow, unable to hurt Ulquiorra at all. On the other hand, Ulquiorra does not rely on chakra, but on the spiritual power in his body. As the highest level Vastrad, the spiritual power in his body is as powerful as the ocean. In addition, he is only in a sealed state, and his strength is only 1/5 of the state of returning to the blade. The more the battle dragged on, the more obvious Ulquiorra's advantage was. It's not enough, Just the power of two tails is not enough to free Ulquiorra. Izan pondered in a low voice, her deep eyes seemed to see the end of the battle. According to legend, Mau, the second to last among the nine-tailed beasts, couldn't even force out half of Ulquiorra's power, so he was too weak. Oh, it looks like we caught up with a good show. It seems that Lord Heretic God has given us good luck. It's better to be cautious, and be careful of losing your life. Two voices suddenly sounded, immediately attracting all the attention. The previous voice was rebellious and contained a horrifying murderous aura. The latter voice is ancient and vicissitudes, as if it has survived for too long, seeing through the vicissitudes of all things. Everyone looked at the source of the sound and saw two figures. The large black robe and the red auspicious cloud pattern are the special symbols of the Zhao organization. A member of Zhao's organization, the Immortal Duo. Flight Segment, Angle. Chapter 184, The Ritual of the Heretic God Religion, for subscription. Fedyuan, after all, it's also a two-tailed cat, don't be careless, or you will die. You'd better tell this to others, Angle. I hope they can kill it. Both Fedyuan and Zhao came out of the shadows and were unexpectedly in everyone's sight. The black robe, the conspicuous red auspicious clouds. The top view of the two is the same as that of Uchiha. Behind Fedyuan was a bloody march sickle, like that dazzling ghost. His eyes flickered with wicked and charming eyes. If you look closely, you will find that there is a touch of fanatical belief hidden in them. The Angle is not as flamboyant as Fedyuan. He was wearing a mask, and half of his face was covered by a black mask. Only two emerald eyes were exposed on the entire face. The emerald green heads are like ghosts dancing in the dark night, making people unpredictable. Although Zhao Du was silent, he showed a steadiness that had been honed over time. Although his strength is strong, he is still cautious and does not look down on the enemy below 687. They are people from Zhao's organization? Izan looked up at Haiden and Karu, and easily determined their identities from their clothes. Izan's eyes were deep, and a ripple appeared in his calm heart. Having played against Uchiha and Kisaki, Izan knows the strength of the members of the organization. Every member has a terrifying power that cannot be underestimated. Wei, who was originally determined to win, became suspicious because of the appearance of the undead duo. Ulquiorra and the two-tailed cat stopped tacitly, and they would not rashly fight until the intention of the undead duo was clarified. This kind of stupid behavior will only allow Fedyuan and the others to reap the benefits. Ah, it seems that we have received the favor of the evil gods. Not only did we meet the two-tailed cat, but even the leader ordered special attention to Izan and Shikangsu. Fedyuan's eyes moved to Izan, and the evil spirit sneered, I don't know how many blessings the heretic god will give by using his power as a sacrifice. I'm looking forward to it. Don't take it for granted, Haiden. Have you forgotten the information provided by Itachi Uchiha? He has an illusion that is not inferior to Itachi. This type of enemy is the most difficult, so it's better to be careful. Zhao Du has no expression on his face, and there is only a dead breath in his words. If it weren't for his agility, others would mistake him for a mummy that had lived for thousands of years. It's still related to money. As long as we win Izan Keimuku, we can get countless bounties. When he mentioned money, his eyes flashed with greed. Although he is a powerful ninja, he has a special penchant for money. As the treasurer of Akatsuki's organization, Keigudo is carrying out bounty tasks on weekdays, seeking the greatest benefit. So, we have to be honest with Izan and Medical Olives first. Fedyuan raised the bloody march scythe, and the madness in his eyes became more and more condensed. He was already hungry and thirsty, and he could not wait to obtain the blood of Izan and perform a sacrifice ceremony. No, let's kill the annoying away first. After all, The purpose of this trip was to snatch away. I met Izan J and Wanfing's food. Although Jodu's tone was flat, it had a certain meaning. This invisible contempt made Yuki people indignant. Whether it was Ulquiorra or the undead duo, they regarded her as the turtle in the urn. As one of the most powerful people in Unayan village, how could Yukito endure such humiliation? She manipulated tailed man's body, opened her mouth angrily, and a high-density black energy bullet continuously condensed and formed in front of it, and finally kept shrinking. The wooden man swallowed the black energy bomb and spit it out. Tailed Beast Jade. This Tailed Beast Jade contains Yuki's anger, and its target is obviously the arrogant undead duo. Oh, it seems to have angered her, Jodu. Although Feduan's tone was relaxed, his face was extremely solemn. Stop talking nonsense, get out of the way, Feduan. Jodu felt irritated by Feduan's chatter, he scolded him and disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Feduan also fled in embarrassment. Not long after the two of them disappeared, the tailed beast Jade also arrived as scheduled. Boom! A devastating wave erupted, and the entire hill was razed to the ground, revealing the power of the tailed beast Jade. Wow! Even though Kurama Yakumo and Inuhime Ori dodged in Summer Star's Peacock trick, they still felt the strong wind blowing towards them. Even the mighty Summer Star was silent. When the undead duo appeared, she knew that this was a battle that she was not qualified to intervene in. Before the energy storm dissipated, Feduan's figure suddenly appeared above the two-tailed cat. Feel the fear from the evil god. Feduan raised the bloody march scythe and slashed towards tailed man's body fiercely. The cat wailed again, and the sharp bloody march sickle left a scar on it. The dazzling blood flowed out of the wound, and the bloody march sickle was smeared along the skin. At this moment, Feduan's mouth drew an evil and charming smile, and with a backhand wave, he put away the bloody march sickle. The root of the heresy is killing. As the most devout believer, I will perform rituals to let you taste the pain together. Chapter 185 Renge Yulai died. Please subscribe. Feduan placed the bloody march scythe in front of him, looked at the blood dripping from the blade, and licked it greedily. Ha! That's how it feels. Nyoyuki, I believe that the evil god Sama will be very satisfied with you as a tribute. Feduan waved hard, and the blood droplets on the bloody march scythe completely fell to the ground. He raised his left foot and stepped on the blood drop, moving regularly. The blood formed a circle on the ground, and with the movement of Feduan's left foot, a prominent triangle appeared in the circle. The sacrificial formation is complete. At the same time, Feduan's skin color changed completely, and it was no longer the normal skin color before. His arms were all black, and the black and white lines on his strong body were intertwined, looking eerie. Combined with the bloody march sickle, it was like a ghost from the depths of purgatory. I've already cursed you. The ceremony begins now. Feduan lowered his head and buried his face. Suddenly, he raised his head suddenly, his face like a skeleton, filled with indescribable madness. As if using all his strength, Feduan roared frantically, come on, come and taste the pain with me. Feduan took out a telescopic spear from his bosom, and laughed wildly, ha ha ha. That's it, you're ready. It's going to hurt a lot, you better be prepared. The next moment, he did something that everyone could not expect. Feduan raised his sharp spear and stabbed it towards his abdomen. This move caught everyone off guard. Could it be that he was going to commit suicide? Puchy. The sharp spear pierced Feduan's abdomen, and the tip of the spear dripped with blood. What's the matter? He actually mutilated himself. Are all the members of the Akatsuki organization such perverted guys? The 5 Leren were stunned, and the plot twisted so quickly that they were caught off guard. Even Izan and Ulquiorra's brows furrowed slightly. They didn't expect Haiden to play masochistic. The style of pulling the wind, the mysterious formation, all preparations are just for suicide? Suicide? No. It's not that simple. Izan's eyes were sharp, and in an instant, she found clues from the two-tailed cat. He was surprised to find that a tailed man's abdomen was cracked with a huge scar, black blood kept dripping, and soon a pool of blood was formed. Is his power a curse? Izan pondered for a moment, then guessed Feduan's ability. Because from the beginning to the end, Ulquiorra did not attack the belly of the two-tailed cat. But after only performing the ritual from the flying section, a scar was cracked there in an instant. Perhaps his ability is an equivalent exchange, using a certain price to make the enemy suffer the same injury as himself. But what is the price of the exchange? Izan frowned tightly, not knowing the key to the evil god ceremony. It's no wonder that, apart from the members of Koto and Akatsuki's organization, almost no one understands Feduan's true abilities. Immortal. Roar. The two-tailed cat wailed in pain again, and its breath quickly fell. The shocking crack in the abdomen caused the cat to suffer heavy injuries. The original momentum disappeared, leaving only the dying breath. Ha ha ha. It hurts, right? Feduan pulled out his steel spear frantically, and said with a sneer, if it is aimed at the key point, it will be different. Hee hee. But this kind of pain is the best. My body can be infected by the pain that others feel when they are dying. That will sublime into a kind of pleasure that transcends pain. Feduan was arrogant, revealing his own abilities without concealment. He is not afraid of being immortal, because he has never felt the fear of death. This kind of thing, only after he became a believer of the evil god, ceased to exist. Naoyuki, where do you want to feel the pain next, eh? Feduan raised the steel spear again, with crazy killing intent in his eyes, and sneered, or do you want to just end it like this? As Feduan's movements stopped, the position of the steel spear was aimed at his heart. As long as he exerted a little force, the steel spear would pierce the heart, and Yuki Nio would die. Go to hell, you lunatic. The two-tailed cat roared angrily again, raised its huge palm and slapped Feduan fiercely. She endured the pain, just to kill Feduan and stop his maddening behavior. It's useless, as long as you become the sacrifice of the evil god, you will never be able to escape death. Feduan fanatically vented his beliefs, and pierced forward with the sharp spear in his hand, piercing his heart. No. I don't think I can just die. The wooden figurine's movements stopped in the air, and the huge cat's claws also fell weakly. She spit out a mouthful of blood, with unwillingness and resentment, and finally died of anger. The Jonin of Unain village, the two-tailed man Yulai, who was loved by the villagers, died tragically at the hands of Feduan by the wooden man. At the same time, Feduan also fell to the ground weakly, endured the pain, closed his eyes reverently, as if he was praying his last prayer. In this way, the task given by the leader has finally been completed. Then, it's your turn, Izan Keimuku. Keiguto stared at Izan with greed for money in his eyes. Chapter 186 The Fourth Blade vs. the Undead Duo, for subscription. It's a pity that it was killed anyway. But don't try to get the second tail easily. Izan didn't avoid Kouto's gaze, and looked at him calmly. He could feel the cold killing intent in Jodu's green eyes. Hurry up, Feduan. Don't always like to do such tedious rituals. Jodu looked at Feduan, who fell on the ground in dissatisfaction, and urged, quickly take off the blue dye and add the medical palm Nanruthenium to send the penalty to exchange for the bounty. Don't interrupt my ceremony. Feduan opened his eyes, the black and white interlaced body surface disappeared, and the normal skin color was restored. Even if the heart was pierced, Feduan was still unscathed. He turned his feet up and jumped, landing steadily. This lively appearance is incompatible with the previous suicide. All the injuries that happened to Feduan disappeared, and he returned to his prosperous state. It's really tedious to always do this kind of vulgar prayer ceremony. Kaguto couldn't bear Feduan's behavior. You know, countless bounties are just around the corner. It is a sinful thing to ignore money without getting it. Go ahead, Feduan. Jiaodu has sharp eyes and is ready to go. The prayer ceremony is still complete. Besides, what is cumbersome? Your statement is blasphemous and the greatest disrespect to the evil god. Feduan put down the necklace in his hand, and laughed wildly, ha! The prayer ceremony is finally completed, and I can't wait to taste the pain again. He raised the bloody halberd and pointed at Izan. His skeleton-like face was full of contempt. Feduan is too arrogant. Relying on his own immortality, he is not afraid of any enemy at all. He had not experienced the taste of despair, nor the feeling of fear. Izan was silent, ignoring Haiden's provocation. He had already seen through Feduan's ability, but instead he became very interested in him. For the first time, Izan saw something interesting to him in Ninja Land. Once a scientist in the Soul Society, he secretly conducted many researches. Izan has always been interested in wonderful things at heart. Not only does he have the ability to curse, but he also has the body of immortality. I didn't expect to have this ability. Izan chuckled lightly, and looked at Feduan. You actually saw my ability? Feduan was surprised. Izan analyzed all his abilities just through observation. I wonder if you can survive if you cut off your head? Izan's face changed, and she said coldly, Go ahead, Ulquiorra, cut off his head. What, cut off my head? I'm very upset when I hear this kind of challenge. Feduan said chatteringly, If you get upset, blood will rush to your head, and blood will rush to your head. Shut up. Feduan. Angle interrupted impatiently. Feduan guessed an innocent look, shrugged, and said, Okay, but if blood rushes into my head, I don't want to care about the purpose or not. I just want to destroy everything. Ring. Before Haiden's words could fall, Ulquiorra's figure had already appeared behind him. This elusive speed caught the undead duo off guard. Brush. The lightning-fast slash quickly slashed towards Feduan's head. Although Feduan has an immortal body, his movements are the slowest in Akatsuki's organization. Ah! It hurts me. Feduan's body retreated, although barely dodging the slash, a crack appeared on his neck. Scarlet blood gushed out, dyeing the black robe scattered on his body red. If his reaction were any slower, the head would roll to the ground. I told you not to be careless, even I couldn't see through his strength. The indifferent voice of the corners came out. Even if they were the first to know that Ulquiorra would attack, the body movements of Kakuto and Haiden couldn't keep up with their thoughts. Ulquiorra's attack is too fast. Okay, it's time to fight back. Tentacle punch. Kakuto's arm hardened and broke suddenly. Countless black tentacles appeared at the wound, and they manipulated the broken arm to blast at Ulquiorra. Brush. Ulquiorra's figure disappeared, and a huge void appeared on the ground. Kakuto's punch is no less powerful than Sanne's strange power. It is one of my abilities to harden my body. No physical attack can hurt me. Jiaodu retracted his arms and sneered disdainfully. Compared with the takeoff stage, Jiao is calm and good at thinking. It's just that he and Fezero. Section 1 has the same characteristics, that is, the unstoppable mad killing intent in the heart. Once the killing intent is provoked, unless one side falls down, it will never die. Is that all your strength? Sure enough, it's weaker than I thought. Killing intent surged in Ulquiorra's eyes, and his figure disappeared instantly, like a ghostly figure instantly appearing in front of Feduan. Clang. Another slash slashed, this time luck didn't favor Feduan. The sharp Zanpakuto slashed across his neck. Fedyuan's head was cut off from the air and fell to the ground. One-shot beheading. Chapter 187, Jodu's Real Ability. The ground is grumbling. Please subscribe. Fedyuan's head kept rolling on the ground, his body stiffened and fell to the ground. Fedyuan died? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fedyuan, holding their breath, waiting for the result. If you can kill Fedyuan first, then the remaining horns will be independent. Even if he is a member of Akatsuki's organization, his 2 fists are no match for 4. Alas, you've been ignored. If you want me to take action, you should have said it earlier. The head of the companion was cut off, and Jodu not only did not panic at all, but sighed helplessly. Instead, the tone seemed to be mocking Fedyuan if he didn't die. You're too slow to react, Angle. You probably did it on purpose. When the head stagnated and rolled, an unbelievable scene appeared. The tightly closed hands suddenly opened, and Fedyuan cursed, as if the culprit was dying. 11 corpses fell to the ground, and their heads were still chattering. This strange scene made everyone stunned. Isn't this true? Kurama Yakumo, Zing sucked in the cold air, and his mind went blank. The neck was cut off and it was still alive. This strange situation was beyond the understanding of the two of them. Inujiori was just surprised, then relieved. She is different from Kurama Yakumo. She had seen too many miraculous things as early as in the Soul Society and the Void Circle. The existence of the God of Death and the existence of the Virtual have broken the common sense. Izan and Ulquiorra remained expressionless despite Haiden's amazing abilities. The strength of the two of them has reached the peak of their respective fields. Even if Fedyuan has an immortal body, it cannot change the nature of the weak. HMPH, I've been reminding you not to be careless. Even now, you are still yelling at me. Jodu's expression was stiff, showing displeasure. Please, Angle, help me get my body here first. Seeing Jodu's gloomy face, Fedyuan didn't dare to chatter. His tone was kind and pleasing to the corners. Brush. Jodu didn't talk too much nonsense with him, he lifted Fedyuan's head and walked towards his corpse. Hey, Angle, don't tug at my hair. It hurts. Fedyuan's face was ashes, as if he was experiencing pain. Instead of pain, it should be more painful in the neck, right? Jodu sneered, he believed that if Fedyuan hadn't asked him, he wouldn't be humble at all. Soon, Jodu came to Fedyuan's body. A black tentacle stretched out from his wrist and sewed Fedyuan's head and body together. It hurts, it's finally over. Fedyuan stood up again and twisted his body. The thrill of regaining control of his body made an ecstatic smile appear on his face. Your battles and speeches are as long as your rituals. It's too much delay. Next, leave this battle to me. Kaguto's words are full of orders that cannot be violated. Unexpectedly, Fedyuan was silent under Jodu's icy gaze, as if he had succumbed to Jodu's aura. Although your speed is very fast, my skin is hardened almost without flaws. Go to hell. The horns raised both hands, and rushed towards Ulquiorra quickly. Suddenly, both of his wrists were broken, and the black tentacles squirmed like blood vessels, manipulating the wrists to smash Ulquiorra. Clang. Ulquiorra's face was expressionless, and he swung his sword into Kuru's fists. It's just that he resisted this offensive, and the huge impact caused the ground under Ulquiorra's feet to collapse, and countless cracks appeared out of thin air. Virtual flash. A green beam of light blasted out, instantly destroying the black tentacles linked to the wrist. Without the connection of the tentacles, Kaguto's wrist fell to the ground. The black tentacles gushed out of Kaguto's body again, reconnecting his wrists. Soon, his two wrists returned to his body and reconnected with his arms. Although this ability is powerful, it is still not enough in the face of super speed regeneration. Ulquiorra said indifferently. You're more difficult than I thought. If you don't get real, it seems difficult to kill you. Zhao changed his calm expression, and indescribable terrifying killing intent emerged in his eyes. He said coldly, "Okay, it's time to make a break." Zhao took off his coat and exposed his upper body. When everyone's eyes moved to him, the pupils suddenly contracted. Countless black lines pervade the shriveled skin. These lines stitch together the shocking wounds. If these scars alone are not enough to shock everyone, the most terrifying thing is the 4 masks on Zhou's back. Each mask has different patterns, as if representing different abilities. Suddenly, all the black threads broke, the healed wounds burst, and the black blood vessels hidden under the 4 masks burst out, turning into 4 huge black monsters. The 4 black masked monsters are huge, 3 meters high and far away. Superordinary human. Their bodies are composed of countless black tentacles, which look eerie and creepy. As the black tentacles moved, there was a faint hint of a powerful force. The secret art of Takin village, the land is grieving. P.S. Let me talk about it here. There is a bug in front of me, and the 2 tails should not die. In that case, the 2 tails will also disappear. This bug was caused by my neglect. However, due to permission issues, the previous chapters cannot be modified. I will change it later. The 2 tails are not dead, but they are seriously injured. In this way, the 2 tails will not disappear. I hope everyone can forgive me, sorry. Chapter 188 Block It, Blackwing Demon, for subscription. Earthly Resentment. 4 hideous-looking Deka stood behind Zhou. Their appearance was ugly, and the black tentacles in their bodies kept moving, like monsters from another world. Wow! Wow! The terrifying voice came from their mouths, resenting the ghost of Wu and howling. It's finally real, Zhou. Feduan raised a treacherous smile at the corner of his mouth. Feduan, back off, I'll leave it here. Zhou was indifferent and merciless, clasping his hands together. He was about to make a seal, but was interrupted again by Feduan's chattering words. What? Wait. I didn't even have a chance to return the phone just now. It's annoying me. Feduan held the bloody march scythe and protested impatiently. Humph. Zhou snorted coldly. An unparalleled terrifying killing intent emerged from his body. Under this icy aura, Feduan trembled all over. The impatience on his face faded, and he turned into a docile little sheep. He sneered and said, just like before, it's up to you to deal with the enemy. Feduan consciously stepped aside and watched silently. Back then, when Feduan and Zhou teamed up for the first time, they had an argument because of different ideas. Feduan relied on his immortality to be arrogant, and he did not pay attention to the horns. Afterwards, Feduan encountered a nightmare memory, and the horns of anger cut him into pieces, but couldn't kill him. Since then, the 2 have lived in peace as neither could kill the other. It's just that nightmarish memory has always stayed in Feduan's heart, lingering. The horns all clasped their hands together, and the 4 of them landed on 4 legs like animals, with a pair of thin wings on their backs, and the mask was engraved with a blue face pattern. The Wind Escape mask opened its abyss mouth and spat out a powerful ninjutsu. Wind Escape, Oppression. The strong wind swept across the 4 directions like a storm, and even the flying section near the corner was affected. I don't even care about the situation of my companions. This guy is the real monster. Kurama Yakumo's face was pale, and the frightened Warong paled in front of him. Ulquiorra's eyes finally fluctuated, and as soon as the Wind Escape mask appeared, he performed a powerful ninjutsu, which made him unable to remain calm any longer. Ring. Ulquiorra's body disappeared in place, avoiding the impact of wind pressure. However, Keikoto seemed to catch the trajectory of his movement, and his hands formed a seal again. Another fire escape mask monster opened its bloody mouth and spat out a small fireball. "Ha-oh, done, head heart." The small fireball quickly bombarded the ground, instantly expanding the burning area and swallowing everything around it. Due to the remaining strong wind, the fire became more violent. The flames produced a more powerful explosiveness, instantly forming a tsunami of flames, surging forward aggressively. In front of the flame tsunami, Izan's figures were like tiny ants, insignificant. The 81 binding Tao, break the sky. Izan gave up singing and performed the No. 81 Tao binding technique. A transparent light curtain appeared, blocking the sea of fire spreading in their direction. Ulquiorra's figure flickered, standing in the air. He retracted his Zanpakuto and blasted out his fists quickly. The spiritual energy condensed into countless virtual bullets, falling from the sky like a meteor shower. Jiaodu had no expression on his face, his hands were sealed, and the third lead-done mask finally set off. Lightning escape, pseudo-darkness, from its mouth, it spit out a giant thunder spear that was condensed from violent thunder, and it rolled and beat the thunder arc, blocking the attack of the rain of virtual bullets. It's too strong, and it actually controls ninjutsu with multiple attributes. Are all the people in Akatsuki's organization monsters? Zinging looked horrified. She originally thought that after mastering the perfect Peacock technique, her personal strength was already at the top of the ninja world. But after seeing the fight between Angle and Ulquiorra, Zia smiled bitterly. Only then did she realize how naive her thoughts were, and could even be called ignorant. I stood with both hands upright, cast a 3-day knot shield, and opened a triangular defensive shield to protect herself and Kurama Yakumo. She had seen the terrifying battle between Ulquiorra and Kurosaki Ichigo. Even Shimo Kurosaki Ichigo, who was in a virtual state, couldn't stop Ulquiorra's edge. This shows how strong Kageto is. After all, he escaped under the first Hokage back then. If it was said that Haiden was able to join Akatsuki's organization by being immortal, then Karu completely relied on his own strength. With 5 hearts, he controls ninjutsu with 5 attributes. If you have any other means, just use it, otherwise you will never have a chance. It is also your honor to be the heart of one of my hearts. The corner of Jodu's mouth raised a cold smile, and a strong killing intent surged. He has completely suppressed Ulquiorra and has the upper hand. Your name is Jodu, right? What you said is a person who doesn't understand what real despair is. Will say. Ulquiorra drew the Zanpakuto from the scabbard, he slowly raised his hand, and the sharp blade pointed at Kazuto. He stood in the air and said condescendingly, "Since you don't understand, then I'll tell you. The real despair, the attitude you have. Block it, Black-Winged Demon." Chapter 189 Overwhelming Strength, Subscription. Izan's most loyal subordinate, Ulquiorra, who once ranked 4th, has finally returned. Block it, Black-Winged Demon. With the liberation language spoken, the Zanpakuto in Ulquiorra's hand burst into a blazing light. The spiritual power sealed in the body surged out without reservation, sweeping all directions like a tsunami in the abyss. Because the spiritual power is too strong, it has condensed into substance and gathered into a sea of spiritual power visible to the naked eye. A torrential rain poured down from the sky. The terrifying spiritual power turned into countless raindrops and fell on the ground. In an instant, everyone had difficulty breathing and felt an indescribable coercion. The 5 Unayan Murakami shinobi who silently watched the battle gasped heavily and felt suffocated. They don't even have the courage to look up at the ocean of spiritual power. Because they couldn't move at all, they were suppressed by the strong Reiatsu. What's the matter? What happened? Feduan's face changed in shock, and he was no longer arrogant and domineering. Under the pressure of Ulquiorra's endless spiritual power, Fedun felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Even with the immortality of 730, his heart was full of panic, and this feeling of facing death was unprecedented. Although Fedun is defiant, he is not an idiot. He soon understood just how powerful Ulquiorra's power was. For so many years, except for the leader who can bring him this feeling, there is only Ulquiorra. Is this the power he has in his body? Compared to other ninjas, it is a world of difference. Jodu made a seal with both hands and called the 4 mask monsters back to his side. He can no longer remain calm, because as the ocean of spiritual power in the sky gradually shrinks, an amazing momentum is rising. It's so special. It's different from ordinary chakras. It's heavy and thick, like a sea in the sky. Before he knew it, cold sweat fell on Jodu's face. He had lived for nearly 100 years, and the heart that had been deposited for many years finally had a wave of fear. This kind of feeling, just like facing the first Hokage back then, makes people feel hopeless. Watch it, Keikuto. This is the real despair. The ocean of spiritual power disappeared, and 2 black wings that covered the sky and the sun appeared in everyone's field of vision. The black wings are covered with countless black lines, revealing a power that makes people unable to look directly. The 2 pairs of black wings fluttered, and Ulquiorra's figure emerged. White as jade bone, smooth and flawless lines, Ulquiorra wears a complete skull crown on top of his head, and a graceful white robe, under Ulquiorra's tall and straight posture, reveals out of an extraordinary atmosphere. On the handsome face, 2 tears spread, adding a bit of elegance to this perfect face. Indifferent eyes, elegant temperament, powerful breath. Returning to the back of the blade, Ulquiorra is completely different from her previous image. If he was like a loyal knight beside Izan, then Ulquiorra, who has returned to the blade, is like the monarch who controls the night, a god who despises human beings and cannot be matched. It's finally back, Ulquiorra. Then, without further ado, let them experience the original slaughter that is unique to the virtual. The corner of Izan's mouth raised an evil smile, and she couldn't see her inner thoughts. He was the only person in the room who wasn't affected by the Ulquiorra Reinatsu. No matter how powerful Ulquiorra is, he will always follow in Izan's footsteps. The charm of the Emperor is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Don't panic and don't feel scared. Keep the confidence you just had, and keep your nerves tight. Ulquiorra waved his backhand, and a spear of spiritual energy condensed from spiritual energy appeared in his palm. The spear is sharp and sharp, shining brightly, like an unstoppable artifact that can pierce any defense. Brush. With almost no sign, Ulquiorra's figure disappeared instantly. He didn't even lift his footsteps, and the strangeness disappeared from everyone's sight. How could it be? This speed. It's terrible. Jodu's face changed in shock, and his figure quickly retreated. He had an idea and controlled the Earth Escape Mask Beast to block his body. Crack. A crisp voice sounded, the spear of spiritual power swept across, and the body of the masked beast fell apart. This scene once again shocked everyone's hearts, and the fierce and monstrous grievances were as fragile as tofu, vulnerable to a single blow. How dare you approach me at such a close distance? I really don't know how high the sky is. The horns were sealed with both hands, and the fire escaped the mouth of the masked beast with a blazing fire again. The fire was so raging that it was unstoppable. However, Ulquiorra did not flinch, but walked further forward with the psychic spear in hand. The triumphant smile on the corner of Jodu's mouth became stronger and stronger, but when he saw that the fire was about to attach to Ulquiorra's body, something changed. Ulquiorra sneered disdainfully, and the pair of black wings behind him flapped gently, instantly extinguishing the fire. How can that be? Jodu was speechless, and the figure of the spiritual spear in his eyes gradually enlarged. Chapter 190 Killing the Immortal Duo, Subscription. overwhelming the power of. With just an ordinary offensive, the two unmasked beast was destroyed, without any ability to resist. Even if the angle anticipated Ulquiorra's thoughts in advance, it could not prevent this from happening. With unparalleled explosive power and unimaginable speed, Ulquiorra's strength has doubled after returning to the blade. The situation changed suddenly, and the feng shui took turns. Kakuto, who had the upper hand in the past, became the loser instead. With the loss of the Earth Escape Mask Beast, his strength plummeted. See, this is the gap between us and human beings. This gap is like the long distance between the earth and the sky, which cannot be filled at all. Ulquiorra swung the spear of spiritual power again, trying to chase after him, taking the opportunity to kill Jiaodu. After learning the lesson from the last time, Jiaodu didn't sit still. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and at the same time controlled 3 masked beasts to launch an attack. Fire Shield, work hard. Wind Shield, crush. Lead pseudo-darkness. 3 kinds of ninjutsu with different attributes are blasted out, complementing each other and blooming with more intense power. The sea of scorching flames, the icy cold wind howling, and the violent thunder and lightning. Suddenly, the air was filled with colorful lights, gorgeous and moving. However, it is a fatal crisis hidden under the bright colors. Go to hell. With my all-out effort, everyone has to die. Jiaodu's face was gloomy, and the killing intent in his heart could not be stopped, erupting like a spring. It has survived since the Warring States period and has been alive until now. Kakuto has survived 3 ninja wars and is still safe and sound. With the accumulation of time, his strength became stronger and stronger. For the first time in 10 years, he showed this embarrassed appearance. After returning to the blade, Ulquiorra's strength has skyrocketed several times, making the corners unable to withstand this power at all. To naive, the killer in your eyes is garbage in my opinion. Ulquiorra raised his right hand, condensed his fingers, and said coldly, next. I'll show you the unique power of the 10 blades level void in the state of returning to the blade. Black void flash. Endless black light poured out, covering the sky and the sun. Heaven and earth are eclipsed. The clear sky was shaded and the warm sunlight disappeared completely. This kind of darkness is different. It has a deep, heavy and disturbing feeling, accompanied by extreme power, like a rushing ocean that destroys everything in an instant. Oops. Once I hit this trick, I'll die. Undoubtedly threatened with death, Jiaodu turned ashes and fled quickly. However, his speed is too slow compared to Hexu Flash. Card wipe. The remaining 3 masked beasts died one by one, and they didn't even have the right to wailing, so they turned into ashes and died. Jiaodu was desperate. The black light grew bigger and bigger in his eyes, and finally penetrated into his body. In an instant, all the internal organs were destroyed, and all the black tentacles were broken. 4 masked beasts died one after another, causing the horns to lose 4 hearts. Even the heart of his body. Also destroyed in despair. This ancient ninja, who lived for nearly 100 years, once escaped under the first Naruto, but he was still unable to resist Ulquiorra, who returned to the blade. The horns are dead. How is this possible? This is fake, right? How could Jiaodu be dead? Feduan was stunned, and there was a look of disbelief on his face. Akatsuki's organization has always been a 2-man partnership. After Jiaodu dies, he will be alone. Even if there is an immortal body. Feduan's weaknesses are still too many. Black void flash. Another black phantom flash shot out in an instant, rolling towards Feduan in a mighty manner. Feduan was helpless. But he was powerless when he wanted to escape. Compared to Kijiaodu, his speed is so slow that he has nowhere to hide. Broken bodies, broken limbs. Although Feduan has an immortal body, His body disintegrated, and the ground he was on collapsed into a huge void. The rocks are rolling, the sand sea is sloping. Feduan's whole body collapsed, and even his head fell into the deep pit. The thick soil buried his entire body. No matter how much Feduan shouted, he could not escape his tragic fate. Without the help of Jodu, even if he has immortality, he is just a lamb to be slaughtered. Too strong. Faced with such a powerful opponent, how can we take back Yuki-sama from his hands? The 5 Unayan Murakami shinobi looked hesitant and fell into a dilemma. Facing Ulquiorra, not even the undead duo are spared. With their strength, what can they do? However, before they could escape, Ulquiorra was the first to notice them. Ring it. Going beyond the several times before, Ulquiorra came to the 5 Jnin in an instant. He waved the spear of spiritual power in his hand, and cut off the heads of the 5 Jonin who had not yet reacted. 5 heads with terrified expressions rolled to the ground with a thumping sound. The bodies of the 5 of them fell down and died completely. Kill the immortal duo and end the lives of the 5 Jnin. This is the power of the 10 blades, and it is also the most instinctive power of Xu. There is no emotion, no compromise, only pure slaughter. Izan cast an admiring look at Ulquiorra's back and said, "This is also the power that I can control." After returning to the blade, Ulquiorra showed unmatched power. The Yue of the Blackwing Demon finally showed his edge. Chapter 191, Bennu awakens again. Please subscribe. Ulquiorra stood in the air, behind the huge pair of black wings cover the sky. Beheading 5 Shangnin, beheading Capital, buried Feduan, and killing the fearsome undead duo. The murderous power of Ulquiorra, who had returned to the blade, was vividly displayed. The actions that once stood still under the sky dome of the Void Knight Palace finally burst into its light here. Although Feduan is immortal and has an immortal body, he is crushed by the crushed rocks and will never turn over. If this battle spreads out, it will cause an uproar in the ninja world. Not only did Akatsuki's organization hidden in the shadows surface, but the news of the defeat of the two-tailed Manjari also made the Kingdom of Thunder furious. As the war machine of Unayan Village, the Wooden Man plays an indispensable and important role. After losing Yukito, and losing the two-tailed cat, Lejigua will undoubtedly cut off his own arm. On the other hand, this battle also announced the complete rise of Izan. Previously, Izan's vicious name was only spread far and wide in the Country of Fire. After incidents such as the accident of ghosts in the Country of Ghosts and the riot in the Ghost City prison in the Grass Ninja Village, Konoha was forced to issue a ninja arrest warrant. Because they have not played against Izan, other countries have misestimated Izan's strength. Otherwise, Ueyuki would not have recklessly thrown himself into the trap, and finally died. If it wasn't for the support of the cat in her body, Umuran would have died long ago. The saddest thing is her perseverance, but she cannot avoid the ending of death. Ulquiorra, thank you for your hard work. Leave it to me next. Izan's elegant and indifferent steps, the extraordinary aura that enveloped him, formed a sharp contrast with Ulquiorra's indifferent killing. If it wasn't for the first to understand the master-servant relationship between the two, no one would think Ulquiorra was the strongest. Ulquiorra just nodded silently, her eyes still like a pool of stagnant water. Like a spring under the ice and snow, it is chilling to the bone. Killing the murderous Akatsuki members was nothing more than a trivial matter for Ulquiorra. Inuhime, Kurama Yakumo, and Zinging were silent. They could clearly feel the huge gap between them and Izan and Ulquiorra. They were like people from another world, unable to touch Izan's back at all. Among them, the person with the most emotional ups and downs is Yakumo Kurama. Frail and sickly since childhood, she cast an envious look at Ulquiorra. Originally living in the Konoha Ninja village, she had heard about the strength of the S-class betrayal. Kurama Yakumo did not expect that even Kakuto and Haiden, two powerful S-rank rebels, would die at the hands of Ulquiorra. Such powerhouses are willing to surrender to Izan's side, so how terrifying is Izan's strength? Kurama Yakumo remembered the destruction of Konoha that Izan had shown her that day. Her beautiful eyes twinkled, and her heart longed. The heart that followed Izan was even firmer. Kurama Yakumo seemed to sense that a road leading to the pinnacle of illusion appeared ahead. Just when everyone was thinking, Izan had already come to Yukito. Looking at the dying Yukito, Izan didn't have the slightest sympathy. The other party once brazenly wanted to arrest him and take away his head. Now it looks like it's just a joke. Blue. Izan. The wooden man used his last strength to call out Izan's name full of resentment. Her eyes could no longer be opened, and through the gap that was about to close, Izan could feel Yumaren's angry killing intent. Being able to contribute to the two-tailed cat, your death is not meaningless. The corner of Izan's mouth raised a disdainful sneer. He pulled out Jingwashuayu and waved it neatly. Brick. The sharp Kyokusu Izuki pierced Yuki's throat. The all-powerful Shanjin in Unayan village was deprived of even the right to speak. Yumu's mouth was slurred, and blood was constantly spilling from the corners of his mouth. Her injuries were on the verge of collapse, and if it wasn't for her tenacious will, she would have died long ago. Izan stretched out her 5 fingers, and a huge amount of spiritual power poured out from the palm of her hand, and slapped it fiercely towards the belly of the wooden man. Boom! The palm of the hand is close to the tender and smooth skin, and the strong spiritual power in Izan's body is continuously poured into Yumaren's body through the transmission between the skin. What? Although he couldn't speak, Yumu's expression was hideous, and the blue veins crisscrossed his beautiful face. It was clear that she was in great pain. Feeling the gradual loss of the power belonging to the two-tailed cat in the body, Yumu's eyes were full of horror. She understands what this means. 0.8, Izan wants to pull out the 2 tails sealed in her body. Izan stretched out her other hand and took out the Bennu from her bosom. Bennu floated quietly in Izan's palm, flashing a dazzling blue light, bright and transparent. Izan's left hand used spiritual power to wrap the 2-tailed chakra, pulling this huge light group of spiritual power into the collapsed jade. As time went by, the blue light in the Bennu became more and more bright. In the end, when Wei chakra completely disappeared from Yumaren's body, Bennu burst into an unparalleled light. This light formed a huge beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Bennu awakens again. Chapter 190. To the former third blade, Nelly L, please subscribe. The beam of light shot straight into the sky, passing through the thick clouds, illuminating the entire land. There is blue fluorescence in everyone's field of vision, like a blue ocean floating in the air. Izan held the Bennu calmly, her black hair flying. His surroundings were filled with blue fluorescence, which added a bit of hazy temperament to him. Finally awakened again, wish me a helping hand. Blue dye. His eyes were closed, and a figure appeared in his mind. However, something unexpected happened to him. Bennu, who had played a role in the previous 2 times, did not help him complete the summon this time. Izan frowned slightly, puzzled in her heart. According to his wishes, this time Bennu will summon one of his most loyal subordinates, who is also a powerful warrior. The number 110 ninja, Koyatai Stuck. This lazy uncle has black slightly messy curly short hair and grey-blue eyes. During the period of the virtual circle, he often fought with Lilinette, the subordinate officer, and 11 always seemed to be not very interested in external things. The other 10 ninjas followed Izan for the sake of great strength, but Stark was an exception. The reason why he follows Izan is to get rid of loneliness. Because the spiritual pressure was too strong, the weak phantom light would die if he stood beside him. In desperation, Stark finally had to split his soul into two, even forgetting which one is the body. The only naturally formed broken face in his entire virtual circle. There is an essential difference from the other 10 blades, and it was not made by Izan using collapsible jade. The 10 blades are ranked according to their slaughtering ability, and being able to rank first is enough to prove Stark's strength. On the battlefield of Kikatsa Town, he had fought against the 4-century-old captains, Kiraku Chunsui, Ukitashiro, Ekawaru, and Hokashiro Juro. Stark once had the upper hand and defeated the 2 masked captains, but he couldn't fight seriously after all. His end was regrettable, and he was finally defeated by Jingle Chunsui. Loyal, he died with guilt and regret even if he thought about not being able to repay Izan's favor before dying. This is also the reason why Izan chose to summon Stark, just for that absolute loyalty and powerful ability. However, the reality gave Izan a heavy blow, and the all-powerful Bennu didn't play a role. This call failed. Izan's eyes flickered and she pondered in a low voice. Soon, he found the source of the problem. It wasn't that Bennu was ineffective, but that Stark's power was too strong. Although the two-tailed cat also has the majestic chakra, it is still not enough to summon Stark. According to Izan's guess, if you want Stark to appear, you must capture a more powerful tailed beast. During the first summoning, due to the equivalent exchange of Izan, Bennu was in a complete state, which made Izan take advantage of it once and successfully summoned Ulquiorra. When he was summoned for the second time, Bennu only managed to recover after absorbing the energies of Monster Wu and Star Meteorite. It's just that although the ability of the summoned object Enujaiori is wonderful, but the strength is not strong, so it can appear without hindrance. This time, Ichiblade Stark's power is too strong, far destroying the principle of equivalent exchange, making it impossible for Heike to guide and realize Izan's wishes. It seems that I can only summon her. Izan pondered in a low voice, not at all disappointed. The inability to summon Stark also came as he expected. After all, Stark's strength is also the top existence in the entire virtual circle. If it is so easy to be summoned, then there is no need for the existence of the 5 major countries. Recalling the past, a few figures appeared in Izan's mind. These people are the former Tenren, and they are also his subordinates who have remained loyal to him from beginning to end. As Izan's thoughts moved, Bennu speeded up again, and a dazzling blue light burst out. The green light flickers, making people feel like a spring breeze. The blue light in the sky gathered all together, gathered into a blue beam of light, and stayed in front of Izan. There, a Mammon figure gradually condensed. Through the illusory blue light, you can faintly see a 400 scenes that make people fascinated. Delicate and Mammon's figure, snow white and smooth skin, and long azure hair pizza on her shoulders. A pair of bright eyes full of autumn water naturally revealed an almost sprouting and seductive look. On that beautiful face, a pink pattern filled the air and crossed the bridge of the nose, enhancing a bit of charm. The shattered clothes couldn't cover the sudden leak, and the green short skirt couldn't cover the snow-white legs. This graceful figure has a big white rabbit on a par with Sanade. If we say that Sanade's beauty is like a fanatical flame, the whole body exudes mature and hot sexy. Then this figure is like a budding flower, mature in shyness, and a little charming in immaturity. It's hard to imagine a face that can have 2 completely different temperaments at the same time, a perfect face that combines the breaths of Lily and Sister Rue. The top 10 ninja, Nelly L. P.S. Regarding Halibel, I will find an opportunity to summon it in the future, so don't worry. Chapter 193 We are absolutely invincible ahead of us. Please subscribe. The top 10 ninja, Nelly L. With lake green hair, golden green eyes, and rose-colored horizontal lines on his face, a familiar face appeared in Izan's field of vision. This beautiful woman who is quite powerful, simple, cute, kind, and unwilling to kill, came to the ninja continent because of Izan's wishes. The reason why Izan summoned Neliel is largely because of her loyalty and ability. He used to be ranked 3rd, until he was attacked by Sal Apollo and Neutra, who cut off the virtual mask on his head from the rear, resulting in serious injuries and loss of memory, degenerating into the appearance of a child. Losing power, and also losing status. Neliel in the servant's guard protected, carefully survived in the virtual circle, lingering. Until later, I met Kurosaki Ichigo. After Ichigo was seriously injured, he was greatly stimulated and changed back to the main body of a girl. Facing the 10 ninja who ranked 5th in the peak state, Nilu had the absolute upper hand with a shotgun of Quizai. It's a pity that at the critical moment, the spiritual power passed away, and Neliel once again turned into a child. But that doesn't change the fact that she has great power at her peak. You are Izan-sama. Nilu's beautiful eyes were bewildered, and she looked at Izan in shock. At the last moment of her memory, Izan seemed to be sealed in the endless hell of the soul world and sentenced to 20,000 years in prison. Lord Izan. Aren't you sentenced to death by the Central 46 of the Soul Society? Why are you here? Where is this place? Neliel's mind went blank. After the failure of Izan, the virtual circle became a piece of scattered sand. After the outbreak of the 1,000-year bloody war, the Invisible Empire led the army to capture the virtual circle. Nilu, who was lucky enough to survive, rushed from the virtual circle to the present world in order to ask for help, reunited with Kurosaki Ichigo who was patrolling at the time, and arrived at the soul world together. To be reasonable, the place where she is now should be the soul realm. Why did she appear here? I see. Even you know about it. It's ironic. Just because they want to give me a verdict, this is a funny thing. Izan sneered disdainfully. The noble Central 46 rooms from beginning to end were just a bunch of lowly ants in Izan's eyes. Back then, he had slaughtered the previous generation of the Central 46 chambers, and created the illusion of a month-long meeting. Neliel was stunned. When her eyes turned to Ulquiorra who was in the sky, her eyes flashed with horror. Once a member of the 10 Blades, Neliel, you can distinguish the strength of the virtual. Ulquiorra in the state of returning to the blade brought her an indescribable oppression, and that level of Reiatsu was even stronger than her peak state. What shocked Nilu even more was that she still felt that Ulquiorra seemed to be hiding her strength. Nilu was shocked. Could it be that a return to the blade is not the embodiment of Ulquiorra's full power? The 4th ranked Tenin, Ulquiorra? Haven't you been beheaded by Ichigo? Why are you reborn again? If Izan's appearance only shocked Neliel, then Ulquiorra's rebirth made her feel incredible. Although Nilu was still a child when Kurosaki Ichigo and Ulquiorra faced off, her memory did not decline. Since that recovery, Nilu's sanity has recovered, so she also learned of Ulquiorra's death from Kurosaki Ichigo afterwards. The former 39th ninja, Neliel. I didn't expect that Izan-sama would summon you too. Seeing the same kind of imaginary, Ulquiorra's eyes finally wavered. Since his resurrection, he has been surrounded by human beings. He used to look down on human beings, thinking that human beings are rubbish dragged down by emotions. The appearance of Neliel made Ulquiorra more determined to follow Izan. Since they can appear one by one, it is not impossible to rebuild the Void Knight Palace in the future, or even return to the Void Circle. As long as you always follow Izan's footsteps, you will eventually be able to walk to the end of the road of chasing heart. Don't put on this expression, this is not the world you know. There is no corpse soul world, no virtual circle. Ulquiorra said coldly and ruthlessly, this is a world where ninjas are rampant. What we fought before was the threat that existed in front of Izan-sama. Welcome back, Neliel. What's the matter, you look dazed. Izan showed a gentle smile to Nilu and said plainly, Nelly, as you can see, This is no longer the world you know. Don't be surprised, and there's no need to panic. You calm down your emotions and act as usual. Don't be arrogant, don't be in a hurry, just follow my footsteps quietly. Izan raised one hand high, and if he looked at it from a distance, he seemed to hold the sun far above the sky in his hand, possessing a supreme aura that controlled everything. Don't be afraid, no matter what happens, just advance and retreat with me. We are absolutely invincible ahead of us. P.S. There is a question here, that is, do Nilu and Ulquiorra know each other? I checked the manga, but it seems they didn't explain in detail. But I feel that Nilu should know about Ulquiorra's existence. I haven't figured it out yet, so I wanted to ask your opinion. Chapter 190 for Red and White Blood Feast, subscription. Izan-sama is still the same as before. Nilu looked at Izan's back, her beautiful eyes twinkling. He did not hate Izan, but held a respectful attitude towards him. Before Izan came to the virtual circle, the entire virtual circle was like a dark abyss. Although the number and strength of the virtual are strong, they are independent of each other, like a mess of sand. Neliel has experienced this dark period, so she naturally cherishes the quiet and peaceful days. She hates pointless killing. Also hate cannibalism among peers. The kind-hearted Neliel has a tolerant heart, she doesn't want to kill innocent people and the same kind. Until the emergence of Izan, the status quo of the virtual circle was completely changed. A boundless sky cover appeared in the sky, and the power of collapsing jade led to the birth of Broken Face. Every powerful virtual is under the command of Izan, formed the 10-blade army with superior combat power. There will be no more cannibalism, no more wars, this virtual circle is monolithic, and it has become unprecedentedly powerful. It's a pity that everything that was beautiful was ruined with subsequent changes. Follow in Izan's footsteps again. Neliel was stunned, and a question appeared in her mind. She firmly believes that as long as she is strong enough, she can formulate rules for survival and change the status quo of the strong eating the weak. If you want everyone to live in harmony, only Izan 230, only the emperor who once ruled the virtual circle, has this qualification. Izan Kamaku is destined to wait for the man on the throne of heaven. Lord Izan, I will follow you as always. Neliel finally made a decision. Let's go back to the land of fields. But before that, we need to eliminate some unsightly people. Izan paused in her footsteps and looked back unhappily. At the end of his line of sight, several figures swarmed like locusts. The 5 leading men wore green jonin coats, and on their foreheads were forehead guards with the Konoha logo engraved on them. The ninja of Konoha Hidden Village. The people of Konoha are really haunted, but that's fine. I'll destroy you here and return to the land of fields. Izan was indifferent and ruthless, and the figure of the Konoha ninja in his eyes gradually enlarged. Appearing in front of him were 4 middle-aged men and a female Sannin. The breath in each of them was as vast as the sea, and the chakra was flowing. With just one glance, you can feel the oppression coming from them head-on. These 5 people are not newly promoted to Sannin, and even in the Land of Fire, they are well-known older generation powerhouses. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizu. The pillar of the Kudao family. The seat of the Kudao Ding. The strongest brain of the Nara clan, Narashikahisa. The mountain family Ding Haishentsu, the mountain Hiei. The veteran strong man of the Enozuka clan, Enozuka Claw. These 5 people are Konoha's elite Chunin, and they are also Konoha's 12 shinobi. They have been famous for a long time, they have experienced the war in the ninja world, and they have also experienced the natural and man-made disasters raging by the 9 tails. They are experienced and strong in combat, which is their truest portrayal. Izan Kamiku, your carelessness exposed your whereabouts. It seems that the one who kidnapped Yakumo Kurama was indeed you. Hinata Hizu's eyes were sharp, and he immediately spotted Yakumo, the saddled horse, hiding behind Nelly Lu. After Kurama Yakumo disappeared, Konoha did not immediately identify her as a traitor, because there is no sufficient evidence to prove that she ran away voluntarily. However, Hyuga Hizu clearly saw the firmness and admiration in Yakumo Kurama's eyes. Obviously, she was following Izan with all her heart. Seemingly feeling the gaze of Hyuga Hizu, Kurama Yakumo plucked up the courage to look at him, but there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. This kind of hatred is undisguised, unforgettable hatred. Until now, Kurama still feels that the death of his parents was a conspiracy planned by the 3 generations of Hokage. Yakumo Kurama, whether you are really following Izan or being deceived by him, as long as you go back to Konoha with us now, the Kurama family still welcomes you, and Konoha will treat you as always, treating you as the land of fire. Proud. Treat me as always? It's ridiculous. Kurama Yakumo roared angrily, and a miserable smile appeared on his face. Deliberately set fire to kill my parents, and exiled the pommel horses to Kuligian Mountain Villa. Is this the treatment you said? Stop deceiving me with such dirty lies. Hyuga Hizu sighed helplessly. After hearing Kurama Yakumo's words, he understood that the grievances between the other party and Konoha had become a dead end. Unless the parties involved show up, unless the truth of the year comes to light. Otherwise, Kurama Yakumo's inner hatred will become stronger and stronger. Izan J-Muku is a traitor, thanks to your arrogance to create such a big movement. Otherwise, we would not have tracked the fluctuations and found your trace. Narashikahisa's eyes swept across Nilu, Summer Star, Inu Jaiori, and Ulquiorra, and his heart sank slightly. Compared with a month ago, Izan is no longer alone, and there are many partners around. It's really tricky, especially this one. When his eyes swept over to Ulquiorra, Narashikahisa frowned. Not to mention the strength of the Reiatsu, Ulquiorra stood in the air alone, with the wings behind him obscuring the sky. This scene has deeply shocked Narashikahisa's heart. Looking at the silent Ulquiorra, he even felt like he was looking at a monster that annihilated humanity. There are no emotional fluctuations, only the purest killing. All Konoha's elite Sannin, you traveled thousands of miles to find your door, shouldn't it be just to reminisce with Kurama Yakumo? Izan chuckled lightly, facing the aggressive 5 Konoha elite join-in, still acting lightly. Red as blood, white as bone. Red as loneliness. White as silence. As red as the nerves of a beast, as white as a god's heart, as red as dissolved hatred. As white as a frozen sigh. Like snow-white brilliance, the bright red dissipates. Gentlemen, today, let you experience a feast of red and white blood. Izan pulled out the Zanpei Kuto, waved it lightly, the ground shattered, and an astonishing momentum poured out of his body. This momentum is actually several times stronger than Ulquiorra's Reiatsu Ocean. Chapter 195, Intense Wheel Battle, for subscription. Let us witness a feast of red and white blood? Do not make jokes. Gu Dao Dingzhua has a sturdy body, and his face is full of flesh, and the flesh on his face trembles when his mouth is open. Although his words were full of disdain, in fact, his nerves were tense and he did not dare to relax. As early as in Konoha Hidden Village, they had seen the tragic situation of Kakashi and Kate Kai. At the end of his breath, 2 bloodstains were split on his body, and he almost died of breathlessness. When they learned that all this was done by Izan, they couldn't calm down for a long time. Although Kakashi is a generation younger than them, his strength is not inferior to them. Being able to be called the Konoha duo with Kakashi, Meitokai's strength should not be underestimated. However, when the 2 joined forces, they were still not Izan's opponents, and they almost lost their lives. This kind of news reached Konoha, and a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. After some weighing, The fifth-generation Hokage Sanade sent a hunting team composed of 5 long-established veterans, who kept wandering around the country of Tien. One is to search for traces of Izan, and the other is to capture Orochimaru, who was seriously injured and fled. These 2 people are Konoha's heartache. The reason why the pursuit team composed of 5 elite Chunin was able to locate Izan's trail was due to the fluctuations caused by Ulquiorra's return to the blade, and the sky-high beam of light formed after Bennu's brief awakening. It has always been my regret that I didn't fight you in that war. Today, I will let you understand that the Hyuga family is the strongest family in Konoha. Hyuga Izu's eyes are full of energy, and her breath is steady. He closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, they were pale. Countless tiny bloodshots appeared around the cheeks. The Hyuga clan's unique bloody limit, white eyes. When Hyuga Izu's eyes moved to Lan, his expression was dull, as if he saw something unimaginable. Indeed, Hyuga Izu's heart trembled, and he found that there was no sign of chakra flowing in Izan's body. No matter how much Hyuga and Rizu observed, they couldn't see the clue. How could it be possible? Without chakra, where did his aura come from? Hyuga Izu finally understood why after cultivating for 2 months, Izan possesses such terrifying power, and the root of everything lies in spiritual power. Resurrection from the dead, no chakra, pommel horse 8 clouds. Narashikahisa's mind was running fast, constantly analyzing all the information about Izan. I see, illusion. His ability is illusion. Narashikahisa suddenly realized that he finally understood why Izan was able to come back to life under everyone's eyes, why Izan was still safe from Itachi's illusion, and why Izan took Yakumo Kurama away. All of this shows that Izan has the same abilities as Kurama Yakumo and Uchiha Itachi. Fantasy. His illusion doesn't want to write the illusion that the wheel has. If I guess correctly, it is very likely that he has the same ability as Kurama Yakumo, manipulating the 5 senses. When all the thoughts came together, all the dust settled, and Izan's ability finally surfaced. What? Manipulating the 5 senses? Even though the other 4 are elite jonin who are still famous, their hearts are still turbulent. They have lived in hidden village of Hyuga for nearly 40 years, and have experienced the glory of the Uchiha family and the Kurama family. Hyuga Izu and the others knew how powerful the pommel horse family was back then. Manipulating the 5 senses, silently causing death, this ability is hard to guard against. Don't approach him rashly, be careful, he casts an illusion. Yamanaka Heiichi has a solemn expression, constantly observing Izan's actions. The Nara family deserves to be inherited from the times and have a high ick. They were able to deduce my ability based on clues. I am surprised, Narashikahisa. There was a rare glitter of admiration in Izan's eyes. It's just that even inferring my ability is still useless, let alone changing the outcome. Izan raised Jingya Shuayu and said coldly, the best outcome for you is death. Go to hell, arrogant villain. Although Kudao Dingza is huge, his skills are quite agile, as fast as lightning. He jumped into the air and shouted, partial doubling technique. The palm swelled rapidly, and soon it turned into a huge palm that partially covered Izan's body. Let's go. Kuramayu. Enazuka and the huge Kuramayu flashed out like a hound and ran towards Izan from both directions. Ninja, fangs and fangs. Enazuka Hana and Kuramayu moved towards the air, their bodies overlapping and turning into a 2-headed wolf state. The next moment, their bodies spun rapidly, forming a huge tornado. The scorching sun set, inadvertently making the shadow of Shikahisa Nara overlap with that of Izan. Following this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Narashikahisa formed a seal with both hands and performed ninjutsu. Shadow mimicry. His shadow moved freely, entangling Izan's shadow, and at the same time restricting Izan's movements. At this critical juncture, The offensive of Akito, Dingza and Inuzuka Power has arrived, and at the same time hit Izan hard. Chapter 196 Gossip 64 Palms. Please subscribe. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the three of them cooperated exquisitely, relying on the shadow technique of the Nara clan to tightly bind Izan's figure. Fangs and fangs, doubling technique. Two unsightly terrifying offensives were launched, and a huge energy storm erupted in an instant. Wow! Orihime and Kurama Kumo let out a groan, like the sound of heaven. Like seemingly because they were both women, Nelliela took the initiative to come to the two women and easily block the powerful energy storm. Izan-sama. Are you injured? Nelliela's eyes flickered and she pondered in a low voice. Even though she believed that Izan was very powerful, she couldn't escape what she saw. After being bound by the shadow, Izan was attacked by two sharp attacks. If it was someone else, I'm afraid their lives are hanging by a thread. Nelliela's question also appeared in the hearts of Hyuga Hizu and Yamanaka Kaiichi. This time, they were preemptive, and they wanted to succeed before Izan launched the illusion. Once Izan performed the illusion, no matter how seasoned the five of them were in combat, they couldn't escape the deception of their eyes. The energy storm raged, and the dense fog filled the air. The place where Izan stood before collapsed, and a black hole appeared. Time passed by minute, and everyone's eyes were focused on the black hole. If even this offensive fails, there will be little hope of defeating Izan. When the thick fog completely dissipated, there was a scene that shocked the five people of Hyuga Hizu. Izan was unscathed, and three transparent light curtains appeared on both sides of his body and in front of him. Breaking the Dao 80, breaking the space. Gudao Dingza and Inuzukazuo's seemingly ferocious offensive was completely blocked by Wang Kong. The light curtain shone with light blue spiritual power, and although there were several tiny cracks on the surface, it still stood. The first offensive, carefully planned by Narashikahisa, failed. Sure enough, it's more difficult than I imagined. It seems that we must gather the strength of the five of us to defeat him. Narashikaku had cold sweat on his forehead, and his heart was very heavy. Famous is worse than meeting. Although he had heard about Izan's deeds from Jira and Kakashi early in the morning, he was far less shocking than his personal experience. Just rushing up so recklessly, you really don't know whether to live or die. Gudao Dingzuo, Inuzukaya. Izan pulled out Kyoka Shuayu and chopped them off separately. Oops, hurry back. Kudao Dingzuo's face changed in shock. He could feel the terrifying energy contained in this seemingly ordinary sword. However, even though the two of them were agile, they were still scratched by the sharp blades. Their clothes were torn, and a blood stain appeared on their bodies. Blood oozes from the wound and keeps dripping to the ground. With just an ordinary knife, the two of them suffered a major blow. HMPH, there's always someone to start with, right? Hyuga and Hizu performed the telekinesis technique and appeared in front of the two of them. As the patriarch of the Hinata clan, his long-term high position gave him an aura that was not anger and self-righteousness. The light from those white eyes was cold, and she paid close attention to Izan's every move. Unfortunately, your tactics still failed. Izan said indifferently with an expressionless face. If you let the opportunity go in vain, wouldn't your wish be fulfilled? Hyuga Hizu's body is tall and straight, and he still doesn't change his face in the face of the oppression given by Izan. It is related to the strength of the glutinous calligraphy, and it is also related to his thoughts. In his heart, the Hyuga clan will always be the glory of Konoha, and they must never back down on the battlefield. I should praise you for not choosing to fight alone. You are smart. Izan said coldly, with a little disdain in his eyes. Actually, are you trying to make fun of me? Are you despicable? Izan adds medical care. Narashikahisa formed a seal with both hands and tried to use the shadow imitation technique again. The first offensive failed and represented the seasoned Narashikahisa giving up new tactics. If you sound like that, then I can fix it. Narashikahisa. The corner of Izan's mouth outlined a disdainful smile, and she said coldly, "Interesting, what you are saying doesn't really sound like something that the Konoha ninja who hates me would say. As long as I kill you, in order to defend the will of fire, even if I sacrifice my life for Konoha, I will not hesitate." Narashikahisa was calm in his heart. Although he really wanted to kill Izan, he did not act recklessly. The moment he saw Izan's strength, he had already put his own life out of 1.4. "I will use all my strength to prevent you from using illusions. Just wait for the move, Izan and Hemyuku." Hyuga roared furiously, her long black hair fluttering. His clothes were bulging and fluttering in no wind. The chakra that is unique to the elite Jonin erupts like a volcano. Since you despise Ho's will and the trust between your companions, then let you see why the Hyuga clan has always been strong and prosperous over the years. The palms of Hyuga's feet stood upright, the blood in the palms flowed rapidly, and a huge amount of energy erupted from the veins. Soft boxing technique, 8 diagrams 64 palms. Chapter 197 Heroic Sacrifice, for subscription. The 64 chapters of gossip. Hyuga used all her strength to perform the secret technique of soft boxing of the Hyuga family. With agile posture, he jumped to Izan, and his palms were about to be photographed. "Your opponent is me. With your level, you are not qualified to challenge Izan's armor." Ulquiorra's figure suddenly appeared in front of Izan, and he waved his spiritual spear, instantly piercing the body of Hyuga. Hyuga's expression froze, staring at his abdomen in horror, where a bloody hole appeared. In fact, Hyuga is too self-sufficient. Although he has always considered himself the leader of Konoha's strongest clan, in fact his strength is still not enough in front of Izan. Flicker. Ulquiorra raising two fingers, the black energy condensed, trying to kill Hyuga in one fell swoop. The black light surged, and the sky darkened. Everyone knows that once the phantom flashes, Hyuga Sunzu will be turned to ashes in an instant. At this critical moment when his eyebrows were burning, Keiichi Yamanaka, who had been silently watching the battle, finally made his move. The art of turning your heart around. Yamanaka Kai stood with both hands, aiming at Ulquiorra. A powerful spiritual force pervaded, invisible and colorless, and penetrated into Ulquiorra's body. Roll. In just a split second, Ulquiorra deciphered Keiichi Yamanaka's secret technique. But at this moment, Keiichi Yamanaka controlled Ulquiorra's fingers in another direction. Boom. The black phantom flashes that were enough to destroy the mountains appeared, and suddenly the earth was violently violent. The originally 10 dead and lifeless Hyuga was lucky enough to survive. "Come on, Kuromayu." With the help of Kuromayu's bouncing power, Inozuka jumped up from both sides, grabbed the body of Hinata and stepped back. Ulquiorra was about to start again, but was interrupted by Izan. "Let me do it, Ulquiorra." Izan held the mirror flower and water moon, and stepped forward step by step. "I've already said that belief and strength are two different things. Even the legendary Sannin can't do anything to me. You half-baked ninjas are not qualified to be my opponents at all. All of you. You're full of flaws." Izan's figure disappeared, and instantly appeared beside Inozuka, with a sword without fancy, easily severing Inozuka's arms. The latter let out a tragic cry, and the body of Hyuga fell from the air. Not only that, Izan's figure disappeared again and appeared behind Gudaoding's. Brush. The sword fell. Gudaoding's had a dull expression, knelt on his knees, and fell to the ground in despair. In the blink of an eye, the two elite Shangnin lost their fighting power and were dying. If no rescue team arrives, according to their injuries, they will soon die. I won't kill you. With your strength, you should be able to barely maintain consciousness under such an injury. A charming smile appeared at the corner of Izan's mouth. Just watch. There's nothing left to do when I fall to the ground, watching this battle end. The eyes of Inuzukazuo, Gudaudingza, and Hyuga were gloomy. If they weren't strong enough, they wouldn't even be able to carry Izan's ordinary sword. Damn, shadow imitation. Before Narushika could say anything, a huge crack opened in his upper body. Still the same ending, Narushika fell to the ground powerless and was dying. Damn, shadow imitation. Before Narushika could say anything, a huge crack opened in his upper body. Still the same ending, Narushika fell to the ground powerless and was dying. One knife after another, every time Izan made a knife, an elite Chunin fell to the ground. The four old-fashioned powerhouses with lofty status and far-reaching reputation in the country of fire are like fragile babies in front of Izan, and they do not have the ability to resist at all. The art of turning the heart is really interesting ninjutsu. If I guessed correctly, it should be using the soul to concentrate the spirit on one point. Aiming at the enemy's spirit and releasing the spirit can only move in a straight line, so that one's own soul invades the opponent's body. A monk. Izan stepped in front of Yamanaka Heiichi, and did not rush to do it. She said calmly, "Unfortunately, this is not a theory of will, not to mention that your will is not at the same level of power as mine." Brush. The Zanpakuto slashed, and Yamanaka was severely injured before he could escape. His hands were cut off by Izan, and he couldn't do it even with the seal technique. In the blink of an eye, Dingzan Akida, Shikui Sanara, Kaiichi Yamanaka, and Inuzukazu fell to the ground in pain, dying. They lay helplessly on the ground, unable to do anything at all. The only thing that can be done is to stare at Izan resentfully. Izan ignored the gazes of the four of them, and went straight to Hyuga, asking indifferently, "Hyuga, the patriarch of the Hinata clan, are you the father of Hinata?" At this moment, the youthful and moving figure appeared in Izan's mind. Everything that happened in the country of Swamp is vividly remembered. The innocent image of the girl, the pure tears, all appeared in Izan's mind. In the end, Izan put down Kyokusu Izuki in her hand, and did not deal a fatal blow to Hyuga. Perhaps, this is the guilt of the innocent girl. Chapter 198 The Meaning of Numbers, for subscription. No matter how many hands Konoha sends, the ending will be the same. Without planning a reckless attack, this kind of behavior is like hitting a stone with an egg, and it is simply killing itself. Even if Izan didn't make a move, Ulquiorra and Neliel alone would be enough to tear apart Gudaudingza's body, smash their bones, and let them die in despair. Let's go, Ulquiorra. Whether it's one piece of dust or two, it's hard to see with the naked eye. Izan calmly walked past Inuzukazu, Narushika, Akimishi Dingza, and Yamanaka Kaiichi. The four long-established elite Chunin didn't even have the qualifications to make Izan look directly into each other's eyes. At the last moment of his life, Narushika did not complain, but concentrated his last energy to observe every detail of Izan and them. He wants to find out everyone's flaws, analyze their characteristics, and radiate the last remaining heat for Konoha. Narushika's gaze passed over Inujiori, Kurama Yakumo and others in turn. When he looked at Neliel's back, he was surprised to find that A3 was engraved on the back that was as white as jade. What does the number 3 mean? Narushika was in a daze and couldn't figure out what to do. His eyes moved back and forth from both Ulquiorra and Nelia. He found that Ulquiorra's breath was far stronger than Nellie's, but both had the same essence. Could it be that he also has a number on him? But, what number is it? Narushika is indeed one of the few Hayek ninjas in Konoha. He kept thinking about the meaning behind the numbers, listing the limited possibilities. It's a pity that he can't move now and can only helplessly fall to the ground. Wait. Wait a minute. Narashikahisa was not afraid of death. He used all his strength to shout out. Hearing Narashikahisa's words, Izan stopped and turned to stare at him coldly. Izan plus medical starling stunned Nandal Beach, called slaughtered Maunion thief robe hearts led, sedan chair, willing to take umbrella. Narashikahisa coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and said with difficulty, the numbers behind them reveal their identities. If I guessed correctly, the number on the black-winged man should be 1, right? Interesting, the ick of the Nara family is beyond my expectations. You can analyze my abilities and the existence of numbers just through one fight. It's really scary. A rare hint of admiration flashed in Izan's eyes. However, the next moment, he said coldly, I'm sorry, you guessed wrong, Narashikahisa. Ulquiorra, let them experience true despair. Hearing the words, Ulquiorra used the spear of spiritual power in his hand to cut through his shirt, revealing the numbers under his shoulders. 4. How is it possible? Such a powerful person only ranks 4th? Narashikahisa looked horrified, although he was puzzled that Nelly was ranked higher than Ulquiorra. But his intuition told him that Ulquiorra's strength far surpassed that of Nilu. Among the 10 blades corps under Izan-sama, I only ranked 4th. Above me, there are 3 powerful 10 blades. Ulquiorra was expressionless and said indifferently, even if you hit me, you will not be the opponents of those 3, and you are not qualified to fight against Izan-sama. Despair, fear. Crawling at the feet of Izan-sama, lingering on. Ulquiorra threw out the spear of spiritual power and inserted it straight into the heart of Narashikahisa. Boom. The heart was pierced, and the eyes were empty. Narashikahisa had a tragic ending. He did not die with joy, but with despair and fear. The pillar of the Nara family, the veteran powerhouse who used to shine for Konoha, eventually died in the hands of Ulquiorra. After beheading Shikahisa Nara, Ulquiorra did not intend to continue to make up for it. Because except for Hyuga Hizu, the other 3 were dying. Death is just a matter of time for them. If Konoha's unexpected troops did not arrive, the 3 of them would die in despair and helplessness. Hyuga Hizu didn't dare to act rashly. Although Izan spared his life, it did not mean that he was safe and sound. He had been penetrated by the spear of spiritual power before, which caused the vitality of the body of the sun to be lost. If it weren't for the fact that he had practiced Jukwon, Hyuga Hizu would have been unable to persevere. Hold on, I must hold back. I want to bring the information about Izan back to Konoha. The meaning of this number is extraordinary, and Tsunade-sama must be informed. The fact that Hyuga Hizu can become the leader of the clan is not only based on strength, but also on his own composure. He resisted the killing intent in his heart and let Izan's figure gradually fade away. The autumn wind blows, with a touch of depression. When Izan and the others disappeared completely, Hyuga Hizu struggled to get up and came to the front of the 3 partners. He tried to save the 3 of them, but it was too late. Enozukazu, Yamanaka Kaiichi, and Akito Dingza were powerless to return to the sky, and only had their last breath left. There were no words, only simple eye contact, and at this moment, I was speechless. Watching the death of his companions who have been with each other for decades, even if Hyuga is firm in her heart, she cannot avoid being strong. You must help us. Revenge. Yamanaka Kaiichi exhausted all his strength to finish these words and died completely. Enozukazuo and Akito Dingza left a look of regret in their eyes, but in the end they couldn't support it and died with regret. The tragic ending of the 4 elite Shanin. Chapter 199, Unrest in the Ninja World, Military Alliance. Time passed quickly, and in 3 days, The battle that took place on the edge of the land of fields and the land of iron spread through the entire ninja like a whirlwind, causing an uproar. The two-tailed Manjari was beheaded, and he lost his two tails at the same time. 4 elite Junin died. Almost all ninjas know that the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Thunder have been hit hard this time. For a time, the ninja world shook, filled with an uneasy atmosphere. The country of fire suffered a series of major blows and lost a lot of high-end combat power. If it weren't for the return of Jiraiya and Sanade, which played the role of Ding Haishen, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Kingdom of Wind has just recovered from the war, and the candidate of the 5th generation of K's has not yet been determined, and the entire country is in precariousness. The Kingdom of Thunder usually does not show any mountains or waters, and has always been on one side. But after this natural and man-made disaster, the Kingdom of Thunder could no longer stay out of the way, and was involved in the quagmire. With the strong character of the 4th generation Raikage, it must not be will sit back and watch, this bloody vengeance must be avenged. As the 5 kingdoms, the land and water were not affected. But the situation of the other 3 major countries is showing a 980 message. If you let it go, Izan's power will only become stronger and stronger, and it is not impossible to replace the 5 major countries. After some weighing, Tsuchikage and Mizukage suppressed their eager ambitions, and did not take the opportunity to launch a war and invade the other 3 major countries. Instead, they sent personnel to contact the other 3 major countries, trying to hold a 5-shadow conference to discuss the organization of Akatsuki and Izan and Kuminami Shifu. Originally, Akatsuki organization made them devastated, and the rising Izan cast a shadow over the future of the ninja world. Fire Country, Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Jiraiya, do you have a way to trace the trace of Izan? Sanade with a childlike face and big breasts, there is only endless sadness on her beautiful face. She never imagined that this kind of change would happen just after she ascended to the position of the 5th generation 5 shadows. The deaths of Narushika Hisa, Akimishi Dingza, Yamanaka Kaiichi, and Inuzukazu were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, shaking everyone's heart. Fortunately, there is one survivor, Hyuga Hizu. After Izan left that day, Shixiang Hizu took the bodies of the 4 and returned to Konoha village with difficulty. The reason why this battle that shocked the ninja world spread is precisely because of the disappearance brought by Hinata. However, as for why he was able to survive, Hyuga Hizu didn't even mention it, because it was a shame. Number 3, Number 4. The ability to manipulate the 5 senses, alas. Tsunade sighed heavily. His mind was muddled, thinking about the information provided by Hinata Hizu. She knew that this was the information obtained by the 4 senior Genin who sacrificed their own lives, and it was very important. I have no way to track Izan's trace. From these actions, it is very likely that he has mastered a powerful telekinesis technique, so that he can appear in different small countries in a relatively short period of time. Jiraiya frowned and said helplessly, it is precisely because of this thorny problem that Izan's whereabouts are elusive and difficult to track. But Jiraiya also paused for a moment, then said, we don't have to worry too much. With many contacts, Izan's ability has surfaced. Even if I meet him in the future, I have some confidence. As the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya does have his confidence. The Toad Immortal technique that controls Momu Mountain can summon to Toad Immortals. This move alone can make Izan fear 3 points. Even if you can stop Izan, you will not be able to do it. Don't forget that he still has 2 strong men, number 3 and number 4. However, what worries me the most is number 1 and number 2, whether they exist or not. Existence? Where did they come from? Sanade Liu frowned and sighed helplessly. The information provided by Hyuga Hizu was too shocking. Izan is not alone, but has many subordinates. The most important thing is that these subordinates have a domineering exclusive title, 10 Blades. No. 4 alone has such a powerful strength, so how terrifying the strength of the top 3 10 blades? Sanne interrupted his thoughts and did not dare to think further. Izan's power was beyond Sanne's expectations, and 2 10 blades alone could hold her and Jira back. At that time, Izan will be unstoppable and unstoppable. A day ago, the Kingdom of Thunder once sent an envoy to try to contact us. The death of the two-tailed Manchuryuki has already made Raikage angry. What is your opinion? The implication of Jira's remarks is to hope that Sanne and Raikage can cooperate and plan together. After successive blows, Konoha can no longer afford any losses. If you can cooperate with Union Village to establish a military alliance, it will be foolproof. At that time, once Akatsuki and Izan's 10 Blades Corps invaded, the two villages can send reinforcements to each other to protect the integrity of the village. Alliance. We want to unite with other ninja nations to capture Izan together. Sanne slapped the table angrily and made a final decision, announcing the alliance between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Thunder. Chapter 200 Tian Dao Pain, Zonin, please subscribe. Rain and Village. As usual, the place is covered with downpours all year round. The humid air and the hazy fog made the entire Yuan village seem to be covered with a mysterious veil. Due to its geographical location, Yuan village is shrouded in a cloudy sky all day long, and it rarely sees sunlight. There is a huge difference between the time here and the sunshine in the Land of Fire, which can be called the complete opposite. In the eyes of the outside world, the Land of Rain has always been in turmoil. The country was divided into 2 factions. Even in many areas where the news is blocked, it is still believed that the leader of Yuan village is still the famous Sanji or Hanzo. It is precisely because of the wrong perceptions that stay in the past that ignorance occurs. Although Sancho Hanzo is powerful, he once gave Jira, Sanade, and Orochimaru the legendary Sannin, the title of Megashik in the world of ninjas. However, the sun will eventually set one day. The stars also have moments of dimming. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. The seemingly powerful Sancho Hanzo was beheaded by Pen's 6 Paths, who controlled the Samsara Eye. From then on, Nagato replaced Sancho Hanzo and became the behind-the-scenes controller of Yuan village. Pain, are you still in a daze? A sound of heaven rang, breaking the tranquility of this rainy night. Just hearing this voice, you can guess the latter is a woman of unparalleled beauty, like a pure angel. Ah! Zunan, you are finally back. Tian Dao Pain, who was wearing a black robe, responded lazily. His pupils were terrifying, and white circles appeared one after another, showing strong fluctuations. Reincarnation I. Are you still thinking about the death of Haiden and Keikoto? Zunan's figure emerged from the shadows. Light blue long hair, bright eyes, and a paper flower inserted in her hair add a bit of elegance. Zunan has a slender figure, not only has a plump white rabbit, slender legs, and a flawless face. The combination of various factors makes Zunan have a charming charm, a beauty that people can't put down. This kind of youthful sprouting is not different from Hinata, it is also different from Sanade's hot and sexy, and it is more different from Uihong's external strength and internal softness. Zunan's beauty is unique, not only the coldness after the war, but also the unique beauty of a woman. All in all, Zunan is God's masterpiece. I just checked the information. Although Jodu is dead, Feduan is not dead. It's just that he is buried under that abyss. Zunan's voice was soft and gentle, like a silver bell. It doesn't matter, Feduan's strength, even if he exists, can't help much, he is too weak. There is no death, but it is useless. Tiandao's eyes were cold and uninhabited, and there was no emotional fluctuation. When he mentioned Feduan, there was even a hint of disdain in the depths of his pupils. After all, they are 2 talents. It's a pity to leave like this. Zhao Nan didn't look down on Fejuan like Tian Dao did, but said calmly, Izan and Medical Muku's sudden rise. Information collected from Lulaju. Ueyuki's body was taken away. The body of the two tails was taken away. What about the two tails? Can you sense the chakra fluctuations of the two tails? Tian Doupei's face is expressionless. Always calm is a calm word. Disappeared. There used to be two tails chakras near the scene. It's just that they all disappeared. If I guessed correctly, they should have been placed in a container. Zhao Nan guessed. So, the purpose of Izan and the doctor is to capture the 9 big-tailed beasts. But, what is his goal? Tian Daopei was also puzzled. The reason why Zhao's organization captured the 9-tailed beasts was to seal them in the outsider golems, resurrect the 10 tails, and start the Eye of the Moon plan. But what is the driving force behind Izan? Is it also for the Eye of the Moon project? Tian Dao and Zhao Nan were silent. Izan's sudden appearance caught them off guard. According to the plan, they did not start the operation until 3 years later. It was because of the early encounter between Izan and Uchiha Itachi that Nagato made the decision to send the undead duo. Originally thought that the immortal duo would be foolproof in capturing Izan, but they didn't expect Jodu and Fejuan to capsize in the gutter, and instead cost their lives. Unexpectedly, things became more and more complicated. Zhao Nan sighed in a low voice. She could feel Pain's emotions, that is, Nagato's emotions, the actual controller of Pain's 6 paths. Hate wars, hate disasters, has always filled Nagato's heart. The reason why he was fooled by Uchiha Obito was also because of his own painful experience. In accordance with Obito's order, capturing the 9-tailed beast is in line with Nagato's interests. Because, in his eyes, the 9 big-tailed beasts are all war machines, and they will only bring disaster. In the face of unknown his motives, let's not panic. Let's confirm his motives together, and we will eradicate Izan Keimuku at all costs. Tian Daopei's voice was icy cold, full of terrifying killing intent.